It is fucking hot. I can't wear this shit all night. I gotta tie my hair up, I think, but it looks good though. I look sick. Look at this. Look at this drip, bro. I'm like all gas, no brakes almost. Bro, okay, so yeah, I was just about to say though, like that Pokimane thing that she did where she put like a $5 cap on donations, like I don't know, I'm not gonna do that, but I don't know. I think we're gonna cancel tier 2 and tier 3 subs. I think we just have to do it. Oh, but actually now, dude, that's crazy. You're the first person to have the tier 3 Inaband OMG emote, bro. Crazy. It doesn't look that good. I'm gonna redo it soon. Since I made the ones on stream yesterday, I'm going to redo all my dog ones and the emotes, the sub badges, all that shit. Oh man. Okay, let me go through chat a little bit. What did I miss? Just gonna let that paper hit you in the face. Don't take that. That's funny. Ocarina of Time dubstep. Oh, I could have played that. Okay. What's up? No more hippie chicks. Dude, you guys are crazy. I love the new emotes. How do they look on your guys' end? Because, like I said yesterday, on desktop, they look like shit for me. They look really blurry, but on my phone, they look great. But I think that they just look like shit on desktop because I have like a shitty 60 hertz monitor. Borat suit. Save some for the rest of us. Oh, so do you have access to both of those? The Inaband, what the fuck, and oh my god. That's tight, dude. Fourth, holy shit, dude. Well, I'm sure you wish I would be like, yo, well, since you did that, you want to play some DayZ? But guess what? This is what tonight is, baby. Wait, hold on. Fuck. Welcome to a special Inaband election coverage stream. Co-hosting with our good friend Hassan. Hassan, how are you doing? Oh, Will, you have Will and Austin and Osita Jones with you. Or Osita, I forget his last name.
Yeah,
What was his last name?
Like
I feel really bad. Osita something.
Like there's a lot that the Democratic Party needs to do about their outreach strategy, or even
how you doing, Hassan?
that they advocate for, and that referendum politics.
Hassan, can you hear me?
Reliance on marginalized communities coming out and turning out. To
Maybe
vote
you
for
can't
them,
hear me over the
even when
music.
they're literally responsible for fucking poisoning them, like
Hassan.
the Obama administration was, for not doing enough to. In the Flint water crisis.
Hassan, how you doing?
Turns out that has somewhat of a problem. That has kind of an impact, especially when one side is doing.
Okay, we'll
everything
check
they
in with
can.
him later. He's talking. He probably can't hear me as me muted. All right, so here we are. So far, Joe Biden doing a lot better than I expected. I'm gonna crack open our first alcoholic beverage of the night. Election special. Yeah, he just has me muted. It's no big deal. He'll invite me back in later. I feel really bad for mispronouncing Osita's last name, though. I don't know why I said Jones. How do you spell his name? I have him on here somewhere. I don't know why it's not coming up. Anyway. One thing I will say is we're probably not going to know the results of this election tonight. Oh, what the fuck? Wisconsin. Michigan. And Pennsylvania. Huh.
Music Studio.
All right, let's get this going. Oh god, this beer is disgusting. Fuck. Well, I'm gonna start off by saying this, and I've been saying this since I watched Donald Trump smash through the 2015 Republican primaries and become their nominee. I said back then that there was only one man who had the chance, who had even a shot at beating Trump, and that was Bernie Sanders. The Democratic Party back then in 2016 did everything they could to stop him from getting the nomination. I was a part of it. I was a delegate. I literally witnessed them like rigging parts of the election here in Nevada at the state convention and the county conventions. And the reason they did that is because the Democratic Party would have rather had President Trump than a President Bernie. They may have thought that Hillary was going to beat Trump. I didn't. I was like hopeful for it. I didn't like her at all. Not a fan of her in any way. But I was hopeful she would beat him because of like the horrible racist divisive rhetoric that his campaign was based off of from its inception. But I knew that Bernie was the only way we had a shot at winning. And here we are again in 2020. And I'm going to say the same exact thing. Bernie was the only shot that we had. I still think no matter what it's saying right here, some of these states aren't fully counted yet. Like, I think what it means, I'm not even 100% sure what, okay. Dark. So the dark is who won, and all these other ones. And these are states we expected Trump to win, that's whatever. But what we're really banking on Biden winning was Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Ohio. The past month, Democrats have been fucking delusional, being like, oh my god, Biden's gonna win Florida and Texas, and they've been talking about how he's gonna get this sweeping win, and it's just been this, like, a repeat of 2016, where they were just like, Hillary's got this in the bag, there's no way she could lose to this fucking clown, like, and then she lost. Damn. Alright, let's check in with some news coverage. Let's go to the majority report.
Are you suggesting we remedy it?
Class in law school, and I forgot most of what I learned. But I'm pretty sure what you did violates certain laws in certain states.
It sounds about as plausible
Rexy,
as
what's up?
Obamagate. Like, can you tell me which laws?
Oh yeah, they spied on his campaign.
Yeah.
It's the FISA stuff, and it's really bad. Hey, Sam,
Yeah.
I'm gonna jump.
Okay.
This has kind of run its course, but I love you, Sam. 10 years.
Oh, Rexy,
The
I didn't
world
know you were
is
from the
ending,
UK.
but,
I thought you were.
I
I thought you
feel,
were from the states. What's up?
wine
Let
in
me
my
know.
belly and happy thoughts towards you. And David,
Is it more about
I
how
love
they
your show,
they pushed Corbyn out of the Labor Party? Like, I'm just joking. That's horrible.
and I
news.
listen to it
Whoa,
every day in the morning
whoa.
when I exercise. This is true.
When you exercise.
And David has been, yeah, I do, and I'm still fat.
Okay.
It's crazy.
Boring.
But
Let's check in with Democracy Now! Oh, okay. That's what okay.
Establishment. The fact that Trump has gotten through his first term with a 44%, something like that, approval rating, when he has mounted an assault on really the majority of the American population, the vast majority of the American population, including many of the working people who end up voting for him, is just a testament to how disconnected the Democratic establishment is from reality. I think if a real opposition had been mounted to Trump, his approval would be in the 30s rather than at the competitive level comparable to that of.
But what do the Democrats constantly do nowadays in the past 3 decades? Are they the party that takes bold stances against the conservative party where they say, no, Medicare for all is not like some kind of like crazy like communist dictator fascism scheme. It's something that every industrialized world provides to their citizens, and we are the richest country in the entire world, richest nation. So why don't we provide the same basic right to everybody and take that on as a position where they fight with them against it? But no, there's only one person really fighting for that on like the presidential level, which was Bernie Sanders. There's a couple people like the Squad, AOC, and them fighting for it on the congressional level. It's the same thing Bernie is too there. But the Democrats just constantly concede and say, no. Of course we love the private health insurance industry. Of course you're going to keep your private health insurance if you want it. Of course. I'm just going to make a public option. But when Joe Biden says he's going to make a public option, all that means is that he's going to have a public option written by the insurance industries. And they're going to gut it so much to the point to where most people can't even get on it. They won't qualify for it. And the people that do qualify are going to be so undercared for that they need to go and get supplemental private insurance. Well, you know, Canada does have a way better healthcare system than us. I have heard things that when you compare it to other places like the UK, Germany, Norway, that their universal healthcare system isn't as great. They don't have it as figured out. It's still a billion times better than ours. But I've heard that they do have some funding issues there with theirs, but not like nothing that's like crazy. They're still all gonna have their fucking health insurance. So they all still get what they need. But I think what I'm saying is like I've heard that like wait times sometimes are like comparable to like ours and shit like that here in the United States. But still, it's way better in Canada.
Many previous American presidents.
But my point is over the past 3-4 decades, our Democratic Party has shifted toward the center to where they constantly concede with Republicans and try to what they call reaching across the aisle, being bipartisan with them, instead of taking these really bold working class stances that the masses will back you for, like get behind you for. They don't. Instead, they just concede to the Republicans and try to be this party of centrists because they think that's how they're going to win elections. They literally ran Joe Biden because they thought that he was the most centrist out of everybody. He is the closest to like the Republican Party you get as a Democrat. Not the closest, there's even worse, but still, he is very much so like a centrist Republican, a moderate Republican. And that's why they ran him. They were like, we're going to get all those, what they called Lincoln Republicans, the people that like voted for George Bush, some of the people that voted for Obama, but then voted for Trump the first term, but are sick of Trump now because he's rude on Twitter. They wanted to go for those people. That small little fraction of voters. Instead of going for what Bernie wanted to go for, which was the sleeping vote. You're going to see, I don't know if we're going to get it tonight, but there's a good like 100 million people in our country that don't vote. 150 million people in our country that don't vote, something like that. And that's who Bernie was going to awaken. He was going to awaken those people, the people that are disenfranchised from the system, that feel like the system doesn't work for them, that see both the Republican and Democrat Party and say, they both do not work for me, they both work for corporate interests, not the working class. But nope, the Democrats were like, that's not a winning strategy. Those people are never going to vote. We just have to go for those fucking Republicans that are leaning toward the center, that aren't far right. Like, because Trump has his MAGA crowd locked in. Like, those MAGA people that you see at his rallies, they're locked in.
Oh.
But the Democrats think that they can get these fringe ones that are like, I'm a true Republican, you know, like an old school Republican. The first fusion reactor went live today. Nice. What is that? Like, is that a nuclear reactor? What's a fusion reactor? I don't know.
All that said, I think it's very
My girlfriend would know.
possible that Biden will still eke out a narrow electoral college win if the votes are counted, if the mail-in absentee votes are counted. That's a real possibility. But I think we're now going to see an epic struggle in the courts and also within the post office, where a federal judge has ordered hundreds of thousands of ballots that DeJoy is essentially withholding to be delivered to the elections boards. And the post office DeJoy is refusing to comply with that.
And Alan, all this in the midst of COVID.
Amy Goodman is a boss. She is our queen, and we stan Amy Goodman all day, every day. She is one of the most badass people in journalism that has ever existed.
Yes. And it's really the post office angle was presented to Trump by his own criminally negligent homicide of untold tens of thousands of those more than 220,000 COVID victims. It really is.
Are they done? Oh shit, Democracy Now! Stream is over for the night. Okay, we can go ahead and forget that one. Okay, what are they talking about the Majority Report now?
Fascinating to me how there's been these sort of like wins in congressional districts, right? Where you
post
would
an article about it
be,
in the Discord.
I mean, I wonder if that
stuff.
speaks to the nature of how people campaign.
Dude,
days.
IPAs are
and
fucked.
like,
I hate
them.
them.
If there's a reevaluation
my
of
girlfriend
the
buys when
importance
she gets
of
beer, though.
walking a
I don't ever
district.
drink
I mean,
beer.
just off the top of my
Ever.
head, you know,
Have
when
to
we're
tonight,
talking
though.
about progressive candidates, usually what they deploy is volunteers, right? I mean, that is their that is generally what.
Okay, nothing good from them. What's going on with Tim Heidecker's stream?
I like
Active service.
you know, a
See,
clean
I don't
house.
get that one.
A
I don't
clean
get that
house.
one.
I clean
A
up
clean
around the
house when I come home.
Oh yeah. You like deeds,
You
not
know,
words.
Yeah, I like a deed. I like a nice.
What's
deed.
the other? There's a
I don't like love.
stray
I
one.
don't like
though.
love. I'll tell you this. I don't like love, and I'll tell you why. I want to be winning. I want to I want to be up 15, then 30, then 40, and win. I don't want. I don't want
yes.
love. That's a tennis
Okay.
joke, ladies and gentlemen.
Tennis joke.
Tennis joke.
I don't. I want to be at in, and then I want to win.
I want to say I had this whole lineup of videos planned earlier in the day because I plan on going live way earlier, but OBS just would not let me go live earlier. But I had all these videos talking about voter fraud and how that's a myth and that it's actually like calls like a voter fraud are actually like there to make voter suppression happen. And I had all these videos talking about that and like ways Trump was possibly going to try to use his new Supreme Court nominee and his like packed court now that he has to help him secure the election, kind of how it went down in 2000 with George Bush versus Al Gore. There have been a lot of people talking about that. Like say if Joe Biden gets like a sweeping electoral college victory, or it's clear he wins, then he wins. But if it's like a toss up and they need to like do recounts and all this stuff like they did in 2000, where it was just waiting on Florida and the Supreme Court just decided that George Bush was going to win. I had a whole bunch of videos all talking about this and how people were saying that this was going to happen with this election, but couldn't go live. So now we're just kind of stream hopping through all the different live streams going on, and we're not really getting
The add-in.
anything
I don't even want
good
to
right now. We're not getting any good info. Oh, what's going on this one right now? The Joe Rogan
3,
with
2.
Oh, it's over.
1.
It's over. Okay, we'll come back to that later. What are they saying at NBC?
In Idaho, the president has won Idaho's 4 electoral votes. In Georgia, it's a squeaker. It is too early to call. We await, last check, a lot of votes still coming in the Atlanta suburbs, which could be telling. Let's go to North Carolina. Too close to
And
call.
it's true.
That is also a squeaker, to use the technical term.
Pennsylvania goes without saying at this point, too early to call there.
Maine is too early to call as well. We'll keep an eye on that.
And the reason these are all too early to call is because of the mail-in ballots and how they're not getting counted, most of them tonight.
That one in Arizona. It is too early to call. However, we are projecting that Joe Biden has a lead there.
Minnesota, it is too early to call. Michigan, too early to call as well.
And let's go to Texas. Too early to call, but the president has jumped out to a lead there in Texas, so we continue to watch that one. In Wisconsin, too early to call. We were just discussing that one with Chuck.
Iowa's too early to call, as is Montana. Nevada, we're just starting to see our first votes
too
coming
early
in
to
from
call,
Nevada.
right?
It's too early to call.
Yeah,
Hawaii.
Nevada was one mentioned by Coy Lewandowski of the Trump campaign as
Hawaii?
a potential pickup
Too early to call,
for
right?
President Trump. We'll see if that plays out. The polls haven't suggested that. And in Hawaii, too early to call. We just got a poll closed there.
So let's look at where that stands in the race to 270. Joe Biden leading right now, 205 to 136.
Okay, let's join up with NBC News contributors Hugh Hewitt, who's host of the Hugh Hewitt Show on Salem Radio Network, and Maria Teresa Kumar, who's the president and CEO of Voto Latino. Maria Teresa, how are you feeling at this hour?
I think that we knew coming in that it was going to take all night, if not a couple of days after this. So we've been preparing for this at Voto Latino. What I do see is that the Latino vote has basically helped clinch the state of Arizona, both for the Senate and for Joe Biden, and North Carolina.
Some people are saying that Nevada's gonna go red, which to me is insane because Bernie won the Latino vote by such huge margins that I can't imagine them just being like, all right, we're going to Trump now. But one thing that is true is QAnon has gotten to a lot of Hispanic voters, mainly Cuban voters. But yeah, I think Nevada's gonna go blue.
Carolina is going to be close because, again, the Latino vote. But something
Dude,
to keep
too
in
early
mind,
to call,
in Pennsylvania
yes.
and Michigan and Wisconsin,
I
we
can't
are
play a
right
drinking
now,
game.
talking about the
I was
people-
planning on drinking a lot. Like I have like 3 beers that I could drink, IPAs that are like pretty strong, like 9%. But I wasn't feeling good earlier. Like I was trying to eat like while I was waiting to go live, and I just was just my stomach wasn't feeling good today. So I'm not gonna be drinking as much as I planned.
People that have voted today,
Which I never drink
but
anyway.
We are not
I'm getting really
necessarily
hot.
counting everybody who early voted. And what we know from really good sources is that most Republicans actually were saving up to vote in person today, whereas in Pennsylvania, for example, there are roughly 2.4 million mail-in ballots, 2-1 going for Joe Biden. So this is going to be a nail clinger. I don't agree with Chuck. I don't think we'll know on the Today Show either. But we should make sure that
Okay,
every
Rexy,
single
I'll pull
vote
that up
is
in a little
counted.
bit.
I do like all the product
I'm
placement
really
for the
just
Today
in
Show,
on the
though,
election
so
stuff
thanks to
right now.
everyone
Well, I
for
just
that.
assume
Pull
I'm
that
going to
up
be
in a little
woken
bit.
up here. That's
You
why I
will.
keep bringing it up.
Yeah, I'm going to kick you.
Yeah, I guess nightly news stands for nothing around here.
Oh, wow.
Nightly news
You have a
stands
more
for
reasonable
nothing
time
around
slot.
here.
That's
You know,
true.
don't make us get up early.
Hugh, let me bring you to this conversation. So, based on what we're seeing right.
Okay, boring. What is ABC News saying?
4:35 tomorrow morning.
100%, according to what officials are in Wisconsin are telling ABC News. They should have Milwaukee County, they're telling us, by 5 a.m. Central Time. Brown County, which is Green Bay, sometime
Guys, are we
around
just
the
going to
same time,
stay
before
up all
dawn
night
tomorrow
waiting
morning.
for
So
them to
Wisconsin
count in
should
Wisconsin?
be
Should I just
known,
stay up till
at
5
least
a.m.
as far as
since
the
I
count
started so
is
late?
concerned by
think
tomorrow
we
morning.
will.
That could be one of the first of those blue wall states to come in. Deborah Roberts, what more are you hearing in that from Wisconsin?
Look at
Well, you know,
one of those
George,
first
very
blue
much
wall
what Terry
states to
was
come
just
in. We're
saying,
just waiting. We've been saying for the
one
past
thing
2 months that
still
Joe
has to be
Biden
done
was
here
going
is
to
that
win
those
all of these.
absentee and those mail-in ballots still have to be counted, and all the elections officials around the state are saying that they just have not gotten to them yet.
That is a really
We're
good
hearing,
thing,
as
though,
Terry
that
said,
they are
5 a.m.
those
for
ballots are
Milwaukee,
being counted. A
4
lot of
a.m.
some
There's
states
a state
are
law that
saying
these,
that if it
officials
was
cannot
not
go
in
home
today,
until
like
those absentee and
if it
mail-in
was not
ballots are
like
counted.
even if it was
So they
postmarked
fully
today, but they
expect to
didn't
have them
receive it
counted.
today,
They
they're
say
not
they're
counting it after
deliberately
today.
working on
But a
these
lot of states
overnight.
went to
Could
court
very
and
well
won
be into the
battles
wee
saying
hours
that
of the
like
morning.
every single
And to
vote will
John
be
Carl's
counted.
point,
That is
2
mail-in like
million of
that.
those
But
ballots around
who knows
the
what's going to happen?
state. So they could make a significant impact on the numbers.
Voter
that you're
suppression
seeing
is
right now.
real.
And
Voter
again,
fraud
Wisconsin
is real, but
always
like
very, very
point
tight. But
zero
it
zero
is
zero zero
interesting
1%
that
of the
President Trump
problem.
won Kenosha by just 200 plus votes last time, and at this
No
point
worries,
he seems to be
Rexy.
doing
I think
very,
I'm
very
gonna do
well
it,
here
though,
at the site of
'cause,
those protests and so forth. Apparently his message of strength, he was here a lot in Wisconsin. Apparently that message seems to be resonating, but those absentee and mail-in ballots I think are going to tell us a lot, and we won't know that until the wee hours of the morning, if not maybe late tomorrow.
Sarah Fagan.
Well, you know, we know the absentee and early vote in Wisconsin is about 57% of the vote, and there is a lot out. But looking at modeled data, it looks like
Ooh,
Trump
only
would
7
lose
days
that
left.
vote
You put it
as it's
in. You put in
on its own
your week
by
or 2
only
weeks,
5
whatever.
points. That is going to make. I mean, that to me means Wisconsin's going to either be very close or it's going to move to Trump.
Mary Bruce, what are you hearing from the Biden campaign on that?
Well, George, they continue to stress, as they have in the days leading up to this, that they believe that the early vote has gone overwhelmingly to Biden. And that means that they still are optimistic, still are confident. In fact, a Biden campaign official just tweeted that we are going to win. They still are confident, even though, of course, we are at this waiting period, this intense waiting period, constantly urging everyone to be
This
patient
intense
here.
waiting
But
period
we
where
have to
Donald Trump's winning in a lot of places, or it's very fucking close, and it's like we gotta wait. You guys, if you weren't watching last time in 2016, every single news channel, CNN, MSNBC, Fox, ABC, CBS, they were all sitting there. We're just waiting on Florida to come in. Google had called Florida for Trump already. And it had been like an hour that Google had called it and had called him the winner. But everybody was like, no, we're still waiting on like 3 counties in Florida right now. Oh, God. Florida, come on. Like there's like 3 more votes that could change the whole election. And like, we were all just, my girlfriend and I were just sitting on the couch like, no, Trump's the president now. Like Hillary lost. And like Fox News even, they were all sitting there like, what? And that's because even Fox News knew that Hillary was more of like a classical, typical Republican than Donald Trump was. But they're all really happy that Donald Trump got in now.
Vote, we still
They just don't like the
have
way
a
he
good
talks on
sense
Twitter. He's a little
in
too
so
crass.
Many of these critical states,
A little
that
too
blue
crass
wall,
for them.
Yes.
A little too openly
would they like to win
racist.
Ohio? Yes, but they still said that what they saw there were glimmers of encouraging news, especially when you look at the margin by which Biden was doing in suburban women. They see that as a good sign for Joe Biden, especially when it comes to Michigan, Wisconsin, potentially Pennsylvania. They are urging us to be patient as all of these other states come in.
Let's see what Fox is saying. They've declared Trump the winner, I bet. Oh no, look at that. Wait, oh, this is old. Oh, no. Or is it over? Are they done with broadcasts for now? They might be done broadcasting for the night. Bro, yeah, it's literally, dude, come on. If these don't come in, dude, this will help, but it's like, whatever, who cares about Nevada? But like, dude. And literally, the past 2 months, oh my God, Biden's gonna win Texas. Texas is gonna go blue, guys. Guys, Texas is gonna go blue. For Biden. Florida is gonna go blue. Like, what the fuck are you guys thinking in the news, man? What is Nate Silver gonna do tomorrow? Oh, this is way better than the Google one. Wait. Oh, they're saying so that Google is being more accurate. They're saying where it's leading, whereas the New York Times when it's like, oh, too close to call. We're just graying it out. They're still what? What? They're not calling Florida and Texas and okay, hold on. What? I mean, I guess they still aren't calling it here either, but are you joking? 51%. 52%. Oh, I think I hear one of our correspondents. Are there any takes? Any hot takes? Come on, a correspondent. I need some takes. Why is New York Times not or why aren't they calling Texas and Florida yet? Because they're scared. Before they call Texas and Florida, they want him to win Arizona. Okay. All right. Our co-host Maria just said they're just like praying that he gets Arizona, and then they're gonna call Texas and Florida. So like Biden's like still has some points. Okay. Thank you very much, senior correspondent Maria Palacios. Yeah, that's true. Ooh. All right, let's go to Hassan. Let's see what Hassan's talking about.
Joni Ernst defeating Teresa Greenfield in Iowa, according to People, local news in the state, also along with Trump winning Iowa.
What does that say to you about? I mean, what does that say to you about Wisconsin and Minnesota? I mean, it probably doesn't change anything in Minnesota, but I know that this is probably what Austin just asked, but I was peeing, so I didn't hear it.
Wait, yeah. Does anything in Iowa tell us anything about what's gonna happen? I mean, like, what I was trying to say, Hassan, is that I've heard that what happens in places like Ohio and Iowa, although they'll vote to the right of those Wisconsin and places like Wisconsin and Michigan, you can somewhat tell, or maybe it'll give you some indications as to how the other states are going to perform.
Biden will speak tonight at 12:30 a.m. Whoa, that is way past his bedtime. That's literally so past his bedtime that it's actually wakey time for him, I feel like.
That's how it is. These states have a lot less electoral votes. There's a lot less people here. That's why. The states that have the most electoral votes is based off their population.
Wisconsin, it's just a legitimate question that I've seen covered. Okay, and nobody will answer the fucking question. This is the third time.
I don't know.
Nobody knows.
That's why I repeated your question.
Okay.
I don't know the
Nobody
answer.
knows.
That's why I'm asking the question as well.
Okay, so nobody knows the fucking answer.
My non-biased, I mean, I'm very biased. I'm a Bernie Sanders supporter. Like, I am still in the mindset that Trump is gonna win. I still think Trump's gonna win. I don't want him to. I voted for Biden. I'm not a fan of Biden, like I've been saying. If Biden were to be declared the winner tonight or in the morning, whenever it is, I have a whole YouTube playlist ready to go. That's gonna go into Biden's history and his career, and how he is a Republican. How if we want to get anything done as like progressives in his term, we're gonna have to apply constant pressure to him. But obviously he's like demonstrably, Trump is demonstrably worse of a person for other reasons, which we would definitely, I have a whole nother YouTube playlist ready to go if he is the winner. But it's hard. My unbiased, like.
Yeah, I'm going to need to peace out. I mean, I'm going to be up until probably 6 a.m. whatever. So if you guys are still around in a couple of hours,
I'm hopeful for Biden on the inside. I'm like the same way I was for Hillary, despite my strong dislikes for both of them. I am hopeful for them. And part of me in my heart's like, oh, come on, like the good's gonna overcome the evil.
I'll remain live for as long as I can.
I still just have this gut feeling that Trump's gonna get it again. And even if like Biden, it's like really close, like I was saying, it's very close. There's going to be some kind of Supreme Court decision that declares Trump the victor.
Okay, Osita, well,
it's going to be another hanging Chad thing going on in Florida, like we saw in 2000.
Yeah, I'll dip out now, but we'll see if I can come back a little bit later on.
Okay, well, we'll be in this call, so if you want to join back in, just hit me up on Twitter or just pop in. Who cares? Fuck it. But
Awesome.
thank you so much for coming on. Where can people find you?
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter, OSITANWANEVU. It's my @, and they can read me at the New Republic, newrepublic.com.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for coming on, Osita.
Awesome.
Oh,
See you guys later.
Osita, OS, that's what it was.
Okay. All right.
So do we have a chance? Because if we get the Senate to 50-50, right? Then, or like, then if the Democrats win the White House, then they break the tie, right?
If Democrats win the White House, they break the tie. Wait, what's going on, Raj? I missed you in
Austin.
Fuck Austin. It says Raj. It says Raj under your camera.
I'm locked out. I haven't been able to change my name in forever. Okay.
Okay, wait. I'm gonna have to remove.
Is almost definitely going to lose. New York Times is saying that Joe Biden is almost definitely going to lose North Carolina. And Fox News is saying that Joe Biden is almost certainly going to win North Carolina. What in the world? Okay, so let me give you an update on Ohio. Now we're down to a 2.7 lead for Joe Biden with 60% reporting. And this is another thing that's very frustrating, and I'm sure that it's a random.
Wait, greater of you mean Trump, right?
But
Check.
It's frustrating nonetheless.
Okay, yeah. Right.
On the New York Times website, and obviously we're looking at all these websites, Fox, all the way through to Fox News, right? But on the New York Times website, they only have the states where Trump is likely to win as a percentage. They don't have any of the states that Biden might win as a percentage. So just coincidence, I guess, but it's very, very frustrating.
So
yeah, Anna, go ahead.
So for Ohio, apparently what they're waiting on is, the vote.
Anna is also a queen that we stan. Jank's cool, a little bit of a lib sometimes, but he's cool. That's Hassan's uncle. And then Ryan Grimm right here, he's a fucking king, bro. He's a little bit of a lib sometimes too, but he's fucking smart. He's really smart.
Votes from cities. So that could be a good sign for Biden, because the giant lead he had over Trump has closed to only 3% with 60% reporting. But if you look at, the areas that have already reported the votes, it's mostly like, small towns, suburbs, things like that. So depending on how cities vote, which you would assume would go to Biden, it looks like Biden is likely to win Ohio. North Carolina's crazy. You're right, Jank. So with North Carolina, the New York Times is reporting that Trump has a 92% chance of winning, but currently with 80% reporting, Biden has a 1.8% lead.
It gets crazier. Fox News has a Biden with an 89% chance of winning North Carolina.
What?
Yeah, and so
nice, Zub. I'm excited to play that.
Furthermore, Fox News says the Democrats will not only hold a House, but they are projecting that the Democrats will expand the majority. As you are seeing Trump seemingly winning in places that were supposed to be close, like Florida and Georgia, and maybe North Carolina, at the same time, it looks like the Democrats are going to pick up seats in the House. That's why I mentioned before we went to break that we might be at the nadir here, and we might be at a point where we're about to pick up and see some of the results of the polling that we all suspected, but hadn't happened yet. as George W. Bush used to say back in the day. I'm going to break down some of the electoral college numbers in a second here for you guys too. First, let me just update you.
I'm just kidding.
Right now, as things stand, no swing state has been called, with the exception of some news organizations calling Florida for Trump, but others not. And right now, the electoral college vote without Florida is 122 to 92 for Biden, but none of that is unexpected. So the swing states are everything. So, Ryan, what do you make of this? What appears to be a wild night?
It's all a function of the early voting, and not just the fact that of early voting, but the fact that there is a partisan disparity in early voting, but that we don't know precisely what that disparity is. And you add on top of that the way that operatives and analysts have long tried to figure out how the early vote is going is to look at the ballots turned in by Republicans, independents, and Democrats. But this is as much a persuasion election as it is a turnout one, which means that Biden is doing actually fairly well with a significant number of Republicans registered Republicans who live in suburbs. And so if those people turn in ballots
the Lincoln
early
Republicans
for Biden, they look like they're Republican votes. And so both Fox and the New York Times and everybody monkeying through all these numbers is, normally as votes continue to come in, that they're going to match, roughly similar to how they voted before. Okay, the Chicago suburbs voted this way before. This is how they're going to vote this time. And so we'll look at this precinct and we'll be able to tell. But you're not getting all of the voters at the same time. If you only are getting the early votes, you might be getting these heavily Democratic votes. And that might mean that the election day votes are heavily Republican. But you don't necessarily know that.
Yeah,
and
it's speculation.
So everybody is just kind of guessing at what the portions are of Democrats who participated.
So yeah, they're just saying like, oh, we have this many Democrats who sent in mail-in ballots, this many Republicans, and they're just saying the Republicans are all Trump, the Democrats are all Biden, when in reality, Joe Biden probably did swing a lot of these Lincoln Republicans like over. He probably did. So a lot of those votes could be for Biden.
Disproportionately in early voting compared to Republicans, and then they're doing the math and going from there to come up with these projections. But if those guesses are off by just a handful of percent, that's the whole ball game. Either Fox calling it 90% for Biden or New York Times calling it North Carolina 90% for Trump that's wishful thinking that they could have that level of certainty until we really know a little bit more about who actually voted early and who voted on election day and a lot of these machines don't exactly know, are these early absentee ballots, are they mail ballots that are being put out? It's not like these election boards are giving people the most amount of transparency. These are rickety operations that are run on a shoestring and are just doing everything they can to kind of get results out the door.
Yeah, and here's what I know in this topsy-turvy world. With Fox News saying 90% Biden and New York Times saying 90% Trump for North Carolina, I'm positive it's not 90% in either direction. Whatever the real percentage chance of winning is, it ain't one of those.
It's 100% in one direction or another. I just don't know which one.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Okay. Are they live still? Let's go back to Hassan.
Pretty much moved to an equilibrium of where Trump was in 2016. So if you extrapolate that out, that calls for tight races in both those states. Just if you believe that the Midwest kind of moves together. I think you're probably looking at a narrower victory than the polls predicted there, but ultimately a victory.
I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom really bad.
If Arizona, although it's now, I guess, in question, but if Arizona does indeed go to Biden, he doesn't need Pennsylvania. He could win simply with Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin, and one of the single district in Nebraska or Maine. If he gets Nebraska 2 or Maine 2, that would be enough for 270 exactly. So the Arizona seat looms very large, and of course the Georgia seat, the Georgia elector looms incredibly large as well. The other thing I'm looking at is the Senate, and it looks likely that we know the Reverend Warnock Georgia special election against Kelly Loeffler, that's going to January to a special.
Oh yeah.
Biden is live right now.
Oh.
Okay. Let's listen to that.
All right. Does anyone have the link for it? Chat. Someone send me the.
I have it.
Well, if you're gonna send it to me over Twitter so I can click on it.
It's in Discord.
No. Send it to me over Twitter DMs because I can't click on Discord because you guys are on the broadcast. Damn, not a single person has the Biden link. Okay. Thank you, Coded.
I'm looking for it.
Wait, he's not.
I can run into the TV.
I don't think he's speaking. Yeah, I don't know why you said he's.
Oh, sorry. They're on video. My bad.
Okay, chat might have debated us a little bit. Okay, it doesn't seem like he is, or at least none of the broadcasts are covering it. None of the networks are covering it so far. It's a classic case of Twitch chat operating in a hive mind. Sorry about that, David. Go on. I apologize for cutting you off. There's a lot of 14-year-olds in here that are interested in politics.
No problem. The Senate right now is what's interesting because if Biden ends up winning, but Mitch McConnell still controls the Senate, that's just a recipe for 4 years of gridlock. So, what does the Senate look like? So we know that Alabama is a pickup for the Republicans. We know that Arizona and Colorado are a pickup from the Democrats. Maine is probably not going to be decided for a while because they have ranked choice voting. But I think Sarah Gideon's probably going to win there, and that's a pickup for the Dems. So you need one other seat.
Montana, maybe.
And that's what it looks like to me.
Yeah.
That looks like the best bet right now is Steve Bullock in Montana. He's the governor. He's running well ahead of Biden in what's counted right now with about half the vote in. And, if he takes that, then you don't have to worry about these special elections in Georgia. If he
Let's see. Peters, he's down almost 300,000 votes with over half the votes in. Close between 54 and 50 and 63% of the votes.
If Biden wins Georgia,
that opens up a whole new map of possibilities.
Right.
If you ever want to get good at debating libertarians, just search Sam Cedar debates libertarians. It's like some of the funniest shit you'll ever watch. And he makes it look so simple, because it is, really, with libertarians. It's so simple.
It cancels out North Carolina.
It cancels out North Carolina, but it also could. You don't need Pennsylvania at that point, even, do you? Assuming he wins Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia.
Yeah, I think so. If he wins Michigan, Wisconsin, that's
and Nevada.
Mm-hmm.
Nevada, yeah.
Nevada's the one there, yeah.
You know what's really odd about all this is you have areas of New York City and New York State, and you have areas of the country, I think, that we just didn't understand how powerful that Republican Trump base was in shifting the election comparatively to Sunbelt states. I mean, Arizona, I've always said this, like, the Trump people are not the defining Republicans in Arizona. I'm looking at Katko versus Dana Balter in upstate New York. I mean, is that your district?
No. That's
You're Delgado, right? You're 19.
Oh yeah, Delgado. I mean, that is
Syracuse, right? What's happening with that?
Oh, it's
24.
a blowout. Total blowout.
For who?
Total blowout. Republicans.
Wait, what is? I'm sorry.
So Balter, Republicans are up by
New York?
21 points right now. Katko. Jacobs in a district that my mother was a legislator that overlapped this district almost entirely. Jacobs is a Republican. My mother's a Democrat, obviously. Jacobs was up by 36 points right now. There is Malliotakis against Rose up by 16. This is New York State. The Trump coalition that we thought he was not building out, I think it's bigger than we thought. I think there's a silent Trump voter that we're just not able to factor in for whatever reason. And I don't know if it comes down to police brutality against, you know, the all lives matter versus Black Lives Matter message. I don't know what it is, but that is way bigger than any margins they were counting. I mean, they thought that those were flippable districts.
But I mean, this is the strategy that Trump has been pursuing, right? It's like
Raulo.
to take his
What's
base,
up, dude. Yeah, you got gifted a
and
sub
actually
earlier for, I
get
think,
them
Fourth
and
gifted you that sub.
squeeze more out of
Tier 3,
the
wasn't it? That's
areas
fucking
where
crazy.
he's
I think
like
he
to
gifted
get
you
a
one.
higher yield.
Are you a
from
follower?
Areas,
or were you just happening to watch
and
stream?
again, it could be one of
at the
those
same
things where
time?
you hit a certain critical mass. It isn't, you know, it's analogous to the concept of gerrymandering, but it has more to do with the media and social environment that's created when there's a certain number of people who feel a certain way, feel
I
it
don't know
more
what the fuck it
intensely,
is.
and
There's some kind of a
others
huge
who
bug above
may
me
have been
flying. Oh my
sidelined
God,
just
that
get
looks like
pulled
a
in.
bee.
I mean, this is the
Ford, there's a bee
this is
in
the
my
theory
room
that we
now.
talk about, you know, on some level on the left. We haven't quite figured out, frankly, what the recipe is, right? I mean, that's what theoretically, in some ways, the Bernie primary campaign was, you know, sort of theoretically about, at least, you know, on some like.
So as I was saying earlier, we're seeing a lot of the Hispanic or Latino vote going toward Trump. And how a lot of that is the Cuban vote. That is true. But as I was criticizing Biden earlier, this is an exchange he had with a Hispanic American voter during the primary when he was up against Bernie Sanders.
3 million people that were deported and separated from their families. Yeah. We had this classification of families.
Well, you should vote for Trump.
Families
you should vote for
families.
Trump.
And no, I'm not going to do that. We got to stop.
So that guy was talking about the 3 million deportations that went on during the Obama and Biden administration. And he wanted to question him about that. Because like we've talked about many times in this stream, obviously what is going on at the border right now is like way worse. But still, Democrats suck pretty much equally on immigration as Republicans do. They're just not as inhumane about it. They just go do their legal deportations, whereas we're seeing all this inhumane shit going on at the border with mass hysterectomies and child separations, things like that. But that guy was just trying to question Biden, trying to get Biden to maybe come around and say like, oh yeah, we were wrong, or like my immigration policy is going to be way different. At least give them something that's not just like, hey, you're Mexican, right? We're Democrats. You're supposed to vote for us. We're the party of minorities or whatever. And it's just like, no, that's not how voting works. If you want somebody's vote, you go out and give them something for it. You tell them that you're going to help their community in some way. But the Democrats just think everybody's just going to vote for them because obviously the Republicans are fucking evil. But like the Democrats don't do anything to work for those votes. And it's like, what does Biden do the moment he's questioned? You should go vote for Trump. You should go vote for Trump. Well, guess they listened to him. That's what Z Squirrel said.
Deported and separated from their families. Yeah. We had this classification of families.
Well, you should vote for Trump.
Families
you should vote for Trump.
And no, I'm not going to do that. We got to stop building and replacing pipelines. You got to go vote for somebody else.
All right, thanks so much, sir.
We got to stop building and replacing pipelines. Got to go vote for someone else.
If you look at my record and you still doubt about my commitment, then you should vote for somebody else.
Why should people want to make a change, though?
Well, that's up to them to decide.
It's a huge fly, but it's fine.
Why should they?
It's for them to decide.
Well, make your case.
I'm not going
to.
Make your case. I'm not going to.
And separated from their families. Yeah.
If Joe Biden wins, man, or loses, man. Why? Just showed up in my inbox. I'm cool with it. What? Really? Like, so were you not even in chat? How does that even happen? That's weird, but what's going on, dude? Just doing some election night coverage. Let's get back to this while I keep perusing through Twitter for good takes.
I don't know, 25,000 foot level, which is we're going to motivate people who otherwise haven't been, interested in politics by providing these material benefits and these policies, and it's going to where people are, where the lean sort of type of people who are simpatico ideologically, but just don't think that politics are that relevant. They're going to be activated by this. It's the same theory that Trump is deploying. He's using a different tool, I think.
That's right. I think Biden thought he had them, and that's why he went to the conservatives. Biden thought he had them. Like when some of these people that were in swing districts,
oh my God, did they really?
40 points, 36 points. That means the Democrats thought that they had those movable votes.
But he's still at 174 and 213. Damn.
When they didn't have any of them.
Did Google call it? Yep, Google's called it. Texas, though.
Or working people.
I mean, the problem is I'm just not necessarily seeing evidence. I think there's plenty of evidence to suggest.
Tom Suozzi is losing.
Really?
Against a Republican.
In Long Island?
In Long Island.
Jeez,
which, granted, he's a centrist, but that was the former DCCC chair. That was his district.
I was just in that district
4 years ago.
I was just in that district. Trump flags everywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, look, the strategy of just trying to singularly focus on shaving off reasonable Republicans and suburbanites, it's proving to not be.
Brandisi.
Yeah.
Brandisi, a sitting Democratic congressman, is down by 11 points against a Republican. This is a wave year for Republicans down ballot in a Democratic state. So we understand how this works, right? Record turnout. And in New York, we're losing Democratic seats in a presidential year. That is a failure. That is a massive failure by Democrats. That is a cataclysmic failure.
Wasn't there, I was reading that Cuomo was pushing back against the state Senate, a veto-proof
supermajority.
Yeah.
It was supposed to be down to two points. I don't know if that's true or not. We're gonna have to look at filings when they come out in January. But there are seats that the Democrats were gonna win with a supermajority that probably would have been more. Leaning more towards a Cuomo, like the seats in Long Island, for instance, some Long Island seats would have been more likely Cuomo supporters, but 2 more seats in the Senate give the whole Democratic caucus a supermajority so that Cuomo can't veto.
Right. Well, that's my point. And that he was pushing against that, that there was, it seems to me that it's conceivable there was a lot of money trying to, maybe behind the scenes that was trying to work against that. And then it ended up leading into some of these congressional seats.
My friend Christine Pellegrino, who flipped Trump.
The polarization feeds on itself. And in some respects, I feel like when you get to a certain critical mass, it begins to get exponentially even more polarized, right? So that those are the results that we're getting in Long Island, where you have already sort of like very fertile ground for the Trump. Let's face it. If there's any place in the country that is more suited to Trumpism than parts of Long Island, I don't know what it is, right? It is when you think about what Trump is in his essence.
So they're just talking about down ballot races
right-wing talk radio
right now,
and so much of that mentality.
Let's go back to Hassan real quick, see what they're talking about.
To our volunteers, our canvassers,
Biden's talking.
Everyone who participated in this democratic process, and I'm grateful to all of my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before.
Good thing all the votes have been cast.
Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith." And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, "No, Joey, spread it." Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great. Let's walk over here.
Okay.
Damn, we missed it.
That was a very old man who is up way past his bedtime, doing his best. Okay, David, I can hear myself on your screen again. I don't know why. Or yeah, I think there's feedback coming in from your end. Oh, because the Twitch stream is live. Oh, there it is. It's gone. Okay.
Is that better?
Yeah, no. Yeah, no more feedback. We're good. So.
Okay.
Anyway, as I was saying, that's the old man way past his bedtime. And Donald Trump, instead of doing his speech, he did his classic tweet. Wait, is that from earlier? Oh no, it's just now. Donald Trump says, "We are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed."
They count mail-in ballots after the polls are
polls
closed every fucking year.
like
for every election.
Polish.
Yeah, like the Polish people. Yeah, the Polish people. Well, when the Polish people close the polling places, then you can't,
Yeah, it's it's disgusting. What won't he do? So
I can't believe nobody proofreads this shit before he just sends it out.
I mean, dude, this is literally a battle between two geriatric men that are just keeping
no
it
one
together.
wants to take his phone because it's covered in COVID.
Well, he's on a biblical amount of drugs. Donald Trump is, of course. I mean, he's done a lot. Like, if we're gonna be honest, listen.
He also just wrote, "I will make a statement tonight. A big win."
Oh, really? Oh, he did say that. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to declare victory.
Oh, yeah, he's gonna. Oh, it's coming.
Oh, my God.
Oh, it's coming, boys. It's coming, boys. Okay. Not the first time a Nazi has gone for the Polish. True.
Okay, question.
Historically
Question
accurate.
here. Now let's talk about the. Is there a nightmare scenario where they stop the count? I mean, is there a nightmare? No. Okay.
I mean, Pennsylvania, Democratic Secretary of State, Wisconsin or Michigan, Democratic Secretary of State, Arizona, I believe it is
they
the
called
Democratic
Arizona.
Secretary of State. What they're going to do is litigate it.
They didn't.
It's not count's not going to be stopped by anybody but judges, and so that's where we're at.
Yeah.
Google called it.
This is the part of this is the second part of the "I told you so."
I gotta go to the bathroom.
Part
and
of
get
this broadcast where I said that this is where it was going to come. This is where it was going to come down to, but I don't know. David, you're more knowledgeable on this stuff. Like, is there a pathway for this to elevate all the way to the Supreme Court to like genuinely stop the counting? Now, the Florida 2000.
We had Bush v. Gore.
But that's not exactly a precedent, right? Because that was a recount, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I think it's pretty premature. Yes. I mean, we don't know what the final number is going to be in any of these states. We don't know if it's going to be within that range of a recount. We don't know if it's going to be close enough that what they're going to say is certain absentee ballots that got in beyond a certain time shouldn't be counted, or certain absentee ballots that were cured at the polls shouldn't be counted. They're going to try to invalidate legally cast votes. That's different than Bush v. Gore. Bush v. Gore was about a recount and stopping a recount. This is going to be about votes that are already cast and them trying to reverse them, essentially, and to pull them off of the roster. So it's a different set of arguments. So far, we've seen good and bad there. We don't know if we're getting into the zone of a recount at all. I mean, there's no way to know that right now.
So that's exactly the question I had. So sorry, Austin. Can I just really quickly butt in here? Okay, so that's a recount, and therefore, if it gets down to that, if the race is quick, I mean, not quick. Sorry, if the race is close, then that's fine. But what happens? Is there a legal, like, what kind of legal rhetoric could you even apply here to justify not counting any mail-in ballots? Now, the only thing I can think of is the Brett Kavanaugh decision in Wisconsin, if you recall, where in that language, in that decision, in the language, Brett Kavanaugh did make it seem like there was an arbitrary deadline for when votes should be counted for, not even like the postmark, but in his language when he says, flip the results of the night of, or whenever the election results are called, additional votes that are postmarked for election day that come in afterwards would flip the results of the election. Now, flipping in that circumstance is unique to use because those are still verifiable votes. And when you're making a decision on considering that absentee ballots are flipping the vote technically and not a part of the actual vote process, maybe that could be used to say, well, this decision is the reason why we're saying like absentee ballots that have not been counted yet are should not be considered.
I'm not gonna lie, a lot of this stuff about ballot counting is not my area of expertise. I wouldn't say I'm an expert in any of these areas unless it's talking about being like anti-racist or something like that. But yeah, so I don't know. I'm just kind of listening to them talk, trying to figure out what's going on myself. So sorry that it's not so much of a me controlling the dialogue and me just trying to take in information and be like, what is actually happening right now?
So wait a second.
16 minutes ago, after they called Arizona for Biden.
Wow.
I think that's irresponsible, and this is why I need to get people on the ground.
Wait, what?
So wait, he's trying to create some type of narrative where you would uncall Arizona essentially?
Yep.
So is Fox News the only place that's called it so far?
I think so. Maybe that's the case, but I don't think it's based on his. I don't know right now. Like my mind, like I have no idea. But his reasoning is not correct. This is a state that is extremely conditioned to mail-in voting on both sides, especially the right wing. So it's not like the right wing
they're all
isn't
fucking
showing
old.
up for mail-in voting.
They all do mail-in voting. All the right wing there, everywhere.
And in-person voting. I have family members, and granted, but these were in swing districts. There weren't lines around the corner today for in-person voting in these swing districts in Tucson, for instance.
Do you think that some of the polling issues could be attributed to an overestimation of how many of the mail-in votes were going to be blue?
Possibly, but I don't think so in Arizona because I think they're conditioned to doing mail-in voting. There's a system, like there's a reason why voter suppression didn't work in Arizona. And it's because it was Republican over. I mean, like this is how Doug Ducey won, was mail-in voting. Like,
oh, I feel like I'm gonna have a heart attack.
I saw something that Georgia stopped counting and will resume in the morning.
Well,
there's any time to be a capitalist.
Don't they realize that we're still doing the goddamn show? All right. Well,
hour 13.
We should probably wrap up. We're going to maybe we'll start a little bit late tomorrow. Guys, do you have a problem with that? I mean, if we're not
I don't have a problem with that.
We're not going to be, having to deliver to the Peacock app. I mean, we're confirmed on that though, right? Brendan? Do we have that in writing?
No, a call.
That was a phone call?
They didn't want to run all 12 hours?
I sold them hard on it. I said, this is the best 12 hours you're ever going to get from anything.
Oh, Joy Reid was talking, oh my God, earlier tonight. She was like, I really think the wine moms are going to really influence the election.
I would actually like to watch MSNBC tomorrow. That might be the thing to watch.
Folks, I'm sorry we're not going to get to your calls. I apologize. But
You'll get another beer.
We obviously we can't.
Let me just add this one thing that ABC is saying, that apparently only 16% of mail-in votes have been counted in Michigan. And I don't know if this is apparently a very low number, if at all, in Wisconsin. So we can keep the faith in that area.
Well, I mean, I think the big thing is going to be Georgia, frankly, and if Biden wins Georgia, it takes a lot of pressure off, it seems, because then he needs Michigan and Wisconsin, and Nevada. But I think Nevada, I don't know. Have we heard anything about Nevada? It's hard for me to imagine that Trump is going to win Nevada, but.
If he wins Georgia, he can lose Pennsylvania and win either Michigan or Wisconsin.
Oh, is that right?
I was playing with the map.
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
If he wins Georgia, he can lose Pennsylvania and either Wisconsin or Michigan in the map I was playing with.
Okay.
But that's presuming Nevada win and Nebraska second.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Well, did Biden just speak?
Yeah, to honking.
Did we get any? Is it worth playing or no?
Donald Trump just said he was going to make a big statement tonight. A big win.
Biden says we're going to win Pennsylvania, and he says, "I'm here to tell you we believe we're on track to win this election."
Yeah, I mean, he needs to do this with Trump going to make his also they're going to steal it statement soon. He re-upped with the spelling correction. His polls tweet.
Oh, so
still capitalizing polls though.
He corrected his typo.
Still capitalizing it.
Oh my God. I didn't realize he tweeted out that video of.
Here's Biden getting out ahead of Trump from declaring victory or saying that Biden's going to steal it.
Wow, no.
Look, we're censoring it.
Wait, what's this?
It looks like Twitter might be pulled down the Trump tweet. I don't know if that's confirmed, but some of this content shared in this tweet is disputed and might be misleading about an election or other civic process.
His tweet got taken down.
Yep, that's
Here's the Biden, by the way.
All right, let's do this Biden.
You know, we could know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware.
The honking.
Your favorite senator.
It's still stupid.
Katie Pavlich, who is a Fox News contributor and a right-wing commentator.
Oh, yeah.
Just spoke to AZ Governor Ducey's office. There are at least 900,000 votes outstanding that haven't been counted, about half of Mayor Kofa.
Some or all of the content shared on this tweet is disputed and it might be misleading about an election or a civic process.
Win, but that's still a lot of uncounted.
Crazy.
I definitely disagree with all that because I saw the.
Oh yeah, I remember. I knew that they were going to do that. I remember Pokimane saying she was going to do that like 2 weeks ago.
But if the Trump campaign
something
is
that
like,
she was getting rid of all hers,
resorting to,
but that's why that one night we went through all of our old stuff and got rid of anything that was bad. So we're good.
And maybe they're seeing something because you have to see through all these lines and these tweets, right?
Right. I mean, because what they're trying to do at this point is to pursue that original strategy of casting as much doubt so that if it's close, it's within like sort of like a certain safe harbor distance, as it were. I don't want to conflate, that term, but if they're close enough to shore, maybe they've got a chance. And also, so to keep Arizona and to keep particularly Arizona, I think is hugely important because if Biden wins Arizona, then like, he wins Georgia and he can afford to lose one or two of those Rust Belt seats.
Why are they talking to Doug Ducey about this and not Katie Hobbs, who's the Secretary of State, who is a Democrat?
Why is Susan Collins dancing to Still the One in the middle of a parking lot? Anybody?
I hope she's not still the one.
But I do love that song.
I hope.
That's something I've contemplated too, because I'm working on like having a system where I just pump out edited videos of my VODs. But should I just like download the whole VOD and post that on YouTube instead of editing it and making it just like a more of a video?
She did not won.
Sally got crushed, man.
All right, well, folks,
because to me,
McSally
YouTube's
got
more
crushed
for like edited videos, but
that's good.
11 points at least.
It's just like this disparity, right? Like, why McSally and not?
And she distanced herself. We talked about this in the show a few weeks ago. She was distancing herself from Trump.
Well, she was trying a little bit late. I mean, that was a little bit late.
But his message, she wasn't. It was weird.
Right.
She was using Trump's message, but not his name.
I don't think that Democrats can extrapolate or copy anything that was done in states like Arizona in the long term.
No.
Area of Atlanta. But, it's probably going to be because of a very big black vote and probably an older black vote in Atlanta proper. And,
maybe it does.
We're going to have to rethink that it's not just a switcheroo where, older and suburban white voters were switched for Latino voters. It could be a situation where black voters in Georgia really save his hide. We just don't know yet.
Yeah. Also, by the way, this is this is stream related, but ladies and gentlemen, it's the top of the hour, so you already know what it is. A 60-second ad break is coming to you right now. If you are subscribed with your Twitch Prime, where you connect your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch Prime account, you can continue watching the broadcast uninterrupted, or you can subscribe with a tier 1 sub. Be sure to follow as well, by the way. That one is free, and so are Twitch Primes for that matter. But here's a 60-second ad break. And by the way, David, we can keep talking. I just have to do this. It's a contractual obligation. But people are still watching. The subscribers are still watching. It's 0.2 in GA now. Yeah, older black voters are most likely going to save Joe Biden's hide there in Atlanta. Important factor in Atlanta, according to Nate Cohn, who just posted this, by the way, in Georgia, sorry. A lot of the remaining vote in Atlanta area is actually early and absentee, which is especially good for Biden, a reversal of what we've been doing most everywhere else. A lot of places did count their early and absentee ballots ahead of time or day of immediately. And as a matter of fact, the places that we are having a hard time
big fly, dude. It's like
finding out the results of, like Pennsylvania, are the ones that aren't doing that for some weird fucking reason. I don't know why, but whatever.
Well, it's because of the legislature. The Democrats wanted to change under the rules of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and I believe Wisconsin. They cannot start counting those absentee ballots that they got in until election day is over. And Democrats tried to get that to change so that they could be in a position like Florida and North Carolina that counts it all in advance. And the Republican legislature said, no, we're not going to let you do that. So that's the entire reason why we don't know right now what's going on in those 3 states.
Yeah. A great system that we have, I think, all across the board.
Yeah, it's a hell of a thing.
I love
but
American
hey,
individualism.
You can have mushrooms in Oregon, at least.
Yeah, that's true. I love federalism. I love American individualism. These are all values that I really think are doing us right. It's great. Wait, what? Michigan called? What do you mean Michigan is called? No, it's not. Well, Michigan seems to be doing well, but
that's not possible right now.
Oh no, I think someone meant Minnesota. I believe Minnesota has been called for Joe Biden.
Minnesota's been called for for Biden. That's important. You know, there were
Minnesota?
3 states that Trump said he was looking into sending his lawyers to, or the Trump campaign said that in maybe it was in you know, they intimated it in something. It was Michigan or Minnesota, Pennsylvania, and Nevada. And so if Minnesota's off the table at this point, to not close enough to cheat, that's important.
It doesn't seem like they can even do a recount. There's a 300,000 vote. Like there's a 300,000 lead that Biden currently has with 90% reporting. It's not. There's no recount.
It was called, New York Times.
Can't. Yeah, you can't do that. Like there's no.
Where are we in Nevada right now? What's the standing in Nevada?
Nevada is reporting only 3% of the votes, with Donald Trump currently winning with 31,000 votes, but it's just 3% of the votes, so that's meaningless. As far as Nevada goes, here's another area, as I mentioned earlier, with Hispanic turnout potentially either making or breaking the state. Now, this is a weak area for the Biden camp, as we've talked about already, but I do think that Nevada is still going to be blue, even though the last couple of days were very interesting, where maybe Nevada shouldn't be so. Maybe Biden shouldn't be so comfortable in Nevada. Was kind of what people were starting to say. Clinton won it, of course, only by 2.4%, and but Biden's polling average was at 5.3%, and it is a state that went for Hillary Clinton, but is expected to be close, of course, and they have an all-male system, and that's part of the reason why I think there's a little bit of issue there, because they moved to an all-male system. And while that opens up an opportunity for a lot of people to vote early in person, that also creates this new issue with slow voter counts. But we'll see what happens. I think that if there is like an aggressive lead in Nevada, it's a pretty solid lock for Biden. But I don't expect that to turn around unless, like, again, the Goya bean like clear pandering moment from Donald Trump was so successful for some of the Latino voters, but I don't think it will be. So we'll see what. Oh my God! You know why Nevada might actually fucking go to Republicans? Because every time I say Nevada, there are at least 10,000 individuals from the fucking state.
You're saying it wrong.
You're saying it wrong. I know I'm saying it wrong. I don't care.
Nevada.
Okay? I don't care. I do not care.
See, this is why liberals lose. What you're doing right now.
Yeah, I'm a
this is why
bi-coastal elite.
lose. You have a contempt. You have a contempt for the great state of Nevada.
Yeah, Nevada. I don't know how to fucking say it, but God damn it, I don't care. Okay? I don't
people
care.
that call Oregon, Oregon.
Yeah, you're a state where 14-year-olds can
Just say
shoot
that
automatic
state would take-
rifles. Something wrong with this state. I'm just kidding. I love Nevada. Yes, David Dane called me a lib. Yeah, you're right. That is true. Okay, so Jonathan Martin is pointing to John Ralston here, the editor of the Nevada Independent, and he's the guy.
He's the guy in Nevada.
Yeah, he's the Nevada guy. Wait, John Ralston also hated Bernie, wasn't he? Wasn't he wrong on Bernie?
I don't know that he was wrong on Bernie necessarily in terms of the vote. He might have had a contempt for him or something, but he does know his numbers in general elections.
I'm just such a fucking. I'm just such a Bernie bro.
I can't keep up on the Bernie media hatreds.
No. He was the Bernie chair guy. That's a gripe from 2016. By the way, that's a gripe from the 2016 primaries. That's how much of a fucking Bernie bro I am, that I never forgive and I never forget. Okay, so John Ralston says Biden up by 14,000 in Washoe. Big numbers for him, and that is 2/3 of the vote. Washoe's the swing county.
But here's a big one. Decision Desk HQ has predicted that Biden will take Nebraska 2, which gets us out of the realm of the 269.
Senior correspondent Maria thinks that
nightmare.
If Trump
This
isn't
is
declared
unfair.
the winner tonight, oh my God, that flies here. That if he is not declared the winner tonight, They're just going to take it to the courts and make him the winner.
Create that situation where there could be a tie? Is there any logical reason for that?
I like that they knew that it was going to happen, because there is a procedure for what happens if they're in the unlikely instance where there is a fucking tie, which means that they knew that that could happen and decided instead of adding an additional electoral college vote that they were like, no, we're just going to have this really weird fucking process in which we decide.
Well, I mean, to be fair to the founders, they set up the system in the event that nobody gets a majority. So there could be multiple people running, and everybody gets a piece of it here, and nobody ends up with the majority of the electoral college. But that doesn't let everyone that went after the founders off the hook for creating an even number of electoral votes, which is what we've had for a number of decades.
It is truly remarkable how antiquated, outdated, broken, fundamentally flawed our system is, and yet we still have the audacity to assume that it's the greatest democracy the planet has ever seen. Someone said it happened in 1824. Texas has been announced. Yeah, that's not really shocking.
Damn it! I was really hoping.
Yeah, because
Seriously.
you are a lib and you are a poll watcher. And
Austin's been selling me on blue Texas for weeks now.
Yeah.
I was phone banking for Texas
after
3 days ago.
For those numbers.
I was literally phone banking for Texas.
Guess what? You didn't
3
phone
days
back
ago.
hard enough, okay?
I did. I was phone banking. I got hung up on several times.
I hope that after all the conversations that you and I had, Austin, that you have more respect for some of the calls that I made since the beginning of this election cycle.
Well, look, you've been correct most of the way, except, well, we're not there yet.
All right, we'll talk about it later. You say that I turned soft on Florida. Is that what you're gonna say?
No. That's you did. You turned a little soft
Okay.
on Florida and and some of the other places, North Carolina. Remember Cal Cunningham, baby? Remember the text you sent to me?
I did think Cal Cunningham was gonna win. I am, and by the way, actually he's probably not gonna win. He's too far behind now at this
So
stage.
Google has Texas called for
North
Trump.
Carolina might still turn.
but
Who
not
knows?
New York
They didn't call
Times
it yet,
yet.
right?
Wait, Georgia Nito plus point
No, it
one?
hasn't been
That's
called.
not
Yeah,
good.
North Carolina is like down to the wire, my friend. Who knows? I really
Wait,
did.
Georgia,
I really
Hasn't
did
been
think.
called.
I mean, it's wild. Like, if Cal Cunningham actually loses because he texted a lady friend, like, I want to kiss you super hard. Like, God, we are such a puritanical and pathetic nation if that's the reason.
But
Like,
we're not.
No
We're clearly
sex
not
till
because
marriage.
Donald Trump is the president.
That's true, but like, I mean, okay, there's more than Donald Trump. You got
Yeah,
Dennis
but he
Hastert.
paid for that sex. That's American.
Yeah. It really doesn't matter what Donald Trump does. I mean, the cult of personality surrounding him is so incredible at this point. And the Republican media will really cape for anyone, including Jim Jordan or I mean, think about it. Like, the greatest pedophile in American history perhaps is also the longest standing Speaker of the House, right? Or was he Dennis Hastert what was his position?
He wasn't the longest.
what a title!
Or not longest standing, but
What
he
a
was
title!
I mean,
God, the greatest pedophile of all time.
wait, wasn't
What
I mean
a
he was
title.
he was
That's
a
in.
yeah, he was a prolific sex offender. I mean,
Prolific.
he was I mean,
No one groped harder.
Oh, God.
like, this is not a joke. Whenever people
This is
say
not a
stuff
joke,
like,
guys.
oh my
He's
God,
trying to
like,
save
Ann
himself.
Coulter had the audacity when the Cal Cunningham stuff came out. She had the audacity to say, like, if you ever want someone to be, if you ever want sexual improprieties, like, vote Democrat. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, Dennis Hastert is right there. Like, anyway, it's whatever. It is wild. Wild to think about. But the Barry Sanders of pedophiles. Anyway, so unfortunately, the 270 fantasies that we have, the 269 fantasies that we have here are not gonna He's the longest
I'm just
standing
gonna go on a limb
Republican
here.
speaker.
I did not have that fantasy.
I wouldn't say unfortunately. I would not say unfortunately about that.
Listen,
I think we're quite
fantasy-
fortunate.
I have lost
fantasy,
my
you
mind.
asked Will.
You don't understand. I'm
Okay.
Yes, some men just want to watch the world burn. Hassan is lost.
So wait, what are they
yeah,
talking about?
I don't at this stage.
I just saw it on Twitter. Hold on.
It's really just
Look, you asked.
I'm in
you
it for the
tell
fun.
Will my fantasy. I was practically having like I was in deep with Will, talking about my lib fantasies,
can't
talking
have a
about how I was
269,
going deep on the numbers in
269 tie
Florida,
now
breaking down the
because
2000,
of
extrapolating the 2018
one
data,
I
and
was being convinced
that's
of a
one
blue
electoral vote.
yeah,
Nebraska, right?
You know, I was like, hey, you know, keep your eyes on Harris County. Keep your eyes on. I said, hey, yeah, don't be shocked.
No, wait.
But
one is
you know,
it?
I was wrong. I was fucking wrong.
I think I'm gonna change my decision on Michigan. I think Donald Trump wins Michigan because Lil Pump came out in Grand Rapids last night, and
You mean Little Pimp, right?
Lil Pimp, Lil Pimp
You mean Lil
is
Pimp? Yeah.
he has a lot of fans. He has a lot of diehard fans out there, and Grand Rapids is a lock for Donald Trump now, despite the fact that at least people on the ground were saying that like Biden is winning by 8 points there at least. So we'll see.
Wait, in Michigan, are we feeling?
No,
good
not
about
Michigan by 8. I'm saying Grand Rapids specifically.
Are we feeling good about Michigan, David? At this point, I mean, we obviously we have a lot of mail-in ballots that haven't yet to be counted, but how are we feeling about?
That's the issue. I mean, it looks like in the same way that there are tons of mail-in ballots not counted in Atlanta and Philadelphia, there aren't a lot of them counted in Detroit and Milwaukee, and that's the common thread here of all 4 of those races. And it's hard to really say a whole lot about the nature of that until we start getting those things counted. So we're really, I mean, you know, I don't want to. You know, I don't want to say everybody come back tomorrow because I don't want to lose the audience. But it's kind of that situation when you're talking about those states.
You're losing them, David. They're leaving.
No, wait, don't go. Where's everyone from?
So wait,
Fox
there's new
News
news from Pennsylvania. Based on a drop of 13,121 mail ballots in Erie County, PA, showing Biden winning them 5-1, it looks like he will win back this swing county that Trump carried. There are about 37,000 mail ballots still to be counted in the coming days. Dems believe Biden wins them 3 or 4-1. This is huge news coming out of Pennsylvania from Trip Gabriel.
If you talk to Pennsylvania political observers, they say, "Tell me who wins Erie County, and I'll tell you who wins Pennsylvania." So you know that's a pretty good sign to see that, and it's something you're going to see repeated in these late states where what's uncounted are early absentee ballots, which the universe of which we believe to be largely Democratic.
Yeah. I do think Pennsylvania looks better than we expect, at least looking at what's going on there right now. I mean, there's a big lead for Donald Trump right now, but Pennsylvania hasn't really counted all the mail-in ballots. So looking
there's a
at
lot, too.
and there's a lot of mail-in ballots. So
and as I said,
barring any sort of like look, the one thing I will say is this, and I kind of want to have Mike on to talk about this a little bit more, but like this is where cheating comes into play. This is where there's an opportunity for the Trump campaign to try to win Pennsylvania, which by the way might be negligible. It might not even matter in the end. But they could potentially cheat and purge as many mail-in ballots as possible. You know, with the naked ballot controversy, and potentially try to win Pennsylvania by a very slim
since
margin.
Biden won Nebraska's second congressional district for one vote,
I think
one
the larger
electoral
narrative of
vote.
the night is that lots.
We're not
going to
get a 269-269 tie for sure. Someone will be a winner.
The management of
and people are saying that Biden can afford to lose Pennsylvania if he wins Michigan and Wisconsin once the mail-in votes are counted because of this.
And said that they were generally okay with Donald Trump as the president of the United States.
Actually, that one electoral vote might decide the election. Holy shit.
How it comes out, I still think Biden's in a pretty good position, a better position than the president right now. But
yeah, dude, Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin, but still, though,
it was that much that this Republican Party and this president was, validated to a certain extent.
Trump said
the conduct
how much 75% counted in Wisconsin. Trump's at 51.
Just sort of go outside and
shit! Hold on, let me refresh this.
In terms of, new cases and hospitalizations and deaths. That's a sobering thing.
Ooh.
I mean, I think Democrats wanted to sort of vanquish Trumpism as
Google
a
has
concept,
him at 212.
And now what we realize is that that's not going away
because they finally called Texas, right? All right, we're done with this New York Times one. Fuck this.
It's just a logical extension of Republican politics, right?
I think if you look at these numbers right now, it's pretty clear to me that the favorite for the 2024 Republican nomination is Donald Trump.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, he's going to be too old
Baba
by then.
Booey. Do you know what Baba Booey's even
sitting
from,
comfortably
Zoo?
on his media empire. He might even die.
Seems like
who knows?
An automaton. He doesn't seem like he's going to die ever.
Yeah, he's definitely going to build a Roger Ailes style like worse Fox News.
Where's Baba
going to happen if he loses this election, which very likely seems to be happening for him.
You know, there's a reason why I like you.
Guys, listen, I've been ripping
You're
Band-Aids
cultured.
out for you all week, but you won't fucking listen to me. But you will not listen to me when I tell you this either. Rip the Band-Aid off. Donald Trump's not going to jail. You understand me? He's not fucking going to jail. Barack Obama, who was way more charismatic, way more popular, and had the momentum behind him, did not prosecute the previous administration when they very clearly did so many war crimes and actually
BRB taking out. Oh, sure, you're gonna fall asleep now, right?
The prior administration officials. As a matter of fact, some of the people that engaged in the cover-up then ended up becoming his CIA director, like John Brennan. So that's not going to happen because all American presidents know that if they establish the precedent that the previous cabinet might get in trouble.
Okay, let's see what's the majority report saying. They're done. What do they do?
That makes you.
Oklahoma. And we are live. Oh my god, this fly is huge, bro. And it's just a fly, so it can't hurt me. But oh my god, the thing's the size of my fucking thumb, dude. Even bigger, like my thumb, whole thumb. Oh fuck. Okay, so that's done. Let's see. Is the hill still going? No. Wow, they only did 3 hours. 3 hours 45 minutes. Wow, Joe Rogan's been done for a while. Let's see NBC News.
It's down to it's right where we said it was going to be. Focus on the battleground states we told you they were going to be, right? There's three, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Let's just get a check in here. This is just incremental, as you can see. And again, it's almost all today's vote. Very little coming in. Let's just check to see how we're doing. Still nothing new out of Philadelphia, Andrea. We're sitting at the same number we were a half hour ago.
Does NBC have Trump winning right now?
Let's go to Michigan to see how things coming. I can tell you that Dante Cini, who is a Michigan native, our data guy, he's looked in here and he doesn't see things that look great for Trump in what's come in, which means that, this could be.
Not going to lie, the past like 20, 30 minutes, I started to go through. Oh, wow.
Among Democrats.
Maybe Biden is going to win.
When the early
Maybe
voting
I've been wrong.
We've barely touched the early vote.
And I'm cool with being
wrong.
wrong.
As you can see, yellow is today's
I'm ready to go into talking about how shitty
when we get that.
Joe Biden is
Michigan,
for him to win. I'm ready for that.
This.
But now I was just like, oh, wait a minute, no.
Period,
oh, God, no.
Michigan. But the modeling right now does still favor Biden for what it's worth on that front. And I know everybody's thinking polls, modeling. I'm not believing any of this stuff. I get it. But I'm just letting you know what our data says at this point.
Why is
and
Google
if you see
not?
Here, and this is, again,
Google
Wisconsin's
is way
another
ahead
one why Democrats are
of them last
bullish
time.
that they're going to, that when we get the early vote and the mail-in vote all to come in.
Where's Fox News at? See these guys.
A lot of vote, but let's look at how much of it has been counted. 39% of what we expect. That is a big Democratic county. Now, the models would have the Democrat doing well there, right? But we're going to need to see some vote. Okay, we're going to need to see more vote than that. Now, this is statewide.
So what's left to be counted?
Statewide, almost 667,000 votes. Right. Out of the 5.1 million that we expect. Even this number, though, is sort of a floating estimate. We may learn more as big counties like DeKalb count.
And what does our model suggest based on the embedded data? If you put DeKalb where you would expect it to be, how would that change the statewide vote?
At least one model can get this Biden up ahead.
I see.
Okay.
Like you see the problem that lobster fishermen in Maine say that they have with the territorial dispute with Canada, and you act like you're moving on it.
Okay,
You
I
send
feel
your
like
border
we're getting
patrol over
like
there,
so many different results
and
in
you
every
flex a little
single
bit as the president.
stream right now.
Those
Nobody's
people are not gonna
aligned.
Forget that. They're gonna remember that.
NBC was literally just saying
the
Trump's in the
Lobster
lead.
Boys are gonna remember that.
That's
212 to
the big-
209.
Already go for Biden. Am I
overcome this
wrong?
difference.
Here,
Really,
224 to
the big area is going to
213.
be Milwaukee.
I
That's
don't
going to
know.
be
I don't
a
know.
huge
This is
jump, and we
crazy.
expect
This
that
is
vote.
so
And all of
different
them,
than last
as-
time.
As you can see
Probably
here,
because of ranked choice.
Everybody
this is
was
really
off
get that
except
down
for
to
Google
4
last
percentage
time.
points. So it doesn't look like Donald Trump has enough
Collins
same-day
race in
vote
Maine is
to build the
much-
pad there. And of course, there's Georgia. Let's just see if we've gotten any new vote. A little bit, but not much. We're still waiting for most of that Atlanta vote. So there's your update right now. We're going to be crawling, maybe bundles of votes at a time here for a little bit.
And Andrew, and I'll ask you, Chuck, as well. If we're truly in a situation where we're waiting for Thursday for some of these results, tell me what it's going to look like between now and that period in terms of what we're hearing from the candidates, how people are processing.
Look, Joe Biden got out there tonight because he was trying to win the perception battle, because it is taking longer. You know that they wanted to get a vote out of Georgia. They wanted to bag Georgia and North Carolina. They didn't think they could get Florida, but they wanted a different path than waiting, because they knew they'd have to wait days for the early vote from the 3 Rust Belt states. And so they really wanted to get it in before Pennsylvania, because they knew what the president would do. And he went ahead and tweeted. Twitter flagged that tweet, said it was not accurate to talk about a rigged or stolen election when there are millions of votes still not counted. You just don't have the early vote. We've had an unprecedented election with so much early vote, and it's got to be counted.
Nebraska.
We have just called Nebraska 2 and Nebraska 1, which means, and it is not going to be solid red. I am curious to see how we do this. I don't think I'm supposed to make this change here. We'll get it back here in the map. You'll see. But we have called Nebraska 2 for Joe Biden, so he will get one more in here. And again,
all right, we're going to just pause briefly here, Chuck, for some stations to bring you local results as Decision 2020 election coverage continues on NBC.
Okay, let's hear some local results.
All right, we're back. Chuck, I'm sorry, pick up where you were.
What is going on? Here we are in Nebraska, and I'm just going to show you. We have called this now. It's not registering here, but we have called. Our decision desk says Joe Biden's going to win this electoral vote, which we know Nebraska splits up. So that's one. It's an important one. And again, look, Rich Lowry was first to point this out. This does add, especially if Arizona and Nevada end up both blue, this means the president needs 2 of his 3 from the blue wall states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. He can't just do this with Michigan. if indeed Arizona,
you could
is
just
headed in
hear
blue,
Chuck
Nevada's
Todd
blue,
how
and
excited he
Minnesota
is.
stays
The
the way it is.
president
So
only needs
that's
one.
what that Nebraska electoral
Oh,
vote does.
man.
It sort of
As a
adds
leftist,
one
I
more
fucking
hurdle,
hate Chuck Todd.
to the president.
Yeah, I mean, Casey, the way it would shake out is in this.
He
is
called
where it
Bernie
gets
supporters
interesting,
fucking
because if
brown
Michigan and
shirts.
Wisconsin go for Biden.
Oh, wait, no, that was Chris
Arizona
Matthews,
goes
never
for
mind.
Biden, and now you add that
Oh, God, I'm getting a little
one
drunk,
little
guys.
congressional district in Nebraska, then suddenly the Democrats don't need Pennsylvania. So I think that is why so much effort actually was focused on a single congressional district in Omaha, Nebraska.
Yeah, it's really remarkable. It could be the little electoral college vote that could for so many Democrats who, frankly, want a few more hours of sleep after a very long campaign, because you're exactly right. And Chuck laid out the math.
Joe
there,
Biden,
this sort of
right after getting off
269
stage,
to 269,
he is asleep.
2020
Trump,
nightmare
though,
scenario
is awake right now.
really only plays out.
Trump's
when
going.
you
He's
have,
watching all this stuff
that
just like we are.
Nebraska vote going to Donald
Biden's
Trump, and we have
asleep.
just called it for Joe Biden. And that, as you
Trump's in
outlined,
his Sudafed
means
drawer,
that if
getting out
Biden
his
does
fucking
well in Michigan
UK
and Wisconsin,
special
as
Sudafed.
currently
Got extra
my
meth
sources
in
are still
it.
expecting, and Chuck walked through the data there with the caveats that we've had a lot of data that was wrong tonight. But what that does is it means that if there is a prolonged fight over ballots in Pennsylvania, and if there are these legal battles through the courts about counting ballots, et cetera, we may not have to know the answer to that in order to know who has won the White House in the Electoral College. Now, obviously, we are projecting
I'm
out
so
a lot here
confused.
at, what time is it? 1:28.
What is the
in
actual
the morning
count
on
right
Wednesday. We still, I think, do not know what we're gonna say on the Today Show tomorrow, Savannah.
I think briefly we want to mention that, where are we? Georgia now is too close to call. It's a new characterization.
Too close to call. All right, so we'll continue to keep our
Too
eye
close
on
to
that.
call.
Votes still being counted
Too
at
close
this
to
hour.
call.
We await
Too close to call.
wait decisions. We're going to take a brief pause here. Let
Oh
some
my
of our
God.
stations rejoin our coverage. Let's pause for just a moment.
What's going on at ABC?
You see on election day, you will see we are bringing in new voters, and it looks like we are seeing that in some of these states coming in right now.
In some, a lot of states left to be counted. Cecilia Vega, thanks very much. We'll be right back.
He's up so much past his bedtime. He's about to pass out. George Stephanopoulos.
Tonight, get ready for a
Let's go to Nomiki.
$3, $5, or $1,000. We love you.
No, shut up, TYT.
Is now in my own.
$88 million to Amy McGrath and letting Paula Jean Swearingen just, be on her own.
So we as progressives, like, what do we do? Like, you and I talk a lot about it offline. Like, we have to be very surgical.
We do.
in
We
our-
text. No big deal.
That's how this happened. We're like, I'm in.
What was that, Nomiki?
What do we do, Walker?
Nomiki.
God, I don't know. Look, if they get wiped out this year in a census year, like, I don't need to tell you how bad that is. Like, that is a catastrophe for the party. That's like something that maybe you don't come back from. I mean, I don't know. I really don't know. At some point they have to start standing for things.
Yeah.
Maybe.
What was I
maybe
saying
that's a good
earlier?
idea. Maybe you should tell people, like,
Instead of conceding to the Republicans, the Democrats need to actually take bold leftist stances. They don't.
maybe it's a better message instead of.
But most Republicans will tell you that, like, people like Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden, Chuck Schumer, all these, like, high liberal politicians in our society, they're fucking crazy leftist, radical leftist, communist socialists, when it's like those people are just repeating straight up Fox News, Tucker Carlson talking points that have no base. Because in reality, people like Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, Joe Biden, all these people, like I keep saying, are moderate Republicans.
I'm going to restore the soul of America. Maybe a better message is, if you're sick or feeling sick, you can see a doctor and you don't have to worry about a bill.
Who said that? Bernie Sanders.
Or maybe, if you're worried about the pandemic you don't have to go into your job. We will cover you.
Who
We
would
will
have said that?
cover
Bernie
80,
Sanders.
90%
All day,
of your
every
wages,
day.
or we'll
And it
give
would have
you
been true.
$2,000 a month. Like, whichever one is more.
So how about, all right, Biden wins, Trump wins, whatever. So it's really hard to win statewide races for progressives because they're very expensive. I mean, they're not like John Ossoff, Amy McGrath
Right.
expensive. That was an inflated
So
number.
she's talking about how they're losing a lot in the congressional races. That's bad.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I don't think we'll know by
16.
tonight. Now, based on what we know, I don't think we'll know by
What the
tonight.
fuck is
but
going
the
on?
fact that
So
they have
who are
been-
they watching?
They're confident in the speed a little bit. That
He's
things
on
could change
Fox
a little bit.
News.
You know what I'm saying?
What is going on?
Yeah. Also, we are currently waiting on a Trump speech as well that hasn't come yet, but he was
What?
expected to speak.
Oh, dude, I'm
soon.
so ready for that.
How does Fox News
We're winning
have
bigly,
Joe
believe
Biden
me.
winning?
We've
but
won
NBC
all
has
50
Trump
states,
winning.
and they're trying to steal the election. Believe me.
What is going on?
Sources close to me tell me that we won
You guys,
everything that there is to win.
I wish we
Believe
were
me,
talking
I am
about
the
stuff
next-
that I knew about. But this is like, I don't know what the fuck is going on right now. Like, if we want to talk about immigration policy or healthcare or being anti-fascist or whatever, I could talk about all that shit all day. But like talking about these votes getting counted and like how Fox News has a different reporting than NBC, I gotta go check with our chief correspondent really quick.
Wait, wasn't Ryan already in the call? Oh no, I guess I had a call with him originally. I just added you. Sorry. All right, Ryan. We can hear some background noise there on your end, but
I muted it. As your
all
man
right.
there.
All right. Ever since you left, things have turned for the better. Not
What I
that it
tell
has
you?
anything to do with you, but
I told you, didn't I tell you? 2018 pattern.
yeah, no, it is looking a lot better there. Nevada seems to be looking good too. The election is absolutely coming down to Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. No matter which way we cut it, Georgia looks good, and that's icing on the cake. Or Georgia could change, and that's icing on the cake.
Right,
but
I checked with Chief Correspondent
it does
Maria.
seem like Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania are going to.
When I said Fox News has Trump winning at this thing, 224 to 213, NBC has him at this, where Trump's winning, and she was like, I don't give a fuck about NBC. And I was like, oh, okay, cool.
About that at all? Is it coming back?
I
mean,
wish
I'm
she
just
was
trying
my
to, you know-
co-streamer right now, dude. She'd be such a good
it's
news
totally
correspondent.
solid.
She's way better
because
than me at this stuff.
Basically, and they even dragged the
Best
election
2 of
desk
3?
guy.
Ooh,
out-
Ryan Grimm.
out on the camera to like explain himself to the president.
Wait, what?
This guy's the best.
Can we get that clip?
And he's like, look,
No, he looked it into the camera and he says, right? Is that what he did?
he said, I'm sorry. And then I'm like,
yeah,
you don't have to
I mean,
apologize.
Clinton looked the camera in the eye in '96. I mean, you
Yeah.
know, or whatever it was. You
And
know, so I don't know.
Yeah, he said, look, Trump would need 61% of the outstanding vote, and our guess is he's going to get around in the 40s, so he doesn't have a shot.
Okay.
And he said, like, it's we have a T4 certainty, and then they all lost their minds. They're like, T4. He's like, oh, I just mean it's 4 variations away from a standard deviation, and then they all lost their minds again because they. And
You
actually
talking
later-
math to me, asshole?
And then later, the blonde Fox anchor told a joke at Brett Baer's expense because he clearly didn't understand what the guy meant by 4 variations from a standard deviation. And I'm sure Thomas Chatterton Williams, if he was watching, thought it was like the most amazing thing that he had ever seen.
Well,
so yeah, Arizona is comfortably in the Democratic bag. And Georgia, I've been saying, like, the big question is, So apparently, one thing that I don't quite understand what happened, but the models that were screwing up the results earlier today were conflating the North and the South. They were taking results that were coming in from the South and then applying them to the North and saying, okay, well, it went this way in Florida and these counties in Georgia, and so therefore we think it's going to go this way in Pennsylvania and Michigan, Wisconsin, and that was messing with the polls because the North and South are not culturally the same, as we are aware. There was a war. There are other differences. The question, though, is how homogenous has Georgia become? Like, the Georgia suburbs, are those just northern transplants that have moved down there for work? And if so, then that you're even more likely to come up with a Georgia turning blue. And which would mean that he could then lose, maybe Wisconsin if he picks up Georgia or whatever the numbers are.
I don't know. I don't know enough about the Georgia suburbs, but it does. The numbers do point in the direction of Georgia making a comeback here, even without the like the Fulton County, DeKalb County, Gwinnett County, whatever, like the votes that weren't counted in that same region, the DeKalb and Fulton, right? Like you're referencing another, or is that what you're talking about? DeKalb and Fulton County.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But there's still a lot of mail numbers and such to come from there.
Yeah,
and we won't know about
9%,
that.
9% of votes that have still not been reported yet or counted yet. So we'll see what happens the lead that Trump has is getting smaller and smaller. So, and the same goes for North Carolina as well. North Carolina is even closer than in Georgia. Don't pronounce the L in DeKalb. Okay, sorry.
Are people are the Dems gaining in North Carolina in any place? Like, are there late counting ballots that they haven't counted yet, or
not really? And so actually, it just updated again, and the New York Times now has moved Georgia to 64% likely Biden, which these jackasses had it at 95% likely.
No, it's 82 now. North Carolina is 82% by Trump. North Carolina is 82% Trump.
Oh,
right.
Fuck.
It used to be 95, right?
Yeah, it was something fucking insane because, again, these people are insane and they're basically doing nerd astrology, and yet for some fucking reason, everyone wants to inject the copious amount of poll watching and like constantly refresh 538 for no fucking reason other than, making their fifis feel better.
I will tell you. Oh, go ahead, Ryan.
No, just because there's nothing else to, we just want to know and we can't wait, and so they exploit that, and they should be ashamed of themselves.
I just have to say this: I've been a fan of Ryan Grimm from before the time I was a fan of Twitch, and same thing with Hassan. And to see one of my favorite political journalists like Ryan Grimm come together with Austin, I don't know, dude. It's fucking making me feel great. I'm drunk.
No college education voter turnout, wasn't weighed appropriately in our polling.
Austin be like, "Oh no, you go, Austin."
Around and do
you go,
I'm just an
Ryan.
aggregator. I don't actually do the polling myself. Dance over and over again, and it doesn't matter. They're going to be celebrated regardless. Okay.
I don't think Hassan has a small head. I think it's his
mad.
camera angle.
My favorite disclaimer about the pollsters are like, these aren't predictions. These are just, this could be completely wrong. So you shouldn't rely or extrapolate anything from this. So if it is wrong, then we can just say it's wrong.
Or my other favorite. Or my other favorite. Well, actually, we had it more correct than anyone else right before the election at 29%. Okay, well, like when you go around and dance around and trot around that like 29% likelihood that Donald Trump might win the election number, like that's still Like, that's still unlikely. I'm sorry. Like, you as a pundit, and Nate Silver is a fucking pundit ultimately. He's not just a forecaster. He absolutely does engage in punditry. When you do punditry, you're not just talking about the 29%. You're being incredibly condescending in the way that you...
what he means there is that people like that, like Nate Silver, who are doing polls, are biased. They're not just like giving stats. They have like an agenda.
Stop caping for these fucking people because they make you feel good. In a way, it's literally no different than a McDonald's burger that you eat when you feel sad, okay? It's just like, how many times did so many of you go back and check the 538 polls leading up? And by the way, this is a direct shot to Austin right here. Just straight up. Every single time you're like...
I was just about to say something, but you don't know me. You'd be proud of me.
Go ahead.
Because about a week ago, I stopped looking at the polls. I stopped looking at the polls about a week and a half ago, and I started tracking early voter numbers on a daily basis and trying to extrapolate the data from 2018 and try to, see if Biden got this much and what's going on and what are the trends.
Wow, Austin.
So I moved from the polls to what was actually happening, right? And you know what? I spent a good solid week tracking Florida, all for it to fucking get flushed down the toilet in about 25 minutes. I couldn't fucking believe it. You know how many hours I spent looking at my phone, watching hour by hour the margins of Florida change? And 25 minutes, it was gone. Everything that I had predicted, completely wrong, out the window.
Wait, sorry,
unbelievable. Miami-Dade,
respond
who
to
would have
that?
predicted it? Bloodbath. You know
little
who? You know
drunk.
what? I take that back. You know who would have predicted it? Hassan predicted it. He predicted it.
Oh, wait.
Unbelievable.
How's your
I
foot
love
doing?
this is my favorite type of nerd. Nate said on multiple occasions,
I'm
this
drunk
could happen.
a little
10%
bit,
is not
but
a 0% number.
I'm more
There
just
is no
confused.
0% number. Okay, that's not a real thing.
But I guess
in
I'm
the
not as
absence of
confused
an
as I
actual
was
0% chance.
because Maria said fuck NBC. Let's see where they're at now.
Work. I'm so ready to go to.
Okay, they're still on break.
These people, they're not your friends. They're literally just extracting a capital from you, or at least
Zoop.
getting your eyeballs and attention, and also
Vodka, no.
playing with your emotions.
Here's the
and
thing.
the only reason why I get mad about this is because not a single person.
I was very
not a
dumb when
single
I was a
person
kid.
Just looks at 538.
I do not encourage underage drinking at all. But I started getting drunk. I remember around like 8th grade was the first time. And then in 9th grade, I got drunk, was drinking like Jägermeister and all that kind of stuff, vodka, all that shit. And I got so drunk, I got blackout drunk, and I like woke up in my own throw up.
Okay, and neither do I, but at least I admit it.
And ever since then, I have not had any hard liquor. I've maybe taken a few shots of some stuff here and there on like celebratory things or like my friends' birthdays or whatever. But like, ever since that experience, and I was so sick the next day. I was dead. Like the worst feeling I've ever felt, other than like when I had the flu like back in 2019. So, I don't encourage underage drinking at all, but in some way, I'm very happy that I had that experience because now I just don't drink hard liquor. If I'm gonna drink ever, which I rarely do, it's just some beer or like some stronger beer, some like IPA stuff. But still, it's not like I'm doing shots, drinking hard liquor. No thanks.
And say Texas has been called. We know Texas has been called for the last. Quit saying.
No, I think they're just trying to rub it in, dude. Austin, they're just trying to rub it in your face.
I get it. Look, I was throwing it. It's one of those predictions you just throw in, and if it happens, then you look like the smartest guy, and then if you don't, it's like a low risk thing. Low risk.
And if it doesn't, you look like a dumb idiot.
No, you don't even look like a dumb.
Mid-election coverage story time. 8th grade, December. What year was that? I just can't remember what year. But yeah, December, New Year's Eve. We're at my friend Ian's house, partying it up. His family, his mom and dad are there, but they're drunk. And there was some. ice coolers there, wine coolers there. What was it called? Not Mike's Ice Hard Lemonade back then, but there was some other wine cooler back then that was popular, and we had a couple. And so those things you still tasted the alcohol at that age. You're like, oh, this is gross, but it was like still kind of carbonated and like sweet tasting. So we drank that, and we were all drunk as shit at like 8th grade. And then like 9th grade, I remember going over to my friend Spencer's house and on the weekends, and we'd get drunk there. And I only did that a few times. It was like the 3rd time where I got blackout and was like, this is not smart. And I remember some things going on when I was blackout where I'd kind of wake up for a minute, and like the way some of my friends were treating me and shit like that, and how little care they had for me, how it's so easy to become that person that's drunk, blackout, on their back, throwing up, choking on your own vomit, and dying. So it's like, it's just so dangerous, and it's like, you should not be fucking with that stuff. It's like, if you are going to wait till you're of age and you're not going to drive, you're in a safe environment with people you trust. And even then, don't be going shot. Just pace yourself, drink water, eat food. Because it's so quick you can become that person that's on their back, choking on their own vomit. But, all right, sorry.
Not really, and it still looks like a catastrophe. I mean, Trump winning the election would obviously be a catastrophe on a bunch of different levels.
Ever since that experience of drinking like that, when I think of taking a shot or any kind of liquor, I like have like a taste aversion. I like shiver. It just to me, gross.
Depending on how things unfold, Trump. If Biden is made by McConnell to be an ineffectual, unpopular president, who drives, who oversees
Mitch McConnell
a collapsing economy,
one of the most evil people in the fucking world.
Republicans just put a stranglehold on any stimulus or relief or any efforts to improve the country, citing the deficit that they exploded with the tax cut and with the COVID stimulus. Then that's a 2022 Republican wipeout, a 2024 disaster. You could game out how this could be game over for this generation of Democrats if they don't figure out a way.
Steve Bullock lost, by the way.
Well, I mean, that's like they're screwed.
That's
Alaska is still out. Cunningham, fucking Cal Cunningham, hasn't been called yet, right? There's still a lot of vote out in Maine, and Warnock is going to be in a runoff in January, but you need two of those.
I have a little update here from Georgia. A bunch of votes were just dumped into Georgia, and Biden's deficit has shrunk from 8% to 2.5%. Still favored in the New York Times needle by 0.4%. But that gap is closing, showing Fulton County reporting 74.7%, still significant, still about 25% left in Fulton County to report. And as Hassan had alluded to earlier, the rest of Georgia is pretty much all in. I think Trump has pretty much gotten everything that you go through all these counties, everything's 99%. The only thing that's,
what would be sick? If there was like an electoral college upset to where like Joe Biden wins the electoral college in a way where they're like, but it's not fair. Like there was more popular votes for Trump and like blah, 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 to the point to where the Republicans hate their electoral college. And then it's like, oh yeah, let's reform that. Let's get rid of it. Let's just do popular vote. Please.
Down. How's Ossoff looking? With
electoral college is so stupid.
Purdue dropped a little bit, but still not looking. I just don't know how the fuck David Perdue, after John Ossoff just completely beat the shit out of him in those. How the hell? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He just beat.
It's because John Ossoff. is because John Ossoff defeating David Perdue in the marketplace of ideas plays well to you and I, because unfortunately we are bi-coastal libs. But ultimately, what kind of campaign is David Perdue running? He's running a campaign where he's making John Ossoff's nose bigger. He's running a campaign where he's saying Kamala Mamala Mamala on fucking stage with Donald Trump, when he himself is not really that like big of an overt racist as far as I understand. Like, what plays in Georgia to the Republican Party is entirely different than what plays to people outside of Georgia. This is actually a big problem with the original John Ossoff campaign, where plenty of people thought that John Ossoff was absolutely going to crush in the district that he was running in originally, and ended up not winning because people in Georgia just don't have that same energy, and they have more blind loyalty to their party, and also care about different things than what we care about and what we think is smart. But you're right, it was a really good own for sure in the debate, but it's something that we always got to remember, I think.
And he canceled and yeah, that's true. Yeah. Pissed me. Well, I don't understand. What I don't really understand about Georgia is how Joe Biden is more competitive than Ossoff. I mean, I don't know shit about Georgia, so maybe that's probably, I'm sure there's an obvious answer here. But
I think that's a good question.
okay.
Isn't John Ossoff also, because Georgia has runoff elections, so even in the Ossoff even in the John Ossoff election, like, there is isn't there a spoiler there too? Technically you can't consider anything a spoiler because there is a runoff, but I mean, I guess you could consider something a spoiler. Isn't there a spoiler there? Wait, is the Lieberman fail son in the Ossoff race or in the Loeffler race?
He's in the Loeffler one. There's a libertarian who could pull Perdue under 50%.
Yeah,
probably
Shane
will.
Hazel. So and with the trend, so if he goes under 50%, it goes to a runoff, right?
Right.
And currently, right
scroll
now,
through
if
Twitter,
I look at the
see what's going on.
Stats here, let me pull it up.
Seems like Joe Biden's winning the Electoral College so far and might win, but down ballot races aren't doing so good.
Okay, I lost it.
Well, there's a guy in here that's calling us out. He says, not bringing any Republicans on stream because they will shut you down. Lol W, not bringing any Republicans on stream because they will shut you down. Yeah?
Yeah, with dynamite takes, like the count has to be stopped at midnight.
Yeah, what are Republicans going to say in this circumstance? Like,
or all mail-in ballots are fraudulent.
What kind of sexy takes am I going to hear from Republicans about the current predicament that we're facing? I love this, dude. Thank you. You keep doing you, brother.
Trump still got a shot to suppress more vote, throw out more mail ballot. I mean,
oh man. So. Trump is catching up in Nevada. Yeah, people keep saying that Nevada is a little bit closer than you think.
I told you. I remember what I said. Ooh, it is a little bit closer in Nevada than I'd like.
But yeah, he is inching up here with on the decision desk with 80%.
There's no way my state's gonna go
Donald
for
Trump is at
dude.
520,000 votes, where
No
Joe
way.
Biden is at 550,000 votes, pretty much.
Let me check.
So there's a 3-point lead there.
I'm starting to lean
in
toward Biden
Nevada.
winning, but I still think Trump's gonna win, but he's not gonna win Nevada.
26. There's a county that's not reported, Lincoln County. How did that sway in 2016?
Why don't you find out?
Oh, that's a very small county. That didn't really sway very much, very favorably for. It didn't matter. It was for Trump, but it was a very small county.
I just want to say again, I don't even know if he's here
Clark
anymore.
County,
but big ups to Fourth.
which Trump.
If anybody's still here,
Biden's
give him some
performing a little
emotes
better
and
and is
love in
only
the
at
chat. He
75%.
gifted 3 tier 1 subs, or
that's
2
Las
tier
Vegas.
1s, or 2 tier 3s and
Trump
get
is about to
sub
speak, by the way,
himself
so we're
as a
going to
tier
tune
3.
into
So
that when that starts.
3 tier 3s.
There's a new Ralston update.
Then gifted
Biden
1 tier 1
laid
sub.
down to 4.5% after rurals come in. Douglas
So.
not in. We'll probably shave another point. Statewide lead at 44,000, says John Ralston. Damn, he was way more confident in the past update that he gave us. What the fuck?
I gotta go pee again.
Huh.
John, what happened, baby?
John Ralston says Biden's leads down to 4.5% after the rurals come in. Douglas not in yet, but we'll probably shave another point. And statewide lead is at 44,000. That is unacceptable. I'm sorry. It's fucking unacceptable. Absentee ballots are still being processed in Milwaukee. All 169,341 will be reported at once. As of now, election officials are hoping to be done around 3 a.m. Central.
That's 2 hours.
So in the next 2 hours, we could have a better understanding of what's going on. I mean, that's like... Democrat Senate is only 1 away. I don't know. It's not looking too good for the Democratic Senate now that Bullock is losing. So, can we talk about how increased voter turnout didn't help Dems like everyone thought? Well, I think Ryan addressed that earlier.
Wait, that what?
Increased voter turnout didn't help Dems like everyone thought. Because like Dems thought it was going to be a blowout because increased turnout automatically means that Dems are going to win when that is not the case. Okay.
Not true, particularly in the Rust Belt.
Because the other thing I was going to say is, so I think one unique factor, and this is a argument that I make all the time that I have to correct myself on too every now and then, or add this caveat, which is that unlike regular Republican strategies, which revolves around voter suppression, I think that Donald Trump did something a little bit different, which is his rural voter turnout strategy. I think that is his big gamble. That's always been his big gamble. And it seems to be working really well in places like Ohio and like the Western Pennsylvania, Ohio line, where like that area is so red now. And that's probably not going to change any further. Like those guys are now, those rural white ex-union guys who may be working for like a fracking company now or something like that. Like those guys are now diehard reactionary Republicans.
Right.
And that is, I think, a testament to Donald Trump's like turnout strategy. But yeah. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. What do you think, Ryan?
No, I think that's right. That's been his vision, if you can call it that, or his gut instinct the whole time has been that that there are enough white people in this left in the country that if you can appeal to them and also do this do his populism and talk about wages and trade and try to use kind of machismo to drive further.
Who's drunk
into,
speaking? Not me. I ain't drunk, bitch.
Men of color, black men, Hispanic men.
Just about to eat some pickles.
To add that to the white men that you have in your coalition, that you can still eke out a victory. And it's also something that Trump enjoys. Like, he clearly wants to engage in a political strategy that he's going to enjoy executing. And he loves triggering the libs. He loves drama. He's messy. And this kind of all triggering the libs is exactly what he needs to do to fulfill the vision that you talked about.
Yeah.
Triggering the libs.
So it's like a win-win. It entertains him, and maybe he wins.
I
gherkin?
Can't help
what
but
the fuck is
about
a gherkin?
One, the immediate future of what happens.
What kind of Zoomer slang are you talking?
DC
Do I need to delete
I get
that?
the left is not going to concede. Okay, brother. Concede what? Like, it's not like Donald Trump is winning, idiot.
You're talking about some words you learned on 4chan?
The immediate future problem I have immediate problems I foresee in the future is, of course, a Senate majority with the Republicans and the looming threat of economic disaster as a consequence of Trump administration policies that Mitch McConnell is certainly not going to do anything to solve on purpose, right?
Right.
And I am truly fearful about that.
Ref.
I'm worried that
what's up?
That with the Senate majority of the Republicans, like Democrats are going to find yet another reason to be able to not push for meaningful change that is an absolute necessity in this country. But then also in the long term, I think that Donald Trump is a regular Republican in many ways in the policies that he's advocated for consistently. It's something that's been pretty obvious since 2015, with exceptions like tariffs on China. But overall, like, he's just a regular Republican who doesn't use the regular Republican talking points. And that's demonstrated once again in this election. I mean, his turnout is higher than last time. Like, his turnout is matching the Biden turnout. Right now, we're looking at these numbers. Obviously, California is going to run this number up, but so far, Donald Trump has gotten 63.5 million votes to Joe Biden's 65.3 million votes. That's
you
more
got it,
people that
Ref.
voted for
Vegan burger.
Donald Trump now in this election, which means
Some French
that
fries in there.
he picked up members into
And
his
some
coalition.
vegan bacon.
He's slated to have even more. So this notion that, like, you know, people are running away from the Republican Party
little
was
drunk.
silly. It's unfounded. It was a total fabrication made up by MSNBC and New York Times to make liberals feel better about themselves and their position.
That is probably one of your best takes that you've had that I hate seeing. Now I'm triggered by it every time I see somebody in the Twitter thread saying, "Oh, well, you're not accounting for all the Republicans that are going to vote for."
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It doesn't exist. Trump has a 95% approval rating in the Republican Party. All Republicans will vote for him, or mostly, and the people that won't vote for him are just the traditional, you know, switch of the parties that a 5 to 7% that happen every year anyway.
He lost. Look, he
Only
lost
the
some
Lincoln
people.
Republicans is
And
what he's saying.
I've talked about this, like in Arizona. He certainly lost some people in meaningful parts of the country. I'm not saying that these people don't exist. They do exist. But they're not enough. They're in the margins. They're not. I don't think they're enough to move the needle. And he has certainly made up for it with his unique turnout strategy.
Yeah, look how many
in
votes
the
he's
rural
gotten,
voters,
dude.
the non-college educated white voters, white men specifically. But he's also made up for it in really interesting places with non-college educated black and Latino voters as well.
QAnon.
And that is really damaging. The reason why that's really damaging is because it shows me that this kind of reactionary politics is successful. Like, it's really successful. And anyone who does not recognize that, anyone who fails to recognize that the Republican Party absolutely is now the Donald Trump Party and not the other way around, is a fool, in my opinion. They might try to fix it, or they might try to clean up the rhetoric a little bit, you know, pull a Democratic Party, but I don't even know if they will. I don't know if the Republican Party will do that, because I feel like their primary process is beneficial for someone like Donald Trump, and I think they're going to constantly go for more and more outrageous people in their primaries who will take over the Republican Party. So I'm worried that this is a clear acceleration towards fascism. I really do mean it. I believe it. I think that is the worst long-lasting consequence of Donald Trump, is that we are just sprinting towards fascism. So we'll see.
I think we'll be stumbling toward it. Maybe it would be my one amendment to that.
Ryan,
because there might be with the Biden, little stutter.
Right. We'll stumble through 4 years of Biden before.
Exactly. I was just about to say that. And like, if Biden is to win, which I've been saying this whole night, I'm pretty sure Trump's still gonna win. If Biden were to win, in 4 more years, we're gonna have an even worse, more fascist Trump. Even maybe it's Trump again running again, but it's gonna be somebody even worse. That's going to be even more racist and fascist than Trump because of all the things he's gotten away with.
Crazy? Am I wrong on this? Like
the hour, every hour.
Oh yeah, I got it. Oh, it was 62 million. Okay, never mind. Well, he hasn't added 10 million, but he will likely have added. He's added 2 so far, but it's going to be more than that.
He can't run for a third term, but if he loses this time,
even
he could
more-
run for a third or a second, like in 4 more years.
Kami, go cry. I mean, he didn't, and he's going to lose this election. I don't know why.
But
people are so
there
fucking
are
stupid
people
not to
like
recognize
he's talked about it. He's literally talked about like running for like longer than 2 terms. And his supporters are like, "Yeah! Yeah!" And it's like, "Dude, you guys are like literally yang fascism." That's what that is. Like
Thank you for asking, Will. If you want to avoid the ad break, you can just subscribe with your Twitch Prime or your regular Amazon account or just the regular $5.
Exactly, that's what we're waiting on.
That way
That's
you
why
get
it is
the broadcast.
this current.
You know, you also may have the just hit the subscribe button. You may have Prime already. Just tap it.
Try
Just
it
touch
out.
it.
Try it out.
Just touch
Take
it.
a look.
Just tap it. See what happens.
Take a gander.
Just take it. Just hit the button. See what happens.
Feel the sweet nectar of that.
Hold
of that
me,
feeling.
Dylan.
See,
Or
look
did you mean to say my? Hold my
No, it's
Dylan.
fucking insane.
Is that what you named?
Have you ever told him to press the button
Did
before?
you name it? Oh god.
No,
You meant to say
but
me,
also,
right?
I don't even know what the fuck's going on.
Hold my
month
Dylan.
On
I just made you a lot of money.
on the 3rd of December, I'm gonna
No, you're
lose
good.
like
That's funny.
20,000
Hold my
subs, I
Dylan.
think. It's gonna be.
That's what I
insane.
named mine too.
It's still working. This is insanity.
Hold my Zoopendil. What?
But yeah. Donald Trump is still not live. We are still expecting.
I want to
him
see this.
soon.
I want to see him go live.
He's pulling
You know,
Hillary.
Biden's.
Doesn't want to
He went to sleep
How does it
literally
feel
like the
for- I
moment
wonder how
after
it
his
feels in the
speech.
eyes
He
of
was
like Republicans who keep coming in here all night thinking that I was gonna,
Trump
like,
though.
cry,
He's been hitting that
or, like,
Sudafed
I don't know,
drawer
so
that
they
he's
can
got.
make, like,
His special
compilation
UK
videos, and they just
shipment
watch
of
just a sea of
Sudafed with extra
subscribers.
meth in it.
Like every moment they come in, there's like 1,000 new subscribers.
If you
in the
watched
chat.
his
they're like,
rally
"Man, we're gonna get
last
him next
night
time." Like
with
we're really
Lil Pump there, he
Dude, are you
was so
crying?
fucked
And
up.
the entire
he was
night
drunk
I've just
as
been
shit.
like, I told you so. Democrats suck.
Biden is like, it
Here's
was
why
way
they
past
suck.
his bedtime when
I'm
he
not
did his speech a
surprised,
little
and
bit
I'm
ago.
not sad. Also,
way
Trump is
past
still
his
losing.
bedtime.
So I apologize to all the
Like
Republicans.
I've said,
and
you're never
Nazis,
gonna
all
get
the
me
people that
saying
came in
Biden
here
is fucking
expecting,
great
you know,
or
a
good in
different
any
form
way.
of entertainment.
I'm
where
literally
you thought
ready.
My dreams were gonna be
If
shattered as
Biden
though,
were
like,
to
I'm
be
some
called the winner
big Joe
tonight, I
Biden
have a
fan or
whole
something.
stream, a YouTube
I'm
playlist
really
ready
sorry
to
that it
talk
wasn't
about how
entertaining in
shitty
that
of
way,
a
but
person
maybe,
Biden is.
just maybe,
But I have
you
the same
tuned
thing
in
ready
and
for
you
Trump,
had your
talking
mind
about
changed certain
how
ideas.
even more shitty of a
Maybe you're
person
looking at
he
the world
is
a little bit
if he were to
differently, who
win.
knows?
But we're probably not
Maybe
going to
they're
get
subscribing
any
now.
answer tonight.
Yeah, maybe they are. Yeah.
It is amazing to see all those subscriptions come in, especially knowing so many of this audience are, for distributing the wealth. Oh, in terms of that, Austin and I also have our own channels that you
You're
can go
really
use the
plugging
Twitch Prime
Austin?
Time.
Like,
oh, I'm sorry.
like plug yourself,
You're right.
Will.
You're right. Just go to my channel. Just go.
Yeah, why would you plug
redistribute the wealth
Austin? He's
over my
literally
channel.
he has like Austin
I'm all
hits the
dressed up.
numbers
See,
that
like,
I
I'm
had
like a
hit on
newscaster,
election night
right?
on a
Being a
regular
good
basis.
homie. I'm just being a good homie.
Like he literally is like he doesn't even wake up if there isn't 125,000 people in his chat. But Ryan, Austin is the premier.
Damn, he's got
what was he called in
173,000 people watching him. We've got
Premier reality TV
7,000 people watching us.
broadcaster
That's
on
crazy.
this platform.
Wow.
Yeah,
I'm among
Ryan,
royal.
you sound very impressed.
Austin, what are you? What did Kotaku call you? What do they say? You're the premier
trashy reality TV show
trashy
host.
reality TV, yeah, premier trashy reality TV broadcast.
Now Twitch's premier trashy liberal correspondent.
What's trashy? Is Bravo trashy or is that like highbrow reality?
I don't know. It's like
Bravo's good.
It used to be Bravo trashy. Now it's sort of like Disney Channel trashy. You know what I mean? It's like sort of gotten a little bit cleaner, but still trashy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's suitable for all ages, but it's just still trashy.
Good, clean, trashy fun.
Yeah, it's good, clean, trashy family fun.
Clean trash.
Per our chief correspondent, Jim Acosta, Team Trump is upset. Red hot, they say.
Like I've said, the fact that Ryan Grimm and Austin are communicating with each other on this kind of a level is so amazing to me. I've loved Ryan Grimm as a journalist for years before Twitch. Austin ever since I've been on Twitch. Or before I was on Twitch, before I, like when I just was a Twitch viewer, before I started streaming.
Narrative of stolen election, yada, yada, yada.
No, they're red hot about it because now they're going to have to, now they can't call it on the night because no matter which way you cut it, Biden has the lead on electoral college votes. So now, that's why they're red hot.
Nevada's
they
going
really
Biden for sure. There's
so
no way
now,
my state's
here's
going
the
red.
problem.
It
Donald
hasn't
Trump
gone
ran
red
on
in
saying
years.
we need to call the election on election night, right?
Since Bush.
And we can't wait for mail-in ballots. But if Nevada is called by fucking Fox News of all networks, then he can't turn around and be like, I declare victory, because how the fuck would you declare victory? You have less electoral college votes than Biden. And you can't also say, we got to wait for mail-in ballots. We got to wait to see the results. You can't say that. Congratulations, Donald Trump. You fucking played yourself. Now, if Arizona wasn't called, Donald Trump would currently be in the lead. So, or not in the lead, but
funnier than the image of the Fox News
not in the lead, but still, like, it would be
calling
close enough that he could just make it seem like he's winning or something. I don't know.
the Fox News correspondents calling their numbers guy out and being like, "Why did you?"
Exactly, ref. Fuck the Electoral College. We could go find a video on it later. I want to keep watching this, but the Electoral College was created to make sure when slaves were given their ability to vote, that all these rural area or urban areas wouldn't be able to take over and win the presidency, stuff like that. So they divided it up into all these Electoral College votes. So areas that have less of a population in the rural areas would have more of a say. But all that means is one person, one vote means absolutely nothing. It's not more representing. No, it's literally, they made it up to make sure that slaves wouldn't turn the election against the old slave owners. I'll find a video on it. I don't have any saved currently, but I can find one. But the Electoral College sucks. It's why we got George Bush as a president instead of Al Gore back in 2000, which if we had Al Gore as a president, all that stuff after 9/11 of us being in this endless oil war with the Middle East and stuff would not be going on anymore. We'd be doing stuff about climate change and stuff. But the Electoral College and this crazy Supreme Court fuckery back in 2000 decided the election for George Bush. But that's the thing. Even like Hillary Clinton last time, she won the popular vote, but the Electoral College was not on her side. And the way you tell people who are like, oh, but say there's no Electoral College, how are all these people in these rural areas in the middle of the country going to get represented? You have your congressional representative that you can vote Republican, and then they'll go and fight against the president. That's how you say that. But when you have this argument that it's oh, you're going to have places like California and the coastal areas deciding the election, it's well, if that's where the majority of the fucking people live, that's how it should be. It should be based off of one person, one vote. And then you have your individual congressional representatives that you can vote in your area. But yes, dude, what you're saying, the Electoral College is fucking bullshit, dude.
He might even,
but say there's some kind of a victory I was saying earlier where Biden wins the Electoral College, but he loses the popular vote. It's gonna flip. Now you're gonna hear Donald Trump saying the Electoral College is bullshit. I won the popular vote, whereas last time Hillary won the popular vote, saying I won the popular vote, Electoral College, he won, and Donald Trump was still a sore loser, being all those popular votes she won were illegal, they were fake. But you're going to see a flip if something like that were to happen. You're going to see the Republicans saying that the Electoral College is bad. So it's just like, we both as a party need to come together and be like, it should be one person, one vote. But whoever wins with the Electoral College is going to use it to their advantage.
He can't. He believes that he can't change.
Yeah,
that
man.
reality.
Basically, if that's
like, that's why they got
like,
so mad about the Arizona call.
And I mean, in the 2000 election, the government did decide they were going to do a recount. It all came down to Florida. They were going to do a recount, but the Supreme Court laid down a ruling in the end that said if we recount, that could deny George Bush of the presidency. So they just gave it to him instead of going through with the recount. George Bush's brother was also the governor of Florida. And so it's like sometimes that is the government decided then.
Another question about Georgia, because originally we thought Georgia wasn't, they were gonna like freeze the count or something, but then they just kept counting. Like we got debated. Like they just said, "Oh no, we're not counting anymore." Oh, just kidding. And then all of a sudden, a bunch of votes got dumped.
I don't want to keep pausing because
what's the
I feel like they're
story
getting into some good area, especially with the Trump thing. But
that's just a mess.
Once you start saying the government is bad at everything or doing stuff, then it leads to that argument that they're just bad at doing stuff, and that's why people say like, "Oh, universal healthcare is bad because do you want your healthcare run by the government?" And it's like there's like certain things in life that the government should be in charge of, like, and that they can run very well. But the conservative thought is that we need to stop federal overreach. The federal government is bad. They should be very limited to what they do. And in a sense, yes, they should. But in a sense, they should be involved in like providing certain like rights and stuff to the government.
Whoa, what? Bad night for the
I have a
House.
really,
Really
really good video
AP calls,
on
GOP former Representative Yvette
on
Herrell
that
over
exactly our
Representative,
conversation of last time that talks
Zoxy
about how the
Piltori
government is really good at
Wait,
doing certain
what?
functions, and then there's the
geez.
functions like
NMO2.
how
GOP
they like
pickup
create
R
these
plus 6
never-ending
in the
wars
House.
all around the world, and that's where our taxpayer dollars end up
might be
going
it for
to.
Pelosi.
So then there's people in the Libertarian Party who argue against taxes for that reason, and then it's like, no, taxes are good, but then they get misplaced. So it's this huge fucking annoying mess. But hold on, I want to listen to this.
Who the fuck is in there?
I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support.
Coronavirus has
Audio's
created
bad. Does anyone
such a
have a
weird
better link?
situation to where it's like we have no idea who's won right now. That doesn't happen. Right now, there would be a concession speech going on.
Is trying to disenfranchise that group of people, and we won't
Here we
stand
go.
for it. We will not stand for it. I want to thank the First Lady, my entire family, and we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it.
We're good
I
now.
want to
Sorry,
thank the
chat.
First Lady, my entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us all through this.
Yeah.
And we were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good, such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement, we won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won
He's
it
doing
by a
that
lot.
because he has dentures. They've almost flown out at a couple times. But all these old-ass politicians have dentures. So it's like nothing against
We
him
won
for that. But like he's holding them
the
in
great
for
state
sure.
of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas.
Democrats were so
by
stupid thinking Texas was
700,000
going to go
votes,
blue.
and they don't
Idiots,
even
dude.
include it in the tabulations.
Florida
It's also
too.
clear
Dumbass
that
is
we
like,
have won
Joe
Georgia.
Biden's going to win Florida and Texas. Like, come
We're
on.
up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7%
doesn't
left.
happen in
They're
those
never going to
states.
catch us. They can't
It doesn't
catch
happen
us.
there.
Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina. Where we're up
No, he hasn't.
Like I say,
or 77,000 votes with
I
only
fucking hate the Democrats.
Silence them, but
they're my
networks
enemy.
won't.
We also,
But the Republicans
if you
are
look
fucking
and you
evil.
see,
Like they're like
Arizona,
fucking
we have
inhumane evil.
a lot of
to
life
me,
in
but
that. And
Democrats, I
said-
still hate them.
Somebody declared.
He doesn't want to say
it was a
who. He doesn't
victory
want to
for-
say
and
Fox.
Maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible.
He wasn't a Democrat. He
But
just had to
certainly
run
there
as a
were
Democrat
a lot
because
of votes out
we have a
there
stupid
that we could
two-party
get
system.
because we're now just coming
Or if
into
you
what
run
they
third
call
party,
Trump
you're guaranteed
territory.
to
I don't know
lose.
what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters.
He's an independently
And
elected
that could
senator
be
of Vermont.
Overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight.
Yeah, it was close,
He
but
said, "Well, we
still,
think
it's like it's
fairly
Texas. It
unlikely
was
that he
close
could
when
catch." Well,
it was
fairly
Beto
unlikely.
O'Rourke versus Ted Cruz.
And we don't even
But
need
it's like
it.
still,
We
you
don't
know the
need
Republicans
that.
going to
That
win in
was
Texas.
just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility,
He's
maybe
so
even a good
pissed.
possibility.
He's
In fact,
so mad.
since I saw that originally, it's been changed, and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes.
Again, millions of mail-in ballots have not been counted yet.
Yeah, true.
Completely insane for him to just claim this. Because now if Pennsylvania turns, people are going to turn around and be like, what the fuck? That's cheating. That's a lie. Oh my God, overkill on the flags, by the way. Jesus
We're up
Christ.
600. Think of this. Think of this. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000.
That's not that many when there's
These aren't even
millions of
close. It's
votes
not like,
yet to be
oh,
counted.
It's close. With
My vote was counted already, though. I'm
64%
for
of
sure.
the
Mine was mail in.
vote in, it's going to be
But I'm
almost
for sure it was
impossible
counted. I
to catch.
checked
And we're
today.
coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. I mean, it's
Mine, I didn't mail it in either. My
so
lady
we'll probably expand that.
actually had to
We're
go. She
winning
didn't get her mail-in
Michigan, but
ballot,
I'll
although
tell you,
everybody
I
else
looked
did.
at
So
the
she had to go
numbers.
vote
I
in
said,
person. So
"Whoa."
she
I
dropped
looked,
mine
I
off
said,
there.
Wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes, and 65% of the vote is in. And we're winning Wisconsin. Now, so we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and
I would too.
Greg Abbott, he said,
But being
congratulations. He called me to
immunocompromised, I
congratulate
didn't
me
want
on
to,
winning
and my lady
Texas. I
didn't
mean,
want to
we
either.
won
She just
Texas.
was
I don't
forced
think they
to.
finished quite the
It was either
tabulation,
she
but there's no way.
went or didn't vote.
And it
because
was
her ballot
almost
I
complete,
still
but
hasn't
he
shown up,
congratulated
which
me.
is crazy.
Then he
That's
said,
called
"By the way,
voter
what's
suppression.
going on? I've never seen anything like this." Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. That's Michigan. So when you take those three states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many. We had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by.
Like what, Texas and Georgia? You're flexing Texas and Georgia? Really?
Votes, and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, "What happened to the election? It's off." And we have all these announcers
Oh,
saying,
this is so bad.
"What happened?" And then they said, "Oh."
This is definitely
Because you know what
dangerous.
happened? They knew they couldn't win, so they said, "Let's go to court." And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly.
Nice.
Because
Zoo.
either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory.
This is
377,000. Texas, as we said. Ohio. Think of this. Ohio, a
I
tremendous
got what
state,
you
a
said.
big state.
I
I
know
love
what you meant.
Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 461. Think of it. Almost 500,000 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing left.
This is disastrous. This coverage
And all of
is
a
so
sudden, everything
dangerous.
just stopped. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting
just giving
ready
a
to
victory
win this
speech.
election. Frankly, we did win this election.
How can you say that? That is
So our goal
insane.
now is to ensure the
I've been sitting here telling you this whole time I think Donald Trump's gonna win, but he's declaring it without all the votes being cast. That's fucking ridiculous.
the law to be used in a proper manner.
Oh my God.
So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all.
Oh,
voting to
your new
stop.
Supreme Court,
We
great.
don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list.
Why? Why would you not do that? They count mail-in ballots after
Mad lad.
fucking
It's a
November
very
3rd
sad
every
moment.
year.
To me, this is a very sad moment, and
he's doing it.
We will win this, and we, as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it. So
Oh
I just
my
want to thank
God.
And
Oh
I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people
Holy
that worked with
shit,
us. And
dude.
Mr. Vice President, say a few words, please.
Mr. Vice President. I mean, he still is for whatever.
No,
if he-
he said we want to stop the votes. He means like we want to stop the count. That's what he's talking about. He doesn't mean stop
Let's
the
try to
votes. He
unpack
means
now
stop
some
the
of what we
count.
saw from the president right there as Vice President Pence starts to talk. It is true that President Trump has won the states of Ohio and Texas and Florida according to our projections. But it's a matter of fact right now that at this hour, at least, Joe Biden has 221 electoral votes to the 213 electoral votes of Donald Trump. And in the popular vote right now, Joe Biden is also leading the popular vote.
That
This is terrible.
fucking insane.
This is exactly how you don't cover this. This is just fascism happening in front
Yes,
of our
dude.
eyes.
Saying, I don't care about the votes.
Is losing right
We
now.
won in
And
my
the
eyes.
popular vote and the
That
electoral
is
vote.
fascism.
He couldn't
dude.
even break it.
Joe Biden didn't say he won. Joe Biden was like, we don't know. We got to wait for the votes. That is fucking craziness. I've been saying this entire time that I think that Trump is going to win
If he
tonight.
stops the count,
That
he's
that
losing right
Bernie
now?
was
No,
the
he
only
doesn't.
hope we had.
If he stops the count, he wins Michigan and Pennsylvania right now.
But to go ahead and declare
That's
yourself the
completely
winner and say you're going to
psychotic.
try to stop the votes from
He's
being
winning in Michigan
counted,
and Pennsylvania only because votes are not being counted currently. There's 2 million votes that are not counted in Pennsylvania, with 66% of those votes favoring Democrats. He can't stop the votes from being counted. He says he's going to try to elevate it to the Supreme Court. I don't think he can do it. All right, let's hear it, Ryan. What do you think? How on the level
Welcome
of
back, dude.
irresponsibility scale, what are you at? Like,
when
was
the
that a
fuck is
10 or-
Kanye winning? He's gotten a couple
on
hundred
the
votes.
media
I
covering
think. I
it
don't know.
as is, like as it's just like normal
All the people
process,
that are in
normal
his
concession
church
speech or
voted for
victory
him.
speech from Donald Trump. What do you think about this?
I mean, on the media front, what do you do? Do you say the president made remarks, but we're not going to broadcast them because they're reckless and fascist?
Not that, but you should probably have someone side by side correcting it.
You guys chit chat. I'm going to watch Fox and tell you what they say.
How do you
Well,
say
CBS
that as the
and CBS,
leader
they
of the
literally said
free
that he
world?
castrated
Supposedly the
American
leader of the
electoral
free world that
disenfranchised.
I think I
There are going to
won
be people who want
without
to
all
where
the
do those
votes
votes
being
come
counted.
from? Where
I've been
was
saying
that?
this whole
It was
time,
all
trying to be
turn around
biased.
and
I
see
think
what they're saying.
standard, and yes,
Trump
it's
is going to
different.
win. That if the moment Bernie lost the nomination, he was our only shot at beating Trump. Joe Biden had no shot. It seems like things are going a different way. Things could change with those mail-in votes. Maybe they're all Trump and he wins. But to go ahead and declare it without them being counted and say you're going to try to stop them from being counted, even if he stops them from being counted, I'm pretty sure that no, if they just declared it, I don't know how it would go, because he is kind of winning in some of these places, but still a lot of votes left in Pennsylvania and Michigan, Wisconsin. Oh God. Either way, as like a white male in America, I know with the privilege that I have, like I'm going to be okay, but if Donald Trump were to win, like definitely like my heart is broken for all the immigrants in this country. Like, God, dude, fuck, man. That's like the other day when we were watching that John Oliver stuff about Trump's immigration policy at the border, his child separation shit, made me just start crying on stream. Man, like it gets me, dude. It's so sad.
Insane.
Fox News redemption arc, dude.
It's not a redemption arc. They're still racial agitators and horrible and mostly responsible for
I need
Donald
another
Trump.
beer.
So
Fox News is Vegeta. You heard it here first.
But of course, still, once again, as expected, Chuck Todd and numerous other liberal outlets are downplaying it and trying to look at it from like a normal perspective, like a normal president is saying normal stuff, but like a little out of pocket there.
Counted first. All the other ballots that were cast early are being counted now. And so it looks right now like he has a lead. And he may maintain that lead, but he might not once all those other ballots are counted. And so that's what he's trying to do here, is he's stepping out and saying, look, I'm winning, which in our parlance would be he has an edge.
Does he have any grounds?
But at the end of the day, once all those votes are counted, it may be that all those mail-in ballots
Supreme Court wouldn't rule that
gave
way.
it to Joe Biden. And we saw
He has put out a false narrative now
Yes,
that many
yes.
people will now believe.
Yes.
That's what's
Yes.
troubling about it.
And he
Ryan,
was
does he
furthered
have any
by
grounds
that
at all
by
to do
people
this?
giving him a mouthpiece
No.
to do that. Let's bring in David Becker, who is our election law expert.
Does who of
And
what?
David, under what
Donald
legal
Trump have
grounds could
any
the
grounds at
president
all to
proceed
stop
as
the
he
count?
says
Is there
he wants
any
to?
situation you see in which he
Well,
gets
none
away
that
with
I
this?
know of. You all
No.
just nailed it. I mean,
No,
nearly
and he probably
everything the
hurt
president just
himself
said was
with
false.
with
I
John
mean, there
Roberts.
we know there were over 100 million
and probably Brett
early
Kavanaugh.
ballots cast in this election. But we've
Even
only
Ben
counted
Shapiro
about
tweets.
130.
Well, okay. So I talked to my mom before stream a little bit on the phone, and she had said something about the rioters and things like that. But like, oh, I've heard of like friends boarding up their businesses and stuff. And all I have to say to that is, like, if you see like what's going on during like Black Lives Matter protests, which like we've talked about, like when the, like things like start getting violent, it's like called agent provocateurs. It's people usually outside of those peaceful protest groups coming in and trying to create agitation to make that peaceful protest look bad. Like that's like a real thing that happens. We like went back one day and looked at a bunch of footage of like individual people going in and starting the fires at like AutoZone, breaking the windows, throwing stuff in, and peaceful protesters, Black Lives Matter protesters going up and be like, yo, we don't want you to do this. We're not asking you to do this. You're going to make us look bad. But regardless of agent provocateurs, what Martin Luther King said one day a long time ago was, riots are the language of the unheard. If you look at what goes on during Black Lives Matter protests and say, oh, but the rioting and looting, that property damage. If you're more worried about property damage than a person's life being taken by a state-run organization that has no no repercussions for their actions usually, other than maybe a fine sometimes or a little bit of jail time. Like there's no accountability. If you're more upset at the property damage to a Target or an AutoZone, or even maybe like a family-owned business that can be rebuilt by government funds, if you're more worried about that than the individual person's life, there's something wrong with you, like as an individual. And the same thing, like when you look at like people protesting, maybe getting upset about Trump winning, if he does win, which I've been saying all night I think he's going to, you got to think, like we've talked about, there's women and children being separated at the border, who some of them will never be reunited with their families ever again. Ever. That's insane, dude. Like thinking about some of the individual stories like I've seen in the news and stuff like that, and like my own research, like makes me like want to cry. It's insane. But when you think about that going on, and then also that those women are also being forced into hysterectomies now, their ovaries are being taken out. so they can't reproduce things that like Hitler did during like the Holocaust at these, like, whether you want to call them concentration camps or immigrant camps, whatever you want to call them, they like, it's whatever, same fucking thing. When you're doing hysterectomies, you should expect people to get mad. Like, that's like just it. So if you get more upset at the property damage that comes from actions like that, you gotta like take a serious look, like, where are my morals at, you know? Like, what do I care more about? The property damage of a private business, or the like inhumane destruction of like women and children, or like even men? Like, it happens to everybody. What, you're an immigrant, it doesn't matter. So that's all I have to say about property destruction. Is like, obviously it's never good, and it always makes the peaceful protesters look bad, and that's why there's agent provocateurs doing that. But at the end of the day, what they're protesting is always way fucking worse. Like, that's just it. It's like, do you care about property destruction or human life? And that's where my politics come from. It doesn't come from I'm a liberal or I'm a conservative. It comes from empathy and sympathy and anti-racism and care for like the environment. Things like that. It's not like, oh, I'm a conservative, so I believe this, and this, or I'm a liberal, so I believe this. No. Like, a lot of issues, like when you talk about things like universal health care, they try to make it into like, this is a Republican or this is a Democrat issue, when that's not the case. Universal health care will save everybody. That's why you have like old Republicans being like, yeah, I'm all about this, what Bernie Sanders is talking about, because it's going to give my wife health care, who is struggling right now. And it's like, so it's like there's all these issues that they try to polarize, but you can't sometimes. And it's like, it's definitely something that affects everybody. What's morally right versus just being an idiot. Exactly. So do I condone violence and rioting? No, but what I condone more is like inhumane violence against other humans. Which, like, when you see like rioting and stuff like that going on, what do you see happen? Police fucking hurting journalists and peaceful protesters. So, all right, I made my point there, I feel like, about rioting.
Nowhere near as effective as Mitch McConnell is, and yet every fucking Republican hates her, despises her, thinks she's a socialist.
I can't believe Mitch McConnell. I can believe it, but man, I was so hoping Mitch McConnell would lose his state. He is an evil person.
Yeah, but so
Nancy
if they're
Pelosi
survive
sucks.
what
Mitch
McConnell's
McConnell
about
is
to do to them, they're going to have to make
evil,
McConnell
man.
extremely famous.
His policies
and
would literally fucking
and do what has
murder
almost
his
never
own
been done
constituency,
before,
his
which
Republican voters. Like, they will
manage
murder
to
them. He
blame
wants to cut Social
the party
Security
out
and
of,
Medicare
out
so
of
much.
presidential
Mitch McConnell,
power for what's going wrong in the country.
All right.
This guy.
Okay. Let's see what they're saying
David,
here on
if
CBS.
we take something he said literally, he said, we're going to go all the way to we're going to go to the Supreme Court and ask it to stop counting the ballots. He, as president, cannot go directly to the U.S. Supreme Court and ask those 9 justices to stop counting ballots, correct?
That's correct. He's going to have to go through the lower courts. It might be the state courts. It might be the federal courts. It depends on what legal claims he wants to bring.
I didn't even open my beer. We started getting into that
However, a lot of these
talk.
rules, we saw a lot of pre-election litigation, and that was a little bit disconcerting because it was so much of it. But on the other hand, it established
But in
a lot of
English,
these rules
David,
in
that
advance.
means pre-election litigation means this is already settled, that at this point it can't be revisited.
Hold on. GOP election lawyer Ben Ginsburg says on CNN that there's no way for Trump to do what he just claimed he would do. Go to the Supreme Court and ask for it to stop counting the ballots. Steve Kernakistan account response. Ben Ginsburg himself did that with
like
Bush
an
v.
egg
Gore
with
and
hair,
won.
dude.
No, they didn't.
It sucks
know your
that
history.
so many of our
They did
politicians
not
look like
stop
that.
the
That they
counting
look
of
old and just fucking like they're dying.
From
Like, here,
happening.
look at
And even
this.
then, they didn't even really stop the recount from happening. The recount stopped happening when the Brooks Brothers riot occurred. But, like, they didn't actually stop counting the votes. There was an entirely different set of circumstances there with intentionality. Like, am I wrong, Ryan? You want to clarify here? Or
No, that's more or less right. They did. It's fair to say they stopped a recount that was still going on, that the Florida Supreme Court had just only ordered a couple
Hold on, I
hours
can't
earlier,
find it
in my memory. But your point that the difference between a count and a recount is massive.
Massive. Like, one is literally finding out the outcome of an election. The other one is correcting potentially
These
the
were his
outcome of an
hands
election.
the other day.
Like, that's entire.
Like he went up to talk, and he also had like a bruise on his mouth. Right here you can kind of see. And it's like, dude, our politicians are fucking rotting away. And like people like Dianne Feinstein, Nancy Pelosi, all these old ass Democrats, they're shitting their pants too, probably pooing in colostomy bags. And it's like, dude, at this point, we need young people like AOC in there. But at the same time, there are people like Bernie who are old as fuck, but have literally been fighting for the same things for their entire life. Like, they don't waver. They know what is right, what's wrong. They fight for what's right. So there's sometimes people like that.
Radical in the room.
Yeah, the rest of them were like, well, no, I mean, he won a couple of things, and he should have the right to, say, and it's like, I don't know, it's like Hillary coming out and being like, well, we got California, we got Oregon, we got Washington, and, but you're still losing.
Yeah, it's real silly.
My prediction
Real
right now
silly
is that
stuff.
Wisconsin, Michigan, and
How many votes,
Pennsylvania
Ryan,
are
are
all
sorry,
going
I'm so
Trump.
sorry.
No, go ahead.
How many
After
votes are
mail-in
in
ballots.
Wisconsin? I'm trying to crunch numbers here. How many
I'm a
ballots are yet to
pessimist.
be counted? Because everything's pretty much counted in Wisconsin, with the exception of that county. What is it? Milwaukee.
I heard that it's a net.
He has been looking bad.
100,000.
170,000.
And it'll net. It's supposed to net. People are predicting about 70,000. So what's the gap right now?
It's supposed to net 70,000. The gap is over 100,000.
That's just Milwaukee, but there's supposed to be a bunch of net gains elsewhere in the state that are still to come.
So like a total of 182,000 ballots out.
Is that what they're saying are out?
Well, that's what the chat's saying.
I don't know. Yeah, so around 3 a.m.
They started counting mail-in ballots last, so they just haven't even been counted. Okay.
Yeah, it's Wisconsin's looking really good for Biden.
Okay, let's see what about Michigan?
Also looking pretty good, depending on what Detroit brings in.
So they're more hopeful than I am.
One of our good viewers just sent me Mitch McConnell's name ID.
Zoop, I swear to fucking God.
88%. That's higher than I thought it would have been. They got to make him famous and toxic. Thank you to Kate.
Oh.
Detroit's gonna save the day in Michigan. Oh yeah, I forgot.
Okay.
Our labor lib in the chat was
Man, I
saying
thought I was
that,
about to see some
UAW
weird
is, like,
shit. I was
absolutely
about to be like,
screwed
Zoop,
Detroit
you are a
for
mod. You
an
need to be a
absolutely
model
screwed-
example in this
Like
chat.
they had
There's a cucumber.
really good turnout in Detroit. Apparently, that's what they were saying. Now, there's also some activities that are being planned in the upcoming week, this week, in regards to.
Not only
all the
does this
stuff that
taste
Donald
great,
Trump said he was going to do.
it'll help
if you've been
with
watching,
the whole drunken dehydration thing.
If you've been watching this broadcast for the past month, things are happening pretty much in exactly the same way that I said that they were going to happen, but that's not on me. That's just because we watch Donald Trump here obsessively, and he has this pathological obsession with like revealing exactly what he's going to do, and then a concession prone media that is always trying to make everything sound civil and normal, listening to him and going, haha, he won't do that, that's crazy, or at least like trying to normalize it or something. So like Donald Trump has been saying that he was going to do this. He very openly agitated against mail-in ballots ahead of time, months ago. He said COVID was fake and there's no reason for these mail-in ballots. And then when the mail-in ballots came...
Like I said earlier, before stream, I wanted to start earlier and talk a lot about voter suppression and how that is the real issue, not voter fraud. This whole myth of voter fraud that is being pushed is just a way for them to push for further voter suppression. Like they're trying to say all this mail-in ballot voting stuff is fraud and shit like that, when it's just like just voting. It's more people are just doing it now because of COVID. But I had so many videos lined up, but I just couldn't go live. We just had to get right into the election stuff. But election fraud is like 0.00001% of the problem, whereas voter suppression goes on by the hundreds of thousands every single election. Whether it's a major election for president, or it's a primary election to nominate who's going to be president, or it's a local election, it goes on everywhere. And a main part of that is something called gerrymandering, which is the way that legislators arrange districts. Like when you look at the way districts are when you're like going to vote and stuff like that, it's all these really weird fucking lines and shit, and they district them in a way to where they can get the certain amount of votes that they fucking need. It's crazy. Gerrymandering is such a huge issue that I could find. I don't have any videos on it ready to go, but I could find some.
Fox did that. He can't turn around and be like, we're winning on every avenue. And instead, he decided to go forward with it regardless, and say, Arizona, stop counting. Arizona, don't stop counting. We're going to win Arizona. But Pennsylvania and Michigan, please stop counting, despite the fact that there are millions of people who have already cast their ballots in the most legal way possible that haven't been counted yet.
Yeah.
So,
every
he
single election, there are mail-in ballots that get counted afterwards. That happens every time. The only way you would want to stop counting them is to stop the results of the election.
Ahead of time.
That's the only
He's
reason
a very
you'd want to do that.
transparent autocrat.
Well, that's low-key kind of the reason why Republicans like him. That's why he's not a real politician, because he's honest about his dishonesty. He always has been. And it's kind of like it's kind of like having in team sports, I liken it to having a team player on your side that is like maybe a little too aggressive with the tackles, okay? Maybe they injure some people, but ultimately they're on your fucking team. And even though you know they're a scumbag, when you're on the field with them, you're like, well, I appreciate this person because we're ultimately winning. That's the way people see Donald Trump when they're blindly loyal to the Republican cult. They see him as a honestly dishonest person. And that's why when Republicans hear me say stuff like that, they say, shut the fuck up, you fucking idiot, because they can't cope with the reality. The reality is too sad for them to cope with. And therefore, they just say, shut up, stupid head. You're wrong. Eat pee-pee and poo-poo.
That's why you don't have a conservative in here, because they would shut you down.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. That's right.
When people are saying Arizona's called, well, Arizona's been called.
Listen,
friends.
I'm no big city politician, but I know what we need is obvious. We need to keep counting those ballots in Arizona, and we need to shut down the ballots in Michigan and Wisconsin. This is day one stuff. It's because of the time zones.
Basically,
Don't
what's
you get
going
it,
on?
Tommy?
That's right. And the reason he's telling you that is because he ain't a career politician. That's right. He's a business.
I was gonna say, what just fucking happened? We were at like 10 views a minute ago. Now we're at 4. Did my talking about rioting and looting really drive people away or something? What happened?
That's not even
what happened?
Totally true. When people vote, sometimes he does win. Like in a state
Vote by
that
mail.
you yourself personally thought Biden was going to win, Florida.
Look, Texas, he's making a comeback.
No, I was talking
Just
about
wanna
Florida.
let you know. Oh.
And Texas too, yeah.
Texas, I have not called the state of Texas yet. I'm still.
I called the
that's on
governor
my
of the
pro-
great state of Texas, and he said, "Donald, you obliterated this thing." Okay. We
AP
should've
also
called it
called.
twice."
AP also called Arizona, by the way. I think that's a
Oh,
little bit. That's a little tricky, right there. I mean, why did they wait for this long until they called it? That's a little sus. I think
CNN,
they're-
okay. I watched CNN
Why
for
is
like
it
3 hours
sus?
this morning. Florida was at 57-48, and
Is it
CNN like kept
I don't
going
know.
to Florida like several times over like 3 hour period with Trump, with a commanding lead. And they're like, oh, look at Florida. You look at the vote, no. And it's just, I personally think that they like to create the, I don't know, the suspense a little bit, but that's just me. They took forever to call Florida on CNN.
Yeah, they probably didn't have anything else to talk about in the moment.
Yeah.
They didn't have good numbers in elsewhere.
Okay,
Then
so
you
political
stop.
reporter, Washington bureau chief for Milwaukee Journal Sentinel says, Wisconsin update, and this is new, this is fresh stuff. With Trump up almost 120,000 over Biden, not sure Biden can make all that up with MKE County absentees. There are other votes still out, including from Kenosha and Green Bay, and GOP votes still out there too, needless to say. Have heard bullish things from both sides. I wonder if Wisconsin will be called in the next hour, right? Or they said Wisconsin was going to be called, at least 160,000 are going to be called immediately, I think.
Let's go.
Man, you're just avoiding
It's
the good
gonna be
points
Trump,
that people bring
dude.
up about
Come
Donald
on.
Trump.
It's 92%
There are no
reporting.
good
He's at
points that people can bring up
51%.
about Donald Trump, brother. Unless you want to make them. Did you make them yourself personally? I'll check your user card to see if you did.
Oh, God, I'm starting to have anxiety.
We don't live in a democracy, numbnuts. Wait, that's your good point? What do you think a democratic republic is? Like, is just like there's two types of democracy. Like America is still has a democratic process, unless you think that America should be an autocratic process, like that it should be under authoritarian rule. But thank you. That is a good.
What I want, like every single bill voted on in an election.
What is it? What did you say, Ryan? You got cut off a little bit.
No, your buddy there. He wants like every single bill and amendment that goes through Congress to like be voted on in a national election.
No, I don't think he's an anarchist. I don't think he's advocating for direct democracy. I think he just doesn't understand what. I think he's probably heard Republicans say like,
Hey,
"Oh,
Ryan.
this is not a democracy.
Yeah,
it's a republic."
Holy shit, dude. Hassan, have you seen the Bernie Sanders clip on Jimmy Fallon where he
I did.
predicted this
I didn't
verbatim?
I didn't click on it, but if someone can send it to me again, I'll watch it.
I sent it to you in your Twitter.
Ryan.
In your inbox. Dude, he literally predicted it verbatim.
I mean, hey man, if you want to be a future teller, be a leftist. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say. A lot of people predicted what was going on tonight.
Is November 3rd.
Let's watch.
And
Skip to like the middle because like he basically says a lot of stuff.
Okay, well we'll just watch it. We'll just watch old Bernard Sandernista over here.
Sandernista.
Let's see what the throat goat has to say about tonight.
Still looking so sexy.
election.
Look at him. Old as
We'll know
fuck.
the
Had a heart
results.
attack.
From before. This is from a while ago.
Jimmy, you raise an important point, and I hope the American people understand it because this
Jimmy's
is something
drunk like
I
me.
worry
Look at his
about.
eyes.
My view is every vote must be counted. For reasons which I don't have the time to get into tonight, you're going to have a situation, I suspect, in states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, other states, where they are going to be receiving huge amounts of mail-in ballots. And unlike states like Florida or Vermont, they're not being able, for bad reasons, to begin processing those ballots
Voter suppression
until,
reasons.
I don't know, election day, or maybe when the polls close. That means you're going to have states dealing with perhaps millions of mail-in ballots. Here is my worry. What polls show and what studies have shown is that for whatever reason, Democrats are more likely to use mail-in ballots. Republicans are more likely to walk into polling booths on election day. it is likely that the first votes that will be counted will be those people who came in on election day, which will be Republican. And here is the fear, and I hope everybody hears that. It could well be, and I don't know what's going to happen, nobody does, but it could well be that at 10 o'clock on election night, Trump is winning in Michigan, he's winning in Pennsylvania, he's winning in Wisconsin, and he gets on the television, he says, "Thank you, Americans, for re-electing me. It's all over. Have a good day." But then the next day,
Bernie's
the
so
day
smart.
following, all of those mail-in ballots start getting counted, and it turns out that Biden has won those states. At which point Trump says, "See, I told you the whole thing was fraudulent. I told you those mail-in ballots were crooked, and we're not going to leave office." So that is a worry that I and a lot of people have. So the results, we don't know what's happened. Maybe the results will be on election day, but people should be aware of.
Yeah, I mean,
almost exactly what he said.
Yeah.
He didn't say he for sure won. He's like, we basically
he
won.
nailed it.
The election.
He nailed it completely.
God. Ugh.
Now, of course,
I wish that I just had a Bernie sign behind me all the time. I should.
Of course,
like
if you've been a
Hassan
member
does.
of this community, none of this information is new to you, and you probably look really cool with your friends if you repeated any of the things that you heard here over the past month. So that's why I keep telling you, if you wanna look like you have good knowledge over what's gonna happen, just listen to the Republicans, because they tell you what they're gonna do.
Look, Ryan, I am freaking out over Wisconsin.
Why
Give him that copian, Ryan.
I'm a little bit disturbed by what's going on in Wisconsin. Is
Our
there
correspondent Lib Austin
anything you
over
can
here.
tell me to ease my nerves here? I mean, do you really think it's enough?
Same.
Tell him he's pretty, Ryan.
Milwaukee's still not in.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. I know. We know that, but I mean, Trump's got a 110,000 vote lead in Wisconsin.
Okay, so let's take a look at Ozaukee, Washington, and Waukesha outside of Milwaukee, which are supposed to be historic GOP bastions, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea where the fuck they are. I have no idea where Milwaukee.
I just got to keep this on. This is like the best coverage right
I'm
now.
on my 13th hour right now of nonstop political content today, okay?
Look at some Senate,
you're gonna have
Senate
to give
races
me a
down
little
North
bit of a
Carolina
break here.
Senate. That is
all right, I'm no
close to
Jake
call.
Tapper.
Tom Tillis,
Trying my goddamn
there
best
with
over here. All right, where
No
the fuck?
no Steve Kornacki.
I'm no Steve Kornacki. Fox has the wrong percentage. Okay, fuck it. Let's go to freaking New York Times then. All right, so Wisconsin right now looking not too great. The original 2016 result, of course, was that Trump won Wisconsin by 0.8%. And the polling average, on the other hand, for Wisconsin.
Give me a minute. I'm going to go check with our resident correspondent, Maria, to see if, or our senior correspondent, sorry, to see if she has any hot takes.
Definitely underperformance there. Now, we haven't gotten to all the full Wisconsin results yet. It's 81% of the estimated votes that New York Times is looking at currently. Also, oh shit, before I continue with the Wisconsin predictions or analysis or anything like that, before we look at individual counties point by point, I do have to run a 60-second ad because we are at the top of this hour once again. Holy shit, time is fucking flying right now.
But remember,
Okay.
you can avoid those ads by using your Twitch Prime or subscribing with $5.
That's true. You can do that, but I don't even care at this point. I'm just running it. Fuck it. Sorry if you get an ad. All right. Jesus Christ. Okay. So about half of the vote is coming through early and mail-in votes in Wisconsin, and they are not going to be processed until election day, as we all know. And most jurisdictions are going to be releasing election day and absentee votes together, but some of the big jurisdictions are releasing them separately, and the timing is unclear. Ryan, I don't know if you have additional clarity on that, but it does seem like Milwaukee is one of those places where they're not where they're holding on to the votes for some fucking weird reason. I don't know why, or maybe they're not releasing early ballots. If there's any additional, wait, didn't I run the ad? You're saying no ad? No, I ran the ad. Anyway, so if you guys have, regarding Wisconsin, if you have any additional information.
No, it's the same. They're still confident that the numbers are going to be significant enough to pull Wisconsin. We're not going to hear probably till tomorrow.
They said 1 a.m. or 4 a.m.
Tomorrow, yeah. Michigan, Wisconsin are supposed to do tomorrow. Philadelphia is supposed to put out it in 6 hours.
No, Wisconsin is supposed to give us information literally between the next hour or in between. They said 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. I believe. So what is that, like next hour?
Yeah.
That's when they're supposed to give us information. Now they're going to reveal some information in batches. I think they have 160,000 votes. They're going to be revealing in the next 55 minutes. So they're counting on it.
So 160,000 in the next 55 minutes, and then after that, is that it? Is there any more after that?
No, of course there's more. Dude, it's 81% of the votes that's been counted so far with 2 million, nearly 3 million votes. So no, there is more.
Yeah, there's a bunch more.
Okay.
There's a bunch more. There's at least twice.
I thought there was only 160,000 more votes left.
No.
Someone said there are about 547,000 votes left to be counted in Wisconsin, and there's a difference of 100.
Kicks in, dude.
Oh, Jesus.
There's a difference of 120,000 votes difference so far, and therefore Biden is probably going to need 4 out of the 6 of the remaining votes. So as far as Wisconsin goes, as far as the Wisconsin performance,
just checked in with senior correspondent Maria. She's with me. She thinks that Trump's going to win Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Charlie, what's up, dude? It's looking like it's in Trump's favor, Biden's favor, but here, wait, this one's a little more, which one's more accurate? I don't know which one's more accurate. This one says Biden's doing a little better, but, we're waiting on the mail-in ballots from Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. We're still waiting on my state to be counted, which I'm pretty sure Biden's going to win. Like, I don't think it's going to go Trump at all. We've been blue for a while. But we're not going to know tonight, I don't think. Wisconsin, we're going to know within an hour, I think. Michigan and Pennsylvania, I don't think we're going to know tonight. Till tomorrow morning. It is tomorrow morning now, but by like sometime this morning. Trump has declared victory though, basically, and like saying that he wants to stop the counting of these like leftover ballots. It's pretty terrifying. Which we've all been saying he's gonna do this entire time. And man, Charlie, I have to say, your emotes are so cool. Do you make those yourself? Because if you do, man, I just made some new emotes that you have access to as well of my face, but like your graphic design ones are really cool. I like that. The hat like you have, just like the hat that you posted you wearing in the Discord, it's sick, dude.
One main 2, or do you mean Biden won main 1? Because he already had, someone else had called it.
Oh, Biden did win main 1?
Yeah, I Fox News had called main 1 already for Biden.
Oh, wait. I'm going to watch Fox because the election guy is on. Give me 1 second.
Okay. So, anyway, let's go back to Joe Biden wins.
Let's watch Fox
Joe Biden
for a
wins
second.
Maine.
Like Ryan Grimm is doing. No.
Doing just that. I spoke to a number of them who said they are optimistic. They realize this is going to take time, but they are hopeful in the outcome. Tony?
All right, Nicole, thank you very much. Ahead, we're going to hear from CBS News political contributor Jamal Simmons and CBS News political analyst Leslie Sanchez for their take on what President Trump said a short while ago about the election results. But for now, we're going to tuck in a quick break. You're watching our CBS News 2020 America Decides.
I'm really excited for the clips from this tomorrow. I can't believe they didn't have Alex Jones come in. Like, Kyle Kalinske is such a great like leftist like podcaster. I wouldn't call him a journalist, pundit, I'd say. Independent pundit. He's pretty great. He's brought Joe Rogan a little bit more to the left recently. I think he has private talks with him like, yo, you're always having these like fascist dudes on and you're platforming them and barely like give them any pushback. Bro, what are you doing? You have them on like 4 times. Like, what's going on, Joe? And Joe's like, oh, maybe you're right. And so he has Kyle Kalinske on and is friends with him. And so it's like having him on is one thing, but then Tim Dillon is this kind of like centrist Republican kind of like, but claims not to really be represented by anything. Like, conspiracy theorist dude. He was just on with Alex Jones the other day with Joe Rogan. And that was crazy. A bunch of crazy shit was being said. But when they announced Kyle was going to be on with Joe Rogan election night, and Tim Dillon was coming on, there was rumors that Alex Jones was going to be there again. But no, that didn't happen. Oops, I closed one. Hold on, I think our senior correspondent just came up. No, all right. So yeah, let's keep going with this.
If this fucking comes down to Kenosha, I'm gonna lose my mind, dude.
I don't think
If
that's
this
right.
comes
son.
down to Kenosha, I'm gonna lose my mind.
You think it's gonna be? I don't know how many. I don't know how many more. It's probably not 700,000. That's too much. It's probably around like 300 to 500,000. I don't know. I don't know the exact number. You do the math yourself. I can tell you how many people have voted so far, and then you can figure out how many more. Why not look at Reuters.com polling?
There should be a recount
Mine is still going
of
strong. You're
ballots.
sleepy. Start working out. Man, I've been streaming for 13 hours of politics, man. What the fuck do you want from me? Okay.
So,
what's up?
So the Fox dude is saying they're not going to be able to call North Carolina and Georgia because there's a lot of evidence that the outstanding votes are, leaning heavily Democratic, urban and suburban areas. And so while Trump's in the lead
the
in
suburban white women,
both those, it's quite possible
are they coming
that
through in North Carolina?
Biden could end up
Let's
winning
see.
North Carolina and Georgia.
Oh my God, did they switch?
Which would be extra obnoxious, and if he manages to win those and they don't win any of those Senate races. They're also about to call Nevada, it sounds like. And then he still the Fox guy says he still thinks that Biden can win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. But they won't know that till tomorrow at the earliest. Well,
Wait, but what about 1 a.m.? Oh, okay, got it. We'll just know.
still too much out, yeah.
But yeah, Charlie, if you weren't here for my response, I still think Trump's
I'm gonna
gonna
try to
win
get some
Michigan, Wisconsin,
Yeah,
Pennsylvania.
no, this makes sense.
Because I think it's
How many votes you send to North Carolina?
What?
Never mind.
He didn't. He didn't say exactly. He just said that that he has evidence that they skew Democratic in a way that's sufficient to make him uncomfortable and declaring a winner either way.
Okay.
And same with Georgia. But Georgia looks even a little bit better for Biden.
I mean, it's no matter what, it's narrow. Wisconsin comes down to a really narrow victory for Biden too. Like the way it looks right now.
Right.
Even with the voter breakdown coming to
How are they talking
favor
about a
Democrats
narrow victory for
overwhelmingly
Biden in
in
Wisconsin
the
right
early
now?
votes that
He's
haven't been
93%
counted in
reported.
these like blue districts?
He's at 51%.
It still
Donald
doesn't
Trump.
look good.
Like, what?
If we're being honest.
Yep.
Michigan, of course, is just all over the place. We have no fucking clue. But
Oh, man,
Michigan
Charlie.
probably is gonna be
Okay, what
blue
did
as
I
well.
say? I
But
forget
then again,
already
I would
what
have to
I
readjust
said.
my expectations for Michigan if I were to look at Wisconsin being.
When I was gone, when you came in and chatted that, I went to check with our senior correspondent, Maria, and she thinks that Trump's still going to win Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. I have been saying that all night, but am hopeful. But Trump has already declared that he has won in his speech a few minutes ago. He's basically was like, in my eyes, we've won. So we have more evidence of a fascist president, whereas Joe Biden very quickly, very much so past his bedtime, was saying that we have to wait for the votes to be counted. And then quickly went to his car to go to sleep because the drugs were wearing off. And he was starting to ramble. But I don't know. Just waiting on these ballots come in, these mail-in ballots. It's a weird election year because of COVID. But every single year, mail-in ballots are counted the day after. So anybody that tries to tell you like that's like fraudulent is just stupid. But yeah, I'm still thinking Trump's gonna win.
That. Now, of course, there's more votes to be counted in Michigan, but in Wisconsin, Donald Trump is winning by a narrower margin. So,
yeah, it's definitely based on the results so far, but we're still waiting on Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania.
Dude,
and if you look at the results so far, it's pretty close, and Donald Trump's winning in all those states right now.
Mail-in ballots to lean Republicans.
We're just waiting on the mail-in ballots.
Why fuck me?
And it's certain counties. And it's like Wisconsin, it's like in one county right now.
How about you fucking calm yourself, okay?
The party distribution of mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania was like, what, 6
I've been saying this since 2016 when Donald Trump went through the primaries and took them all out, that there was only one person that could defeat him, and that was Bernie Sanders. But I'm really hopeful. I'm hopeful.
Anyway, where were we? Back to fucking talking about Wisconsin.
The Democrats thought they could get those Lincoln Republicans to come over, which they
Biden
did,
really
but
win?
that's
Yes.
not enough.
Yes, Biden can really win. When does crying start? Crying is never going to start. I'm just fucking tired.
And I've said this multiple times throughout the stream, but I have a playlist ready just in case Joe Biden wins or Trump wins, with videos ready to talk about how shitty both of them are. Just one being demonstrably worse than the other.
Still
But
out in Wisconsin.
I have tons of videos ready to talk about how shitty of a person Joe Biden is.
So,
but I'm
that
still
makes me
hopeful.
feel a little better. He could, with that many votes out, Hassan.
For the simple
margin
fact I've been
may not
talking
be as
about
close,
women being forced
right?
into hysterectomies at the border. It's just
Yeah,
shit like
whoever-
that just makes you
I just assume if somebody has a blue
wanna
check
cry.
mark, that they're just reporting correct information. But it's all right. We'll get him next time.
Yeah. Nobody.
He wins Georgia and North Carolina. He wins 275 if you count Nevada 6. Yeah, but Georgia and North Carolina are not locks at all.
And it's like I said,
Especially when
I'm
all
totally
evidence
up
so far is
for
showing that Donald Trump's
dissenting
ahead.
opinions,
And
but
we're
it's
looking
like
at
if you're gonna have
mail-in
one, just
ballots
make sure
to
it's
make up
civil,
the,
not like bigotry free. But
make
yeah,
up
we
the
haven't had
gap.
anything.
And that could very likely happen because early voting and mail-in ballots favor Democrats.
That
by
is
50
true.
to
You know,
40%.
when
So
questioned about the 94
there
crime
are
bill
enough
recently in the
votes
debate,
these
Biden
areas.
did say that he was wrong about that. So there is definitely room for improvement there. Whether he is going to, he really believes that, or he's just saying that for votes, like from the African American or Hispanic communities, things like that. But he did admit that, so that is true. Like yeah, like I've said, this leading up to this, one is demonstrably worse than the other.
But I mean,
And
I'm
that's
just
why I
waiting
voted
for,
the way I did.
I'm just waiting for Wisconsin counts at this stage. After that, I'm probably going to very likely fall asleep.
I don't know if I'll be.
But in other cases, like in the debate, Biden's sitting there being like I defend fracking. I will never end that. When it's like,
impossible for me to go
I feel like people on both sides, like Republicans and Democrats, especially people that live in areas that are being fracked, like hate that shit and know that it's poisoning them and poisoning the environment way worse than carbon emissions. The methane's way worse.
We still have over 1
And,
million mail ballots
like,
to count in Pennsylvania.
so it's like at the same time you have him saying that kind of stuff. So I'm trust me, I'm ready to go in on him. And the only way we're gonna get anything done if there's a Biden presidency is with like constant pressure, which then I don't even think we'll get anything done. I think it'll be just like
Again,
an Obama
math is
presidency
simple
where
here.
he's just
Pennsylvania has 1
a
million plus
Republican.
votes that still need to be counted. All of those votes are early and mail-in ballots. That breakdown in Pennsylvania is, what is it, like 6-4?
66, yeah, 66%.
Yes, let's take it over.
Let's say 7-3.
Yeah, man, you got Zoom call in the morning. Go to sleep,
Okay,
Zoom.
let's say 6-4. Well, if it's 6-4,
Are other
then
people watching? Have you been
that's
scrolling
600,000
through other
to
people's
400,000.
streams at
That
all,
would
Zoom?
mean that Trump still wins.
Or
I
is
hope
it
you
just
understand
Hassan?
Okay, round up.
that. Yeah. So
Like, are any of the bigs,
there
like
is
XQC,
700,000 votes
Ms.
that Trump
Kiff?
needs to, or that Biden needs to make up here. 700,000 votes.
So I still think,
So if the Pennsylvania, the remaining Pennsylvania
I'm
votes
still like in my gut thinking Trump's gonna win, but I'm
it's
hopeful
gonna be
Biden
really
will
fucking
win.
close in Pennsylvania. It really is going to be incredibly
Oh
close in
shit, Zoop.
Pennsylvania, too.
Respect,
Like it's
bro.
not a blowout.
No
in the way
worries
that
if you ever
they're-
want to pop open another tab
not
and
gonna be
look
a
real
blowout in the
quick
way
and
that
like check out.
they're
Of
making
course,
it
you don't
seem.
have to just be like, I'm only watching Inaband, but like if that's how you feel, dude, I respect that a lot. And you know, you're a true homie. You always have been. But I just wonder if they were watching others,
Definitely
and I hope I don't get in trouble for just like sitting here watching Hassan.
Closer to 1.4 million. Okay.
Oh, Ryan
regardless,
Grimm's gone. I just realized that sucks.
Republican early ballots in PA are at 23%. Okay, 70-30. If it's a million, that's 700,000 versus an additional 300,000 that
Good night,
Donald Trump
Zoop.
picks up. So it doesn't work. That means that Joe Biden ends up getting 3.1 million votes. Donald Trump ends up getting
People are saying North
3.2
Carolina
million
looks
votes.
better than. People are saying North Carolina looks better than Pennsylvania,
North Carolina, it's
where the vote is.
Oh, what's up, No More Hippie Chicks? Let's go, bro. I saw somebody saying in Twitter today about just like dividing us up in the country just into two different nations. Like we'd get along way better in the end that way. But
I mean, they still have some.
the Commonwealth. Are you making a Walking Dead reference,
out.
Charlie? Or are you not? Is that without knowing about the Walking Dead?
And some.
but it is not 70-30 and is not just 1 million. Bad math. It's more like 1.8. Man, I'm just going by what the fucking governor said, okay?
The over 1 million. Okay, it's Is bullshit.
Georgia is
People
now
need to report.
here's some good news. Georgia is tightening further with a new batch of Fulton County precincts. Purdue drops at 50.8.
Nope.
and
Okay.
Trump's lead is now sitting at
I didn't know if you were like
2.3%.
trying to
Many
make
counties in the Atlanta region,
a
including
slight little
Atlanta, have
reference
15
there.
to 20% of the estimated vote left to
While
report.
also mentioning Commonwealth.
That was a 0.02% drop. Georgia, is that all you could count?
I'm gonna need your health care, bro.
Whatever the hell it was.
Man, people are
Literally,
tired,
like
dude.
I am
What do
fucking.
you want them to do?
Oh my god.
Yeah, they do only have.
I have
like
a
5
pre-existing
people counting
condition.
votes in Georgia.
Now that we fucking,
lonely
now that we
Spartans
have a
holding the
majority
line.
Republican
Yeah.
Supreme Court, and they're gonna strike down
like,
Obamacare and get rid of
Like a
the
75-year-old
law
lady
making
who's
sure
like,
that
"I'm gonna
insurance
stop
companies can't
fascism."
deny you
Meanwhile,
based on a
Austin's over here
pre-existing
like, "Fuck
condition.
you, bitch.
I'm gonna get denied, and I'm not gonna have health care.
You old hag.
And I have a disease that will kill me in my 40s if I don't take care of it. I say that like drunk jokingly a little bit, but it's fucking serious. The British Commonwealth is a collection of countries that used to be territories of the British Empire. It makes up about 60 countries. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess I'm a dumb American that doesn't know about that. I've never heard about the British Commonwealth before.
Why?
I'm uneducated.
Again, there I go again.
No, look at the way I'm dressed.
Mary? I'm so tired, Austin.
Yeah, who's doing more crunch? CD Projekt Red or Austin? Austin forcing the poll workers, volunteers to just fucking. I haven't seen my children in 2 days. Shut up.
Oh, we would never
Press out
do
that gold disc.
No matter who our
We
president
need to see
is,
those
like
numbers
Trump,
crunch
whoever,
in
they
favor of
wouldn't
the
do that.
Democrats right now.
Oh God.
Canada's too chill. And you guys have enough oil reserves to
man,
where
it's
it's like we
close
want to
in
stay
Pennsylvania.
friends
We're
with you
going
and not have to go to
Carolina.
war with you for your guys' oil. You know what I'm saying? We'd be too afraid to go to war with you guys. It'd be on our soil. Whereas we don't mind going to the Middle East to go to war with
PA
them.
lost
for
or
their
is it
oil.
over? Nothing is
Easy,
over.
way far
PA
away
has
from
just
us.
stopped reporting the counts.
Horrible. So fucking
Yes,
horrible.
Proposition 22 in California passed in the most predictable capacity.
But like I've heard
So,
things before where you guys have like way more
currently-
oil than like Saudi Arabia, Afghanistan,
Currently,
Iraq, shit like that.
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania is reporting they still have 1.9 million votes left to be counted. 1.9 million. That's why would he say that? Like, couldn't he say just under 2 million votes left in the state instead of over 1 million? Like, you could have saved me a little bit of anxiety. You know what I mean? Like, to say it like just under 2 million would have been like, that is a 900,000 vote difference. You know? That's a lot.
That's how much oil there is.
Unless this is an estimated. Oh,
That's fucking
maybe he knows
crazy.
something.
And
Oh,
okay,
here.
so you have to educate me then. I've always heard my best friend when I was young came from Canada, and I've always heard that there's areas in Canada, in the middle of Canada, that are like the South in the United States, where you have all your kind of K-Konas. You know, if you know what I'm talking about. Is that in this area, in the Alberta area? I know it's also probably a little bit in like Nova Scotia and shit like that. But like Trailer Park Boys hints at there being people like that. But there's also like super like in Trailer Park Boys, they were like super leftist and progressive. But is that kind of like the boonies? Central Alberta is Texas? Okay. Good to know. Good to know.
Okay, who am I? Okay, Austin, I'm not making fun of you. This is not you. I swear to God. Oh, well, I only read the New York Times and watched MSNBC until this moment. Oops, time to check the poll numbers. What? Donald Trump is built on his pre-existing coalition by securing most Republican votes and then some? But New York Times told me that there are so many reasonable Republicans that are never Trump Republicans. As a matter of fact, if you only consume liberal media, you would think that the only people that are Republicans, the most outspoken ones, are Republicans in the intelligence community that have done torture in the George W. Bush administration, but are now standing proudly with Joe Biden, with Joseph Robinette. You know,
Nope.
it's just, what did I always tell you? It's some Tim Pool shit, okay?
Yep.
Tim Pool makes Republicans feel better about themselves because look at this guy. He wears a beanie. He used to work at Vice. He's a liberal who likes the Republicans. He's not a liberal. He's just a Republican, okay?
Who says
Just
he's a
like
liberal?
the
Grifter.
The Lincoln Project guys sell you on this lie where they're like, oh, dude, there's so many of us. Dude, there are so many of us out there. Like, this only, all Republicans are actually breaking away. This is how you alienate the moderates. Listen, man, if you're a moderate, you can suck my entire dick and balls, okay? And eat my asshole while you're at it. Moderates. What moderates, motherfucker? Fuck the moderates, bitch. How about that? Moderates can eat a dick. Fuck off. Huh. You just lost the radical moderates. Well, fuck you. Maybe make up your goddamn mind. Have a fucking moral compass, you stupid fuck. Is that how you go? You're like, oh, really? The president just literally told us that he's going to stop the mail-in ballot counts. But I don't know. This fucking himbo Twitch streamer that's been up for 13 fucking hours was really mean to me. So maybe I like fascism now. Is that really all you got? You got no fucking backbone. You pussy. If that's literally your take, if that's literally your political opinion, then I don't want you in my fucking coalition. You're literally the guy who says, well, I'm a moderate, so I don't know. The Holocaust camps look kind of bad, but also, some of these Jewish people were very mean to me. So I don't know whose side I'm going to be on in this circumstance.
Yeah, exactly.
Fucking moderate, dude.
Hassan, the answer is obvious. If you suck all the moderates' dicks individually, one at a time, you might get them to vote against horrible racism.
Not
So
true. What are you
stop
talking about,
yelling
Will?
and just
Horrible
start
point,
sucking
Will.
each individual cock, man.
Jesus Christ.
Hassan's just going to ignore that. I wish
You
Ryan
just
Grimm was
lost
still
the
here.
moderate, dude.
I wish Ryan Grimm didn't leave.
Oh.
Exactly, Charlie. Exactly.
Wisconsin and Michigan are updating in favor of Biden. I hope.
Martin Luther King had a good word for those, especially when they're white people that are those. It was called the white moderate. And those were what he considered to be worse than people that were the outright racists, like in the KKK, because the KKK, in a sense, was a minority of people, whereas the centrist is a huge majority of people who normalize the actions of those ultra-right racists by just being like, well, you know, there's problems on both sides in certain cases, you know. And like, of course, like I'm saying that, of course, there's problems on both sides, but like, I'm not talking. I'm like coming from over here, way over here. The white liberal, yeah. Okay, I'm more familiar with Martin Luther King's speech that he gave, or not his speech, the thing he wrote when he was in jail in Chicago, I think, Brownsville, something. I forget what it was called. He wrote some kind of a speech about the white moderate. So yeah, but I'm definitely a big fan of Malcolm X as well. I think it takes both kinds. You know what I mean?
How do I feel about cold Gatorade? Don't get me started. I think room temperature Gatorade is better.
God, what a horrible take. Cold Gatorade.
Also, some good things.
Dude,
Kenosha
room temperature
is
Gatorade
reporting
is how you have it
under
like
60%
all
for
warm
Trump
and
now,
stuck in the back of your
is a
throat.
Suburban county of Milwaukee that usually goes 70% Republican.
Milwaukee, meaning man or land of many lakes, actually.
What is everybody dance gaming for?
I don't know.
I'm proud to be an American.
One of the most common questions I get in this chat is this one. I don't know why. But I'll answer.
Okay, are
once
we
and for
not
all
going to
when
get
you're-
any more information from him right now? What else do we got? They're all done. All these people are done for the night. What's up with NBC? What are they talking about?
Contested vote.
What's going to happen in sort of the Trump conservative media world, let's say, the outlets that speak to those supporters of President Trump and how they're framing some of this discussion as a lot of Americans who may have gone to bed, some of whom may not be watching this coverage and will be picking it up in the morning, react to what the president had to say.
Hallie, thank you. I want to bring in White House correspondent for the PBS NewsHour, Yamiche Alcindor. Thank you for joining us. Give me your take on the pace of this evening and early morning. It's fair to say
Dude,
there were a lot of expectations
going.
that if things lined up Biden's way, they could go very, very quickly.
That's right. At one point in the night, the Trump campaign felt like they were going to be able to
I'm
declare
not
victory pretty early
exactly
in the night.
sure
But as the results came in, it was
what
very
he
clear that they were
needs,
not going to
but
be able to do that.
I
Biden,
know
of
if
course,
he
then came
wins
out at
2 of
12:30
these,
and
he'll
said,
be
"I
fine.
still
Like,
think
if
I
he
have a
were to
lot of
win
paths to
Michigan and
victory. I
Pennsylvania,
still
I'm
think
pretty
he could
sure
win
he's
this."
got it
But
in the
really
bag,
what happened
especially
next was this stunning,
if he wins Georgia,
speech
which
by
some people
President
are
Trump,
saying
something
he
that we've
might
never
win.
seen any U.S. president do.
I don't
He was
know. I'm
declaring
just
victory,
still, like,
even though he has not officially won this election.
still so
This has
pessimistic
a lot
about
of people
it.
feeling like we're now, as Americans, in a constitutional and
I'm
a
pretty sure
political
he's going to
crisis
win
because
Wisconsin,
the
Trump.
president, if
But
he
if
doubles down on
Biden
this,
wins Michigan,
if he
Pennsylvania,
takes this stance to
I
try
think
to
he's
go
got
to the
it.
Supreme Court to try to take this election and try to win it without having all of the votes counted, that is going to be a very big problem. Democracy, of course, is the bedrock of America. It's why other countries look to us and say we want to do our elections like them. So the president here has a lot of people around him very disturbed,
Ooh,
very
is Nomiki
distressed.
still going?
This is a scenario that we've, of course, thought might happen because the
could- a lot
president
of this
has
could
been
Ooh,
hinting
she
at this
is.
for some time.
We're
that
gonna
he
watch her in a
might
minute.
be declaring victory if he felt like he was in a good position. But now that it's actually happened, there is a lot of nervousness and a lot of anxiety at the White House and around the president.
Yeah, I think the thing that was confusing listening him to do that is it presupposes that he's going to lose, and that's certainly not. The fact is, each man right now has a chance of becoming president. So by setting up this
Oops,
idea,
I just
that there's
closed
been
that. Fuck,
fraud,
what one was
the
that,
question is, okay,
Google?
what happens if you win?
Exactly. There are votes in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania.
Here, let me do some
in
math real
Georgia
quick.
that were cast for President Trump that have yet to be counted, as well as, of course, that have been cast for Joe Biden that have yet to be counted. But the president is taking a stance at this point that if he doesn't have any more votes counted, that he will be able to declare victory. It's a scenario that GOP operatives have said is really not the right way to do this. But the president is doubling down here. I think we've heard the president at times, as Hallie hinted at, we've heard the president say things, the White House then come out and clarify and say that's not exactly what he meant. We saw the vice president not go as far as the president. He was not declaring victory. He, of course, is half of the ticket. He was not saying that we've already won. But the president went and picked through a bunch of different states, including
Yeah,
Georgia,
so
North
exactly
Carolina,
what you just said,
claiming that he
32
had already
votes.
won them
If he
those
gets
states,
all of
when in fact he has
Michigan
not
and
won those
Wisconsin
states yet.
or
So we
Pennsylvania,
cannot stress enough that
even
there
a
is not
fraction of
any sort of
them, he
evidence
could
that
still
Democrats
pull
are
off
trying to
those
steal this
32
election.
plus,
We've
winning
already, of course,
Nevada,
seen Twitter take action to
Georgia.
try to
But
stop the
all of
president
these
from
are like,
making
look,
these
Georgia's
statements. They've labeled a tweet where he was saying
94%
that Democrats
reported,
we're stealing the election as saying that
and
it's
he's at
disputed and saying that it's
50%. So
spreading
like,
misleading
really, are the
information
mail-in
about
ballots
our
going to count
election
for
and
that
about our
much?
civic process.
You think
this
so?
is,
I don't
in
know.
some ways, an alarming
Maybe a
set of
lot of
events that
people
we're
did
seeing
mail-ins.
tonight.
I
But again, it's still early
technically
to
did
say,
a
but the president
mail-in.
was pretty clear about the fact that he said, I already
It was
won.
actually
I
quite
believe that I
bullshit and exemplifies how voter suppression works. Everybody I know got a mail-in ballot. Everybody I know, except for my girlfriend, Maria, who's a Mexican and worked for the Bernie campaign. Even when she asked her dad, their next door neighbors, some of them have gotten them. Her best friend who lives a block away from her got hers. So we were both planning on doing mail-in voting. We were going to mail them in like 2 weeks ago. She's been waiting for hers. So, what I did is I just filled out my mail-in ballot and she had to make the decision. Did she want to go risk her life to go vote for Joe Biden. What a decision you have to make. If it was like somebody like Bernie, it'd be like, yeah, I would say myself, I'm willing to go do that because of the good he could do for the world, you know? But when it's like, oh, Joe Biden, I have to go risk my life to go fucking vote for him in person, sucks, you know? But she made that decision, and she did. And since I had to wait so long to mail in mine, I didn't want to risk it not getting counted day of, so I had her just take mine and drop it off at the place she voted. It was early the other day, like on Friday when she went and voted, and there was like nobody there, so she didn't have to really risk COVID at all. Luckily, there wasn't like a bunch of people breathing in the room, people with their masks half off on their underneath their noses and shit. But just think about that. That's like how many other people didn't get their mail-in ballots that were immunocompromised, that were like, fuck, do I have to go and risk my life to vote for this guy that I like? It's fucked up. And that's just the fucking beginning of voter suppression. Statistically, progressives are more likely to do mail-ins. We'll see. For me, I've considered myself a progressive for a long time, and I've always voted in person. This is the first time I've done mail-ins. But I think, are you meaning all the time they're statistically they do that, or do you mean just this election? Kanye's vote is 0.2. Yeah, Kanye. Good job, bro.
Feels a lot like 4 years ago. And,
exactly,
you know,
that's what it is. Is COVID.
Where the presidential election.
COVID is why people are voting mail-in more, and that's why we're in the conundrum we're in, where we're waiting on these few states.
The added complication, you know,
and why any normal person that's president would recognize that and say, yeah, we're in this weird year that we've never experienced before in our country, where we have to decide an election not the night of, but maybe the next day or the day after because of these mail-in votes. But instead, we have a guy who's going to go ahead and declare victory and try to stop the votes from being counted.
Journalists, pollsters, candidates, the public have been.
That's fascism.
This system in which basically we're at halftime in these three states. Because so many votes have to be counted.
I need some water.
And, you know, because of the pandemic and the reality of life, you know, we've been told over and over again, be patient. There's two sets of votes. The early vote in some of these states like Wisconsin and Michigan, the reason why your networks and others haven't called the races for a candidate is because there's still a significant number of votes out there.
The whole night,
and
NBC has had a different count
that we're gonna have to
than
get used to.
Even Fox News.
It may be a couple
Fox
days,
News has Biden doing better than NBC does.
Known. I think from a numbers
Google.
perspective, and I've listened and watched Chuck and his
Google
team all night,
and
I think it's likely that Vice
what
President
is up
Biden
with
will win
NBC
Michigan,
tonight?
Wisconsin and Pennsylvania.
What is going on?
But you know what? That's kind of tough to sort of convey when people see the actual vote counts that have President Trump ahead. But that's the whole point of what we're talking about.
I remember I went in to check with our senior correspondent, Maria. I was like, what is going on with NBC? And she was like, I don't give a fuck about NBC. And I was like, oh, okay. But still, now I'm giving a fuck about NBC again.
But, you know, look, again, I expect when all the votes are counted and the legitimate votes are counted, that Vice President Biden will be elected president. We just may have to wait a couple days.
So is it too early?
Oh my God! You know what? I just saw it's behind my camera. You guys can't even see it. This is right here. Results may not be final. See the latest on Google.
The short answer is yes. I think there's still more votes to count. I think, you know, look, I think what happened was there was an expectations game based on short polling, based on disapproval numbers for the president. Look, I think you have to give him credit. He's a strong closer. I was looking, Lester, at the exit polls, and you know, exit polls are just like polls. In the 2016 election, in the last week, one of the reasons why President Trump won the election, again, not the popular vote, but the electoral college vote in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, was because he won the late deciding vote.
I'm looking
This
on
time
Twitter
he won the late
on my
deciding
phone. I
vote
hate
by
looking on
double
Twitter on the
digits.
desktop. I
And
don't know
again,
why, but
that's
if I find
kind
any
of,
good tweets, I'll pull them up
changed
on the
because
desktop.
the late deciding vote in 2020 is a little different than 2016, in which so many Americans voted early. But look, he ran. He's a strong campaigner. He campaigned strongly. Sure, he changed some minds at the end of the game, but I also think we have to give the Biden campaign credit. Sure, they were looking at states that Republicans had won in the past: Texas, Georgia, North Carolina.
And so what we've been talking about a lot like the past few hours, is if Biden were to win, it seems like a lot of down ballot congressional races are going Republican. So Ryan Grimm, the guy we just saw talking on Hassan a little bit ago, made a tweet 27 minutes ago saying, I don't think people have absorbed just how disastrous a Biden White House and Republican Senate could be. Because every single one of my videos that I have in my If Biden Wins playlist is about how much of a Republican he is, and how in the past he has done things to cut certain social welfare programs like Social Security, Medicaid, has sided with segregationists way back in the past. All these different things. Like, if you were to have like a Republican Congress with him, like, or Senate at least, like, oh my God, what would he get done? He literally tried to do Social Security cuts in Obama's second term, and then Obama blocked it. Come to Canada's trending on Twitter. That was trending last time too. I remember.
But they never lost the prize, which again is Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania.
Ken Klippenstein. Okay, here, I should just be going through Twitter on my fucking... Here, let's just go through Twitter. What am I doing? With Milwaukee absentee ballots done, only 4 Milwaukee County municipalities are still counting: Oak Creek, Franklin, West Allis, and Milwaukee. County Clerk George Christensen says the timetable is still for all absentee ballots to be finished by 3 a.m. So, it should be done by now. Is it 3 a.m. our time or their time? That's what I'm wondering. Because if it's 3 a.m. our time, then my time, then I still have like 2 hours to go. 2 hours, 15 minutes. Ooh, Ayanna Presley. Let's hear her victory speech. One of the squad members stand with Ayanna. She's a queen.
This is what I know. Yes, it is possible to legislate justice and accountability. People over profits, joy over trauma, freedom over fear. Yes, it is possible to write budgets that actually value Black lives. We are writing the next chapter of this nation's history together, right now. So I thank you. I thank you for your contributions. I thank you for your commitment. I thank you for your sweat equity. Now, tonight, for all that hard work and all that sacrifice, I'm going to ask you to take a moment to just take good care of yourself. Hold your loved ones close and ready yourselves for the meaningful work that lies ahead. As my mother would tell me every election day since she was a
through a JPEG.
And made sure I knew that that was our superpower. She would turn to me and say, Ayanna, never forget that we are powerful. I believed her then, and I still do today.
She's tight. Stan her, even though during the primary she broke with the entire squad and sided with Elizabeth Warren over Bernie Sanders. And we all know Elizabeth Warren is a snake and a fake progressive and has done more harm to the progressive cause than good. But still. Respect her. She's tight. It was she came from Massachusetts as well. She had to side with Elizabeth Warren. She didn't have a choice. Democrats spend $250 million on 4 Senate races in which their moderate candidates are being crushed by 10 points or more. You know what, Charlie? I agree with you in a certain sense. Like, people even like AOC, like Bernie Sanders, of course, isn't perfect, but like the things that he's done to shift like the country and like the progressive further left, like the country further left into progressivism, to me is something to be like, I stand that. But at the same time, like, yeah, like you don't want to like, you never idolize anybody, really. I totally agree with that. Same thing like AOC. She seems great, but she's so new. We don't know what she's going to be like in a decade, how the system is going to change her. Maybe it won't. Maybe she'll be like Bernie and stay consistent the whole time. That's what we hope for. But you never know. That's why I do agree with your sentiment of don't stan anybody. But we're not going to read this article, but Democrats spend $250 million on 4 Senate races in which their moderate candidates are being crushed by 10 points or more. Whereas when you see people like AOC in them run, Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, Ayanna Presley, they win by crazy margins. And that's because they are bold progressives who take a stance against the right wing. They don't try to concede or compromise with them. They say, no, this is what we believe in. The other side is wrong. They're not neolibs. They're actual leftists. Maybe not like, and when you get over to leftist, you can sit there and even dissect that even more into different types of leftists. And like, that's where there's all this leftist infighting comes about, and like different opinions on how to go about achieving certain economic and societal goals. But still, I'm just talking broadly leftists, like putting them all over here. Not liberals, that's here, and then there's leftists. There's liberals and leftists. That's what I'm talking about. Republican David Andal, who died from COVID-19 in October, has been elected to North Dakota House of Representatives. Is that real? I don't think that's real. I'm not even going to acknowledge that tweet. I thought I followed them already. Oh, what? Why did I not see it? That is pretty crazy, man. That's pretty crazy for him to win Arizona. That's like when Nevada flipped for Obama when we went blue. It was like, whoa, Nevada went blue. What? You know what? I actually need to go to the bathroom again because of me been drinking alcohol tonight. So hold on.
Ladies and gentlemen.
And
Wait, what the fuck?
What's the gap?
What happened? Did I just get locked out of decision desk? What's happening?
It's pay to win now?
What the fuck? I've been using it all night. Now they're like, nope.
You got to pay to see those results.
Wait, did he delete that? Oh no, he didn't. He didn't delete that tweet. So that's an additional. Let's do this. Hold on. Sorry. I'm having a hard time. Okay. So 5930. More. And no, that's not right. Oh. Okay, I'm all fucked up here.
I got
I've lost
2K
track
on
of everything.
Biden. The betting sites gave me laughable odds. I'm going to be up 1.6K. Don't forget about
Okay.
this. New York Times still hasn't corrected this. North Carolina is closer than it shows. Dude, fuck the New York Times, man.
What was closer last time, Michigan or Wisconsin?
The gray lady.
Wisconsin State Dem Chair response. Oh, Ben Winkler. Absentee ballots are still
Wisconsin
being
was
tallied in
closer.
Milwaukee, Kenosha, and other cities. Based on everything we've seen, those ballots will decisively favor Biden. Green Bay hasn't reported. Yeah, Ben. How fucking dare you, Ben? Ben, you got my hopes up for Wisconsin, Ben. You delivered. You talked such a big game on Sam Cedars' majority report, Ben. Now, look where you left me, Ben. You left me out in the dark. I'm talking about lobsters in Maine, too, all night, Ben.
Oh God, I love that copium. He just gave me a fucking shot of it. Woo!
Absentee ballots are still being tallied in Milwaukee, Kenosha, and other cities. Based on everything we've seen, those ballots will decisively favor Biden. Green Bay hasn't reported any results yet. When all votes are counted, we're confident that Joe Biden will win Wisconsin.
Fill me up. Fill me up, Ben. Sorry, that probably sounded
Shoot
wrong.
it into my fucking eye.
God, oh man.
Dude,
Woo!
yeah, they're gonna have a before and after of Austin's face. It's like, this is what mainlining copium will do. It's like Austin, he's like all gone.
Oh man.
He's got like face tats and shit.
All right, I'm back.
Dude, oh fuck.
The funniest part about this process is the odd Turkish chatter that comes in and goes, how does this affect secular Turkish people? Or, aga, Trump'a mı gidiyoruz yoksa Biden'a mı? Hangisi bizi sikecek daha kötü? Like, they just come in here every now and then and they're just like,
Tweets
what's up?
all BBC articles
tell
and
me,
stupid.
Just
That's
tell
funny.
me if the conversion rate's going to be 8 fucking liras to $1 because I need to buy the new PlayStation and it's so expensive. That's all
so it
the
actually
Turks in my chat care about is like
sends
what's
their
gonna
actual
happen
links,
with the PlayStation
but
prices
just tweets them
because
in
shit is fucked up right
stupid.
now. And they're right, it is fucked up.
That's funny.
8 liras is $1. That's crazy.
All right, let's continue going through Twitter really quick. My feed. Turns out neutralizing Bernie Sanders while sequestering Joe Biden in a basement didn't quite yield the results the donors had hoped for. True. Oh God, hold on. Need water. Shoe on head. What does she think? I do still think Trump will win, but instead of letting it play out naturally, he's being an authoritarian nutcase. Anyone defending this is way too deep in the Kool-Aid. You cannot support a president who sincerely asks for votes to stop being counted during an election and also be anti-authoritarian. Yeah, that's true, man. So true. That's why I tried to make the point that was like, this entire night I've been saying Donald Trump was going to win. I don't want him to, but I've really felt he's going to win. But the moment he starts saying that he's going to stop counting ballots is when it's like, whoa, dude, that's crazy. You're a fascist. They don't do that. Like, even, where was the coup that we just did? We did a coup and then it failed, and then the democratically elected president got in. Bolivia, right? Yeah. Yeah, it was in Bolivia. We tried to do a coup. Get our own guy in there, our fascist dictator who was going to give us all their natural resources. It failed. The democratically elected guy got in. Anyway. Yeah, my point was, even over there, when we tried to do a coup, they still count all the fucking votes. Imagine how much of the Democratic Party turnout operation could have been funded in places like Pennsylvania or Georgia with the 76 million that was lit on fire by Project Lincoln to supposedly court GOP voters. The Lincoln Project raised 67 million. Republican voters against Trump raised 10 million. 93% of Republicans voted for Trump in 2020, up from 90% in 2016. Okay. I still think Biden may eke it out, but lighting 67 million on fire to court GOPers and having Trump nonetheless gain more GOP voters than 2016. This is a failure of equitable proportions. Yes, true. Still has multiple paths might be one of the most terrifying phrases in the language at this point. Oh yeah, another thing he said was he's the least racist person in the room. Like, who says that other than like the most racist person in the room, you know? So yeah, exactly. Republicans try to cling to this notion that they are like the true like anti-racist because Lincoln was a Republican and he freed the slaves with the Civil War and everything, but it's like everyone was racist back then. Lincoln like just wanted to free the slaves, maybe, and like him and some other people like for like maybe moral reasons or economic reasons wanted to free the slaves, and then both parties went back to being horribly racist until pretty much the 1960s, when you saw the Democratic Party make a strong stance to say we're going to stand with like the African Americans and go with the Civil Rights Act and back people like Martin Luther King and stuff like that, whereas the Republican Party stayed racist as fuck and has stayed racist as fuck ever since then. Exactly. Yeah, you don't say that unless you've been called out for that at one point. Exactly. That's why I said for moral or economic reasons. Like, he might have, like, in some way been like, this is wrong. Like, a lot of people, I'm sure back then were like, this is wrong. But at the end of the day, it was economic reasons. And financially, it would be better if all those people were contributing to society stuff. Yeah, so that's why I said that. It was like moral or economic. Like, but I say things like moral or economic, but moral to court the centrists in a little bit. Oh, you know what? My lady's really a big fan of Star Trek. I've never been like, I like Star Trek, what it's about, but I've just never really watched it. I respect it for sure. But yeah, I never really watched it. Same thing with Star Wars. Like, I've watched some of it, but I never really cared about it. But I know Star Wars, like, Star Trek is basically like progressivism, and Star Wars is imperialism. All right, what else we got?
Joe Biden needs to go. What I asked them to do a month or two ago, they didn't do.
Well, what was that?
I said, just have Biden go to Flint, which he hasn't done as we are recording it so far. Joe Biden needs to go there, and he needs to say on day one, as president of the United States, I will send in the Army Corps of Engineers, and they will dig up these poison pipes, and they will put new pipes into your homes. We're going to replace the internal house, inside your house, your plumbing system, with new piping, and everybody will be able to drink. He was supposed to go tomorrow. Now I hear he's not, and now he might go Saturday. Whew. Pence, though. Pence will be there, and they'll be back. They'll be back 2 or 3 more times in the next week, Trump and Pence. But Joe Biden, you know, I'm sure he cares about this as a human being, but, you know, they're asking my advice about winning the election. Do something.
Bad Faith Podcast is great. Run by, or hosted by Virgil Texas of Chapo Trap House and Brianna Joy Gray, formerly one of the, like, I forget exactly what her position was in the Bernie campaign, but like a campaign strategist or some high position in the campaign. They're great. But what was Michael Moore saying there? Democrats aren't owed your vote. Whether you're African American, Latino, Asian, Native American, any type of race, ethnicity, or even a poor white person, they're not owed your vote. You need to go and work for it. You need to offer them something. And you have somebody from Flint, Michigan telling you what you could go do and tell them that you're going to do for, even if you're not going to fucking follow through with it, what you could go do and tell them you're going to do for them to help them to get that vote, and you don't even do it. Just like Hillary Clinton didn't do by going into Michigan. She didn't do that in 2016. That's why she lost. It's not because Bernie Sanders supporters voted third party or didn't vote. It was because Hillary Clinton didn't go to Michigan, Washington, or Pennsylvania and talk to the working class people there and ensure them that she was like out for their best interests. Ugh, God, Joe Biden is so stupid. I fucking hate him. They didn't know how to be offended. That's fucking bullshit. What the fuck? That's some like straight up like weird like like your words don't affect me. You can call me like whatever horrible gamer word you want. They don't affect me. Like it's because they don't affect you doesn't mean it doesn't affect like a whole bunch of people. Yeah, there should also be ranked choice voting where you can choose multiple people. Oh, like they were so far in the future that racism was dead, so it like didn't even. Oh, okay, okay, that's okay. I get it from that perspective then. For real, dude. All this money that the Lincoln Project spent trying to get these fucking Republicans to vote for Biden could have been spent on Latino outreach and like working class outreach in these cities. But instead, no, they had to try to court the fucking Pennsylvania wine moms and shit. And the Lincoln like men Republicans that were like, Trump's too crass on Twitter. He's too a little openly racist for my liking. How did Bernie win Nevada? By connecting with the roots of the community. You know, we gotta watch a video real quick. I just have to. Hold on. Oh, what was this guy's page called? It's somewhere. I follow the guy too. I subscribe to him, but I can't remember what his name was or is. I love that clip. I know exactly which one you're talking about, Charlie. Exactly which one you're talking about. He's just he's great. Yeah, I could dispute some of the ways he's voted over the years, but he's the farthest left person we have in our government in the United States. Okay, hold on. If I just go through all my subscriptions, I'll find it one by one. There's just a bug in my face. Is it this one? Not that one either. What the fuck? Where is it? If not, I have it saved in a playlist somewhere. What the F? Okay, hold on. It's in my Bernie video playlist that I created somewhere. I just passed it. Where the what? I just went through it all. Are you kidding me? How can I not find this video right now? Did this video get deleted? Oh my god, here it is. All right. Sorry that took me so long. So this is the night, what I consider one of the last good nights of 2020 before COVID took over. And we were all really hopeful for the future. Kind of what Charlie Bro said a few minutes ago. Don't remind me of my hopes. Wait, what'd you say? Bernie Sanders talking to Malgoss about anarcho socialism was everything I needed to say. Yep. I remember. Joe's currently winning Nevada. Yeah, that's what I expected. That's expected from me. But so this is a video somebody made the day Bernie won Nevada, and liberal media was freaking the fuck out because people, all these rich liberal elites, would rather have a Trump presidency than a Bernie presidency. That's how it is, because Bernie will come after their finances.
Here we are on the Las Vegas Strip. This beautiful, spectacular buildings.
Massive monuments to capitalism.
Oh, I want to show you the particularly Las Vegas touch. The tie goes to the high card. Our democracy is flourishing out here.
The first round of caucusing just got underway. These are people who work on the Strip with a majority Latino, strongly in favor of Bernie Sanders.
I think it's fair to say that tensions are high.
Is this simply a battle for second place?
We keep talking about who's going to come in second or third.
There's real concern that Bernie Sanders is unstoppable.
Just roughly, it looks like 75 from Bernie Sanders.
Two individuals supporting Joe Biden.
Biden had one person show up.
Is there somebody
I was a precinct captain at one of these caucuses. I went thinking I was just going to be helping out, and they're like, oh shit, there's no precinct captain for your district. And I was like, all right. I don't know. I look back, it makes me want to cry. I just got all like emotional. It was like such a beautiful day, man.
Not running that should be running, Sherrod Brown or Andrew Cuomo.
Steve Kornacki, nation turns its lonely eyes to you.
You see Sanders here on the first preference, second preference.
Bernie's going to walk away with it, the whole thing.
The GOP is an airplane hijacked by Donald Trump, and Bernie Sanders burst through the cockpit door.
I'm panicked. I am absolutely panicked.
This is going to be very frustrating for pundits.
I have no idea what the voters will take from any of the things we cover. They may think it's exquisitely beautiful.
I am now really energized to move to a cave in Nova Scotia.
They may think it's a goat rodeo.
Many in this establishment are behaving like aristocrats in a dying aristocracy.
The establishment's jaws are hanging off their faces.
It's about 1:15 Moscow time. This thing is going very well for Vladimir Putin. Now, how you doing, Vlad?
The rain, the lightning.
Bernie's a Russian op.
Absolutely real.
This is not a very dry sitting tonight.
CNN cannot project that Bernie Sanders is the winner.
They're going to kill him, but they may not stop him.
I'm picturing Michael Bloomberg with a club with spikes.
Come on, he's an anarchist. It is a death sentence.
Sounds a lot like political suicide.
The reckoning is coming. He would love to burn down the United States. There are two existential threats.
No one else is as hungry.
These are fucking Democrats saying this shit.
Angry as Sanders voters.
This is a youth quake.
And they're like, throw the tables over.
The squeaky, angry minority.
Digital Brown Shirt Brigade.
They've taken these things to dark art.
If there's a Stop Bernie movement, hell will pay.
Democrats need to sober up and figure out what the hell they're going to do about that.
I'm reading last night about the fall of France, and the general, Renault, calls up Churchill and says, it's over.
Tell them how the cow ate the cabbage.
I'm reading last night about the fall of France in the summer of 1940, and the general, Renault, calls up Churchill and says, it's over. And Churchill said, how can it be? You got the greatest army in Europe. How can it be over? He said, it's over.
So, okay, that's so funny. It goes right in it. Why is that even in this? In that fucking playlist? But right there, you have an MSNBC pundit, or he might have been CNN, I forget, Chris Matthews, likening Bernie Sanders winning Nevada to the Nazis storming France. Literally saying a Jewish guy, the one that could have been the first Jewish president in history, likening him to storming France. That guy was supposedly a Democrat. A couple weeks after that was back in January, a couple weeks after, he had to resign from his position for sexual assault allegations. And he also had to apologize for those comments, too. There's video of him doing that. He also called Bernie supporters brown shirts. The guy who called Putin a toddler with a gun is a Russian plant, right? Yeah, exactly. Right. Man, that video's so beautiful and just like, ugh. You know, I'm gonna play another video that's gonna make me hella really just bummed out. But it's a video my lady took the night of the caucus of Nina Turner, who is probably gonna be Bernie's vice president, speaking. And man, is it just like, oh, gets you in the feels. And this is, like I said, one of the last good days of 2020. This was back in January, before COVID was a problem, where we were worried. I was right here. My girlfriend was filming this. I was right behind her. We were all together. Hassan, the guy we were just watching on Twitch, he was at this bar. Him and Will, the guy that was on his stream as well, they were at this bar. He had come to Nevada for a few days to kind of campaign with the Bernie campaign. And it was just such a beautiful night, man. Bernie won by so much. It was crazy.
We gonna take this fight. And what this means about it is exactly what Sister Amy said.
This is my hat.
That despite the odds, despite what the naysayers had to say, despite how they tried to divide us up, that baby, we are together whether we are black, brown, white, Asian, indigenous. We are.
Yep, very true.
Yes, we are. Not me, not me, not me, not me, not me, some of the other sisters. I mean, we've been holding this emotion. I know how you all feel because this is clear cut. This ain't no half measure. This is all the way. And the great state of Nevada, can we send a shout out to the great state of Iowa? Come on, somebody. Great state of Nevada, can we send a shout out to New Hampshire? And great state of Nevada, can we roll into South Carolina? And then we're gonna roll into all the Super Tuesdays. Texas. See, what makes this so beautiful is that they said that we couldn't do it. But we did. It's so decisive that the haters don't know what to say. Come on, baby. So, Nevada, as you know, Senator has already called in. Some of you weren't here when he called in, but he sends his thanks to this. Somebody said, call him back. What time is it on the Central Time? In Texas. But Senator is so grateful to every state that we have won in so far. We cannot discount the reason why I wanted you to give a shout out to our sisters and brothers in Iowa and New Hampshire because they count too. And even though, our sisters and brothers, even though that state is predominantly, geographically, our white sisters and brothers live there, but they count too. And this is not a but, it's an and. And the people of color who lived in those states overwhelmingly supported Senator Sanders. But then, when we got to Nevada, folks said we couldn't do it. But when we got to Nevada, where black and brown folks, come on somebody, and our white sisters and brothers, and our Asian sisters and brothers, we showed them in this state what you have done. What you have done is shown that a multiracial working class coalition stands in front of Senator Bernard Sanders. Stands next to Senator Bernard Sanders. And stands behind Senator Bernard Sanders. That's what you showed. Can we pause for a minute because I want to give a shout out to Team Nevada, to the Sanders team in Nevada, and to all of the volunteers who live in this state and came outside of this state. We don't do this thing. So now as we celebrate, Sister Amy laid it out now. We gotta help our sisters and brothers. South Carolina is next. It's on February the 29th. So those of you who can't come into South Carolina, please come and join us. Those of you who cannot physically come into South Carolina, please sign up to do text. We need you. Because the forces are going to bump up against this movement in the same way that the forces, when President FDR was trying to do a new thing, they bumped up against him too. Senator Sanders is an FDR. He is a Shirley Chisholm type of Democrat. He is a Congresswoman Barbara Jordan type of Democrat. He is carrying on the legacy in terms of standing up for the least of these, our sisters and brothers, and calling out this nation for its wrong in the same way that the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
It's making me so sad.
He is a Cesar Chavez type of. The Lawrence Hunter type. Come on, somebody. Every single age demographic. Wondering how we gonna build a coalition. The great state of Nevada has shown us that we will build, that we have built a multiracial, multi-ethnic, multi-gender coalition. Just because I want folks to be able to hear this. Now listen, 17 to 29-year-olds, where you at? 17 to 29.
Oh, that was that? Okay. So that was the main bit of the video. And then, the night before Super Tuesday, a man by the name of Barack Obama made a call to Pete Buttigieg and whatever the fuck her name was. I can't, Amy Klobuchar, and said, hey, there's a chance Bernie Sanders is gonna fucking win. And to consolidate the moderate vote, you guys need to drop out and endorse Joe Biden. And they did, and then Joe Biden won. I fucking hate Obama.
Margin by which he's favored. It just matters that he's favored in some degree. Isn't it? Would that be correct?
Yeah, I just don't know where it's coming from still, and what it
Green Bay.
What we still need. Well, I thought Green Bay was supposed to look like a stronghold.
And not for any of the racist, shitty piece of shit reasons that the conservatives hate him for.
Yeah, but Kenosha was a stronghold too. I don't know. Let me look. Oh God. Oh shit.
We'll see.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
Durum iyi değil. Durum hiç iyi değil şu anda. O her zaman olur öyle. O normal. O Amerika. It's just land. Land doesn't vote, Mom. We're waiting on Wisconsin and Michigan. Nevada's pretty close, but it seems like Joe Biden's going to win by like a margin there. And then after that, it's just, like I said, it's going to come down to Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Georgia and North Carolina also look to be swinging in favor of Joe Biden as well, because a lot of their discrepancies votes. So No. This is gonna be pretty much these
Voter
projections are
suppression.
pretty
What
much
are you
solid, with the
talking
exception
about,
of,
Charlie? It's
like
all
I said,
about
the
voter
states that I just told
fraud.
you,
Everyone's
we don't
fake
have
voting. Voting twice. Illegal people are voting. Voter suppression ain't a thing. Voter fraud is the real problem.
Pennsylvania, North Carolina.
Yeah, no, you're right, man. Voter suppression hits hard. Like I said that earlier. Every single election, whether it's for president or for a local official, a congressional official, primary vote, caucus vote, hits every time.
Your mic is ass right now? Really? Well, because I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to my mom. Just some info on those votes came in 130,000 for Biden, 19K for Trump. Holy shit. What? Is that real? Wait, someone give me that information.
Wait, what just happened?
All of those absentee ballots that came in, they came in 130,000 for Joe Biden, 19,000 for Donald Trump. There's no way. That sounds like an insane breakdown.
No, yeah, I don't believe it.
130,000 for Biden, 19,000 for Trump. Bro, if shit looks like that for all the absentee ballots, it's a rip. I mean, there's no evidence.
No
that it will look like that everywhere else. But.
Yeah. Okay, I don't know if I can substantiate this, but if you have ballots, right, and you have ballots out right now, Democrats are favored in ballots, mail-in ballots. So even if they're marginal, like for example, in a county like Kenosha, where although the Democrats didn't win that county, the mail-in vote still closed the margin, right? Because it was a net positive for Joe. So right now you're just looking for net positives across the state, right? So you just hope that the mail-in ballots that come in from this point aren't negative at all. And I don't know where they're
ever seen them report a state like that, Nebraska, where it was stripes, blue and red. It's either one or the other. What the fuck?
Or Wisconsin. What was that guy? They mentioned. Hello?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, they mentioned Green Bay, and they mention it sort of as a positive thing. I got to look into this though.
Based on my replies, I don't think people have Based on my replies, I don't think people have fully internalized how democratic these mail-in absentee ballots will be in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin.
I guess so. I've just literally never seen that
Democratic.
before.
In Milwaukee,
I've never seen it go straight 50-50.
Across the whole state of PA, probably over 75%. Nate Cohn speculates that over 75% of remaining absentee ballots in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin will be Democratic. If that's the fucking case, then it's wild. But then again,
I just don't know.
To be honest with you, I don't trust this fucking.
I don't either.
But hold on,
anymore.
bro. Hassan, you
I don't trust it either.
You just need a winning
Hassan, I'm with
margin
you.
of any sort at this
You hear me,
point.
Hassan?
In any of the remaining
you gonna
votes.
unmute me yet? I've been waiting for you to unmute me on your stream so I could contribute.
Right? You don't need
I'm
that
co-hosting
75%
with you, Hassan.
anymore. Because you just need to make. You
No?
just need
Okay.
to stretch your lead. So whatever margin you get in the rest of the
But that's
votes
just
in Wisconsin,
you're operating off of decision desk numbers, which is not a good place to be anyway. Biden's lead in Wisconsin, according to decision desk numbers, is now up by 20,000. By the way, Joe Biden is now leading, but this is decision desk numbers. They're not fully verified. Like they're not as solid as like the New York Times or Associated Press. Everyone has a different methodology, different way of counting the votes.
Shit! Have they been wrong before?
Oh shit,
dude! Everyone.
Yeah, we've been getting needled all night, dude. Decision desk has been needle dicking us all night. What do you mean?
Well, I'm looking at the numbers on Fox right now. Fox has Donald Trump up by 30,000, 1.553 to 1.522. 1.53 to 1.5.
Those are the old numbers.
Joe Biden is up by 1.572 to 1.553 on decision day. Now Fox News is ahead of most other places. So if they update again, then I'll feel a little
In
bit
that
more
time that we watched that video, look what's happened to
Apparently,
Wisconsin.
it glitched at
Oh
one
my
point.
God,
It had
Joe
Jorgensen
Biden.
winning with
What?
3 million votes.
My heart.
That's incredible.
My mom just texted me at
my
1:30.
God.
Oh my God, she was drunk 3 hours ago. She says, I feel hopeless. Oh no.
You tell your mom to stop drinking and start getting
That
getting on
Nebraska win
opium.
too also gave Joe Biden the statistical fact
your
that there
mom's
won't
coke
be a
dealer
tie.
now?
It wasn't going to be 269 over 269. He got like the extra electoral vote that he needed
Wisconsin
to
presidential
ensure that
election
wasn't going to
results
happen.
showing Biden
But-
taking the lead according to this
What
thing,
the fuck is he taking lead in?
40
What? They changed it to what?
49% to 49%.
What?
With 1.551 versus
What did we just
1.649.
watch happen with our eyes? That just happened right now. It was red a second
Fox,
ago.
They're saying Fox flipped it too.
Yeah.
Oh!
Fox.
Yep, Fox is now showing Wisconsin is light
I gotta call my mom.
with
She's not in the right.
with 1576
Oh!
to 1567.
What?
There it is. Fox
Hold
News
on, I
is
gotta go
also
check with
reporting it
senior
now.
correspondent Maria.
What is the what are these fucking ads, man?
Someone in chat just went, "Don't give us hope." Dude, I know that feeling. Listen, you're all Jets fans tonight, okay?
Someone
Sometimes the
said, now
hope
you know how
hurts
we
the
feel
worst
to
of
me
the
with the
fans.
fucking ad.
Yeah.
Bitch, what do you want me to do? It's my job, okay? Shut up.
By the way, it's almost the top of the hour.
You know, we got 20 more minutes left, so just wait, dude. Just fucking wait. Hey, all of you in the chat, by the way, if you want to see what my opinions were a couple days back on how this election was going to pan out and how Donald Trump was going to steal the election, here's a video from a day ago on my YouTube.
Is Joe Biden gonna secure the election? Is a mediocre healthcare plan gonna secure the election? Is a very mediocre, not even really written out immigration plan gonna win the election? Maybe. Will it defeat this racist piece of shit Donald Trump? Maybe. Is the guy that wrote the 94 crime bill that incarcerated African Americans at a disproportionate rate to white people gonna win the election? Maybe. Maybe! God, that sounded horrible. Fuck Joe Biden. God damn it. Maybe he's gonna win. Thank God. Okay, so Joe Biden might be winning Wisconsin. That's crazy. Literally, we were looking at it. It was red, then it turned blue. Okay, well, okay, hold on, let me pull it up.